What up, what up, what up? It's your boy ThePowerXLofficial, and we are back again with another episode. I hope y'all are ready for this. A little news segment for you here before we actually get into the gaming content. So let's fucking hit it. Elon Musk Doge team is at it again, and let's see what they have to say.
Balls has been exposed. Let's see.
The balls have been exposed.
And the rest of the Doge crew.
This was on the news last night. Let's go.
Who's big balls?
It's me.
This is the full interview. That should be obvious.
Why do they call you big balls?
I just said it as my LinkedIn username.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Well,
There he is. Yep. Everybody was reporting on him, having opinions on him, everything like that. Yep.
There he is.
There he is. And he's right there at the White House.
Big balls himself.
This guy is the executioner of these fucking federal government 20-year bad performance garbage employees. He is their reckoning.
people on LinkedIn take themselves like super seriously,
Yeah,
and they're pretty adverse to risk.
exactly. You want to know who takes themselves super seriously? A bunch of tone policing Karens. A bunch of annoying, obnoxious, tone policing Karens that complain about everything. That age is over. We are sick of those annoying fucking people ruining our fun.
Basically.
And I was like, well, I want to be neither of those things.
Yeah.
So I said it, and honestly, I didn't even think anyone would notice.
And you can see, by the way, it is a total fucking sausage fest. It is all guys. This is the age of the chuds.
The chuds.
That's
Let's
right.
go.
We're here. Right
Made
now.
it, boys.
We don't have to think about it. We don't have to hope for it. It's happened.
Yeah.
So what do you
LinkedIn
do?
is so cringe.
And the best part about this now is that guys can finally make stupid jokes like this, and it doesn't matter anymore. Oh, I'm so glad.
What does big balls do?
Right now, I'm working on some payment computer stuff. So one of our initiatives is to root out fraud and waste.
Yeah.
And to do that, we started looking at the payment computers. And as mentioned earlier, like there is no accounting of what payments actually go to in the payment
Why?
computer. So like you look at a specific line item, like $20 million, and you're like, okay, well, what is this money going to? And for the majority of payment systems, it's like, well, we don't really know. And
Yeah, they're like, what?
In my opinion, I think that if you don't really know where that payment went to, can you at least figure out who made the payment and who authorized it, and then audit that person and their close friends? Because that's what you should do. You should pull their tax returns and figure out where that money's going. Because I think you can reverse engineer this. Great idea. Seems simple enough. Yeah, I mean, as I said, they could pay me, bro. Any scam, any bullshit for like, there's some of the new ones that I don't know, but I know the guys that do know them. And so I could figure it out.
That would be the response.
Is this the most basic responses?
Yeah,
yeah,
that's the most common response.
What do you say when people just say, I don't know?
well, it's a huge cause for concern because like the upstream thing, which is distributing the money, literally has no checks and no accountability to the actual American taxpayer. So it's a huge vector for fraud, waste, and abuse.
Do these people not respect taxpayer money?
Bro, Jesse's asking.
Obviously not.
This is the most leading question that I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yo, this is the good one.
I mean, there's no incentive to if you work in the government. I think the incentives will always decide the outcomes.
Yes.
Do you guys feel like you're putting yourself at risk by doing this because you're
100%.
stirring up
He's right.
so much hostility by these people ripping us off?
100%.
Yeah, of course.
Well, we don't need to speculate about that. You can see online in the protests.
It's a bunch of hoes mad.
yeah.
No, you can see that immediately. It's so
An
easy to
uproar
find
has
out.
begun.
But to make that very clear, I mean, I've been hanged in effigy many times.
Yes.
there have been people that have actively advocated at these violent protests for my death, and have also advocated for the death
Oh,
of
they would have all.
the people at Doge.
Exactly. Yeah, he was going to say it. Yeah, they dox them. They spread around their information. They were doing everything. And keep in mind, there is only one reason to spread a person's personal information. It's to make them afraid for their life that somebody might take that information and act on it in a way that could directly jeopardize their life.
Yeah.
That's the reason why.
Nothing good.
That's the only reason for doing it. It's to intimidate and theoretically put somebody's life in danger.
Or actually put him in
young
danger.
folks of us have gotten hate mail, threats from reporters and the public alike. I think, speaking for myself, I dropped.
Post them. Post them. If you've received a threat from a reporter, post it. Show
Right?
it.
Out of Harvard and came here to serve my country, and it's been unfortunate to see.
And by the way,
The fuck is this shit glitching?
not only would I post it, I'd audit the reporter. I would. Why are you so unhappy about this money being discovered?
Yeah.
Let's find out.
I'd audit everybody
lost
that.
friendships. Most of campus hates me now. But I think fundamentally, I hope people realize through conversations like this that reform is genuinely needed.
The
And
Doge member dropped out of Harvard.
if there's one, I think this is important to say, if there's one group of people who really have a shot of success, it's the people here. They're up until 2 a.m. Monday through Sunday. Doge does not recognize weekends. We're
Yeah.
working all the time.
What inspired you to drop out of Harvard to do this?
Because you've grown up your entire life just like every other kid, and you've seen your entire country be sold out for foreign interests, foreign wars, and foreign
Yeah.
companies.
That's
And
a
you're
big
finally
one.
fucking tired of it. And you're a goddamn American, and it's time to start acting like it. That's why.
There's a lot
That's the
of
reason.
reform that's needed. I think the value of this and the impact here is so much more vast than anything you could learn in a classroom doing computer science.
It's a good point, too.
And you guys are sleeping here, I'm hearing.
Yeah, sure.
You guys are up all night. You have this meeting at 10 o'clock every Wednesday?
We'll probably go back to work right after this.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
going back to work after this?
Yes.
Right.
It's almost 11 o'clock.
So that's early.
It's early? Can I go to bed?
Yeah, I mean, bro, like, were you never in, like, college? Yeah, 11 o'clock is early. Yeah, these guys probably go to bed at, like, 4 or 5 in the morning. They sleep till noon. They get up. They probably DoorDash McDonald's to the White House, and then they keep going. That's what you do. Yeah.
It's an incredible work ethic. You guys should be really, really proud of yourself. Do good people come up to you and say thank you for doing what you're doing?
Absolutely. There are people
Yeah.
in the State Department that will stop you, or all of the agencies that
Yeah.
we've been to, that'll stop you in the hallways or write emails and say, I was scared to write this, or I don't know if you're interested in this. But they usually have great ideas.
Yeah.
And if they often have the best ideas because they've worked in the places and they've been stifled by the bureaucracy for so many years. So one of the great things that, at least in my experience, and we listen to them and empower them.
So
Yes, in fact, I'd like to emphasize that because we'd like to just give a big thank you to all the government employees who are helping reduce the waste and fraud, because this is, we really couldn't do it without you. So,
it's a group effort.
yeah, absolutely. So I'm not trying to sort of say all government employees are bad. That's absolutely not the case. It's just that, there actually just does need to be a serious effort to reduce the waste and fraud. And we're just making that happen. And a lot of people in the government are very glad to see it happen.
I think it's really important.
You've got to imagine, like, the complete Karen annihilation of finding out that a bunch of basically crazy chud teenagers are now working at the government and they're shutting everything down. Like, bro, this is like a total federal government worker, Karen. This is like a total rapture for them. Yeah, this is their worst nightmare. Yeah, the frat bros. Just coming to shut him fucking down.
To recognize every single person around this table that's embedded within an agency is supporting that agency, whether they're working on systems or working through people. We are encountering droves of government employees who are missionaries, not mercenaries, who are...
Yeah, that's definitely true. Doge literally cut my summer school program I was going to teach at. I agree that there is waste, but what the fuck is designing education to low social and economic students do and giving them equal opportunities? The reason why a lot of things get shut down isn't necessarily because of what they are. It's how they're appropriated and what that appropriation is. And so, like, if you have a system and the system has a good function, but it's being utilized in a bad way, you still have a bad system that needs to be shut down. And so that's the difference. There is going to be collateral damage and goods, and there are things that are good intentioned but done badly. And of course they're going to shut them down, because doing them badly is also a misuse of taxpayer money. You can't just say that, well, we had a good system, there's like some good that this does, so it justifies a, you know, basically blank check of money. No.
Actually here serving because they believe in what they're doing. They want to do things well. We are trying to empower them, and they feel empowered now to ask the question of why? Why aren't we doing this? What else can we be doing? How can we fix this? And I think agency by agency, it is filled with exceptional government employees, right? And when we give them the tools, when we give them the systems, and we leave behind systems to help them do their jobs better, that's the permanent change, right? And they're embracing that, not because it's new to them, it's because it's something they've always wanted to do.
Yeah, exactly.
But for the first time ever, we're giving them the tools and the collaboration to be able to do that.
Baldy's cooking.
It's a very important message. That message needs to get out a lot more. I'm so glad you said that.
Yep.
We have exceptional people at all of our agencies.
Very true.
Exceptional. I mean, they do a thankless job
the
and
P
work
stands for
incredibly hard.
True.
I love to hear how collaborative it is with these people in these agencies, and it's not all conflict. Sometimes in the media, you always hear about conflict, and you guys are considered these ruthless suits that come in and scare people. But it's
Conflict is the exception. There is conflict, but that is the exception.
Conflict is normal. Like, this isn't, again, this is more Karen alarmism. Of course there's conflict. Duh. No shit.
It's actually true of history in general. You know, people study the wars a lot, but actually most of the time there wasn't war.
it's just not as exciting.
It's just not as exciting.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, for the TV guys, we like conflict, but in this case, we love the collaboration. So thank you guys. Thanks for allowing me this access in here.
All right, in other news, 100 days of President Donald Trump's second term means 100 days of Elon Musk and his effort to eliminate wasteful government spending.
So Rich Edson is live outside the White House with more on Doge and just how much it has saved the American taxpayer and what its future looks like, Rich.
Yeah, that's right, Brian Ainsley and Lawrence. The Department of Government Efficiency and Elon Musk say they've already saved billions of dollars for U.S. taxpayers, $160 billion, according to the department, which breaks down to about $1,000 a taxpayer. Ways to go, though, to the $2 trillion Musk initially targeted. Doge has slashed federal programs, employees, and entire departments.
Is Doge just getting started? This is a long-term enterprise.
Please.
It's a long-term enterprise because if we take our eye off the ball, the waste and fraud will come roaring back.
That's the thing. I learned this about roaches. You got to cut them in half, and even then sometimes half of them ends up back on there. You throw them in half and you throw them in a garbage can, one of those halves is coming out of the garbage can. You got to throw the whole bag away.
They can doge when Democrats get back in power.
We're trying to have it be such that the funding is removed, so the grants are gone. So there's a lot of work required to restart the waste and fraud.
Musk's special government employees.
Because, like, you know, Elon is also a systems exploiter, right? Like, that's one thing about Elon, Donald Trump, and, like, you know, even George Soros. These people are expert systems exploiters. And so they know how to stop other people from doing it. Opportunist? Yeah. Bernie Madoff? Yep. Yep. System exploiter.
Status is scheduled to end May 30th. He also says he's going to be spending more time at Tesla. Democrats want him out now. They accuse Doge of overinflating savings, cutting vital government services, research, and foreign aid. Yesterday, Vice President J.D. Vance toured a steel factory in South Carolina, where he said the Trump administration's first 100 days marks the golden age of American manufacturing.
Isn't it so weird to actually just see him? It almost feels like that's not him.
And also oil production.
Now, to me, that marker means a lot of things for the state of South Carolina. It means a lot of things for this plan. It means a lot of things for America. Number one, 100 days means energy dominance. We have started drill, baby drilling. It means cheaper gas, and it means America that is self-reliant.
As for President Trump, after that address last night at the University of Alabama, he is spending the weekend at Mar-a-Lago. Back to you.
Yep, so they're not going anywhere. It's just their leader's going to go back to one of his full-time jobs. Going to probably be there 1 or 2 days. Thanks, Rich. He's going to be there 1 or 2 days a week. They did bring up that one of the things that Doge has done is their actions have led to the layoff of 283,172 job cuts. That is half.
That's a good start. It's a really good start. You guys are doing great, but you got to up those numbers.
Of all the job cuts in the country, but it was always been the intent to thin out and lean out the federal workforce, which is 2.3 million people. Many of them took buyouts.
Yeah, to get paid through September. If you took that deal, you had to sign up, what was it, the beginning of February, and then you were paid through September. Many of those people left and got other jobs, so they're getting 2 paychecks now.
Well, I'm concerned really about if a new house comes in during the midterm.
They need to start arresting people, otherwise it's just performative. Oh no, I'm very much a Old Testament kind of guy. Oh yeah. Like I am the arrest them, lock them up, charge them with treason if possible. Especially for like some of those judges that are like keeping gang members in their house and helping them. Like I want them charged for treason. Like I would go all the way.
Terms or a new Senate.
Back to basics. Yep.
In 4 years.
You gotta set an example. Yeah, like people say, "Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible." I say, "Bro, we just getting started. You think this is bad?" They're still trying to play nice.
I feel like they're just going to put all this stuff put in place. So I'm just curious, when they do this big, beautiful bill, if they can put some guardrails in place where they can't just reallocate all this stupid spending on all this nonsense, wasteful gender studies nonsense.
That's why elections have consequences. That's why if you...
They need to not think about that. They need to think about ways to delegitimize and expose the amount of corruption in the people that are against them to a degree that it totally destroys and hamstrings their movement so they don't get reelected, period. Like, stop thinking about cooking the books and start making sure that you're writing the pages of the future. That's the way I see it. They won't do it. That's what they need to do. If they want to keep winning, they have to show crucifixions. Not literally. Probably not. But they have to show it. It's a dumb take. No, it's not. It's not. Because they have, like, the people in the future government, you know how Trump just ignores the Supreme Court and does whatever the fuck he wants? That's what they'll do, too. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what rules you put down. They'll just ignore the rules.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's the truth.
You vote conservatives, this is what you get. If you don't like it, then you vote the other way. But Elon did say he put into place safeguards so that doesn't happen. When you take away...
I'm going to start timing people out that call women that are blonde snow bunnies. Just because a girl is a snow bunny and she's blonde, that doesn't... Sorry, just because she's white and blonde, that doesn't make her a snow bunny. I'm so fucking sick of this. Fucking stop it. That's not what it means.
Stop
That's never
crashing
what it's meant.
out. Dude, relax. Why is it pissing you off so much?
It's fucking annoying.
Why is it so... Dude. Anyway, Snow Bunny is someone that fucking goes... that avoids the snow and flies to a hotter climate.
Anyway.
A contract.
God
in order
damn,
to
bro.
Get another contract,
Anything
you fill out all the
about
paperwork. It
anything about women, this guy crashes
takes
out.
time,
over.
so it would take a long time to get back to where we were originally. But
Kinda
you mentioned in the
concerning.
first hour the Iron Mountain Limestone Mine. It's this mine that's about an hour outside of Pittsburgh, and it's where retirement forms, folders, all the documents from people who work in federal government services when they retire. It takes about 6 months for that retirement to go through because all this paperwork is done by hand. It's stored in manila envelopes, cardboard
It's
boxes.
done by hand? Really? That sounds like a bad process.
And there are 10,000 applications per month, so it takes a long time to go through everybody's files. But there are a lot of people that work at the mine. There's 700 plus people that operate 230 feet underground. So if they do close down this mine and make it all computers, then to make it quicker, your retirement quicker, those people do stand to lose their jobs. So maybe we could train them to do the computer system.
So it's already happening electronically, and this can't be reversed. No one would want to. Here's what Doge has done with the mines, and this is their game plan to modernize retiring and getting Social Security.
Yeah, so basically, if anybody doesn't know, the reason why only a certain amount of people can retire from the federal government per year is basically because the government can only process so many retirements per year. It's because all of this paperwork is stored in an underground mine, and it's in all of these different file folders.
Yeah.
That's right. Yep. It's right there. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of? No, it's not. That's the dumbest thing you've ever heard of so far. I can guarantee you this is not the worst.
If somebody wants to retire, they can't because it takes 6 months to compile the paper and carry the paper into a mine.
It takes
where
6 months to get into the mine.
It's like a joke. Really, it's like a joke.
And also, all the calculations are done by
Fucking
hand.
ridiculous.
Everything has
in
to be
2025.
reconciled, adjudicated. This is thicker than the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Yeah.
And if I had to process.
Damn.
We are in good hands.
Yo.
Oh boy. Yep, that's all I need to hear. Yep, we're good. Everything is totally fine. We're going to be safe. I feel safe again? Yep.
Trilogy.
Yeah.
And if I had to process this, I would rather do my taxes in the dark than have to go through this.
Yeah.
And so what we're doing is we're bringing this process online with modern software. And I'm excited to share that as of tonight, we have 25 retirees going through an entirely online retirement process.
Wow.
In the government for the
Wow.
very first time.
What?
It sounds so simple.
Yes, and it's great
You can
collaboration
do
with
that?
retirement services inside OPM. So this has always been their dream, and we're just here to help accelerate it.
90s, right? It sounds like something we'd be talking about in the 90s.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is our we have computers, and we have the first 25 people retiring.
All of the
Discovering
people that are complaining
computers.
about Doge in Congress,
Why
they
is
didn't
that?
try to fix this. Obama didn't try to fix this. Joe Biden didn't try to fix this. All of them could have fixed this only because of Elon Musk and Doge and Donald Trump. This is getting
But it's
fixed.
indisputable the gains that they've made. It's indisputable that now if you're going to want to get money from the government, you have to write what you're actually getting it for
Yep,
and be
everything's
accountable
computer.
after you get paid.
Get ready
this
for
is
it.
certain things with systems, nothing to do with jobs, that are just gains.
And that
just
young man that
pluses.
went to the mines, he
Right.
showed you that thick stack of one person's retirement. That's one person.
Right.
Jesus.
I'm Steve Ducey.
How the
I'm Brian
fuck do you
Kilmeade.
do
And I'm
that?
Ainsley.
Oh my God. Is that the full interview? No, it's not. There's more of it. We're going to watch more of it tomorrow. So, but this is the first part of it that I wanted to watch today because it's the shorter version and I thought it would be really funny. So, Big Balls has been revealed. So, we have not only, so let's just get this straight. We have a, what do you call it? We have, let me make sure I get all this straight. We have a guy come in here who's named Big Balls, and make a joke about it. It's all guys in here. They're talking about like all this government bullshit. A Lord of the Rings joke is made. Everybody's laughing. Guys, I'm thinking we're back. I'm thinking that we are back in a big way. And it feels good. You're goddamn fucking right. Oh man, we're never leaving again. Yeah, this is a total Karen apocalypse. We're done. Just need WoW to come back. We voted for this. I wish if I had known this shit was going to happen, I would have voted for Trump. I'll tell you that. I am so happy with all this. I am thrilled. Yeah, there it is, boys. And the boys are back in town. Yep, that's right. Well, anyway, I told my dad I'd be over at his house at 10:30, or sorry, 8:30, and it's 8:31, so he's probably about to be pissed. So, peace. See ya.
Huanggang Village in Shenzhen is widely recognized as a wealthy village, and it used to be famously known as the Mistress Village. Back in the day, the village was full of beautiful women. Their boyfriends were mostly businessmen, white-collar workers, and truck drivers who traveled between Hong Kong and Shenzhen. At its peak, Huanggang Village had around 50,000 mistresses. The village was packed with massage parlors, karaoke bars, nightclubs, and other places associated with the sex industry, earning it the nickname a paradise for Hong Kongers. However, in recent years, as Hong Kong's economy has declined, the once popular trend of keeping mistresses has gradually faded.
That's surprising. Holy shit, what the fuck? Why would they stop that?
Huanggang Village is separated from Hong Kong by just a river. Although it's called a village, it's essentially in the heart of the city. This village, with a history of over 700 years, is now known as one of the most affluent urban villages. The village gate is decorated with intricate dragon carvings on stone pillars, with lions standing guard in front, creating a luxurious atmosphere. Even from a distance, you can't help but marvel at the grandeur that sets it apart from other urban villages.
Yeah, this looks really good.
In the 1990s, Shenzhen took advantage of its proximity to Hong Kong, leveraging special policies and incentives.
Where's the
during
mistress
China's
part?
reform and
Okay, it's
opening up
coming.
era.
Never mind. I was worried.
As a result, a large number of Taiwanese, Hong Kong, and foreign enterprises came to invest and build factories in Shenzhen. With capital flowing in, many investors and business people from Taiwan and Hong Kong followed. Shenzhen, as a special economic zone and the forefront of reform, also attracted thousands of migrant workers, including many young and beautiful girls.
What a surprise.
These girls mostly came from rural areas. Some were quite simple and used to a hard life, making them easier to get along with. They carried the burden of supporting their families at a young age. At the time, wages and prices in Shenzhen were relatively low. Wealthy men from Hong Kong could spend between 4,000 to 8,000 Hong Kong dollars to keep a young woman in an urban village.
Damn. And so they just spent that money? Holy fuck. That's crazy. Okay.
Soon, the trend of keeping mistresses spread throughout Shenzhen. The so-called mistress villages were residential areas where wealthy men kept their mistresses. During China's rapid economic growth, some businessmen and officials would secretly establish such homes on the outskirts of the city to hide from their wives. These urban villages became a special community and were seen as symbols of indulgent lifestyles. Huanggang Village is near the Huanggang port, which was a key crossing point between Shenzhen and Hong Kong. A certain flashy group of people regularly passed through this port. They wore large gold chains, carried bulky cell phones, and spoke Mandarin with a Hong Kong accent. They frequented the most upscale restaurants in Huanggang Village, often accompanied by young, beautiful women.
This is crazy how popular that shit is over there. I feel like over here, it's like way less common. Like nowadays, I feel like nobody really brings this shit up at all. Like maybe every once in a while I'd see this like normalized in like Las Vegas, but I feel like over there it's totally different.
As this lavish lifestyle expanded, certain residential developments in Shenzhen's Luohu district, like Yijing Garden and Jinglu Garden, became known for their high concentration of mistresses. In the mid-1990s, Shenzhen's central area shifted westward to the Futian district, and areas like Changsha Village, Shazhui Village, and Shuiwei Village became favored hotspots for Hong Kongers to hide their mistresses. The widespread and open practice of keeping mistresses was arguably unparalleled in Chinese communities. According to Hong Kong anthropologist Professor Tan Xiaowei, by the late 1990s, 1 in 6 Hong Kong men working in mainland China had a mainland wife.
Jesus. God damn. So 1 in 6 of these girls just showed up? Holy fuck. Kind of assume mistresses are just hookers? Yeah, basically they are. Yeah, that's what I would say.
All of these men were big bosses. Some were ordinary workers earning tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars per month. Hong Kong, as a port city, served not only as a central hub for economic and trade exchanges between mainland China and the West, but also as a link connecting mainland China and Taiwan. At the time, Hong Kong was one of the top free trade ports in the world and a global logistics center, with the advantage of being a duty-free port. It had one of the busiest container terminals globally, and various service industries flourished as a result. Hong Kong's container truck drivers and taxi drivers were already earning over 10,000 Hong Kong dollars a month. Hong Kong Port became the busiest border crossing for both passengers and freight in China, and it was also the first to operate 24 hours a day. With trucks frequently traveling between Hong Kong and Shenzhen, a trend of men keeping mistresses in Shenzhen emerged. In the evenings, areas near Huanggang Port, such as Huanggang and Shangsha Village, would be lined with large container trucks parked along the roadside as drivers headed to their love nests to meet their mistresses.
Damn. Oh my fucking God. It's insane. Yeah, this is... I guess that makes sense.
Back then, diligent Hong Kong truck drivers could earn around 30,000 Hong Kong dollars a month, which was incredibly tempting for young women from other provinces who came to Shenzhen for work. These women, who often worked overtime and only earned around 1,000 yuan a month, were drawn to the possibility of a much higher income. What's surprising is that the mistress industry became completely open, with no taboos around either seeking a sponsor or being...
It's just totally fucking normalized. Oh my God.
Sponsor. Some Hong Kong businessmen even openly recruited lovers, and the mistress industry adopted a referral system. A woman who had already become the mistress of a Hong Kong man would recommend her cousins or close friends when she knew that her lover's friends were also looking for someone in the mainland. These women, often matched by their hometown friends, quickly became mistresses to Hong Kong truck drivers. The men would rent a place close to the border and provide their mistresses with around 4,000 to 5,000 Hong Kong dollars a month for living expenses.
Damn. All right.
Aside from waiting for the drivers to come back for a short rest, the daily routine for these women consisted of shopping, playing mahjong with their friends, and comparing who received the most money from their patrons. Many Hong Kong businessmen, especially those involved in the jewelry and clothing trades, also followed this trend and started maintaining second homes in Shenzhen. Over time, not only rural women, but also female university students became a primary source of mistresses. It was a well-known fact that female university graduates faced employment difficulties, especially since many companies discriminated against women. Some of these students, burdened by student loans and struggling with financial difficulties at home, felt immense pressure to find a job quickly. If they couldn't, the impact on them was significant. Whether they were working-class women or university students, their goal was the same: to make money quickly, improve their lives, and support their families. When they couldn't achieve that through conventional means, becoming a mistress seemed like a natural alternative.
What a surprise. What a fucking surprise. Yep. I feel like this is what happens anytime. Oh, if it is AI, I don't think it's AI. It's just somebody reading the same way. Yeah, I think this is pretty normal. It's a symbiosis. Yeah, I feel like people do this in every culture. This is super fucking normalized. It's not even a question. When they're working, they look fucking miserable. The whip is always near. Yeah, that's probably true. It's the same as like OnlyFans, right? I mean, OnlyFans is it's a different way of this, but I feel like it's pretty much the same thing.
At that time, the mistress industry in Shenzhen had already become well organized, symbolizing a certain sense of fashion and trendiness.
Do you think this is bad or good? Is it bad to have a mistress culture? I feel like it's probably bad. Yeah, I do think it's bad because like then you're going to have a lot of kids and then like the kids probably end up getting born, and then they don't have a dad around. I feel like it's probably not good for the culture. Yeah. Sounds pretty bad. I would say so.
Even gave Shenzhen the name Mistress City. Mistresses in Shenzhen generally fell into two categories. The first was the long-term type, where the woman's Hong Kong boyfriend was usually older, and there was a more established emotional bond between them, making the relationship relatively stable. The second was the short-term type, where the relationship only lasted around a year or so, resembling more of a cohabiting boyfriend-girlfriend situation.
See, that's what's crazy to me about it, is like they just have people that live in that are like basically paid girlfriends. Oh my God. People hook up through OnlyFans. I feel like that happens a lot with like Instagram, because like I see models talking about that all the time. It's super fucking common.
Typically, when the man stopped showing up or refused to pay for her upkeep, the woman would break up with him, sell off everything in the house, end the lease, and either leave Shenzhen or find another man to support her. According to a report by Phoenix TV, there were as many as 50,000 mistresses in Huanggang Village alone. Other areas like Bagualing, Honggui Road, and Xinzhou were also densely populated with mistresses. In other parts of Guangdong, such as Zhangmutou in Dongguan, the number of mistresses reached a peak of 120,000.
Jesus. In one fucking place? This is insane. Buy up top to there. I need to move there. This is insane. Pay me to exist. I know. This is insane.
It's estimated that there were at least 300,000 mistresses in Shenzhen. Many Hong Kong men chose to have their mistresses settle down in these areas, and if you talk to these women, they would all say the same thing. In a couple of years, my child's father will arrange for his Hong Kong residency. Adi, a young woman from rural Hubei, saw her allowance from her Hong Kong boyfriend increase from 8,000 yuan a month to 20,000 yuan. She kept herself well-groomed, visited beauty salons for manicures, enjoyed afternoon tea, played mahjong with friends, and spent her evenings watching movies or chatting online. She had a comfortable place to live, and her job was simple. She only needed to spend 4 or 5 nights with her boyfriend each month. Every time...
Wow. What a fucking job. That is crazy. Oh my God.
He would also give her gifts like bags, shoes, or cosmetics. For Adi, who had never finished middle school and lacked any real skills, this lifestyle left her feeling content. One girl once said, "Working in a factory means laboring for over 12 hours a day, barely earning a few hundred yuan. Living with a Hong Kong man means no work and no worries about life. What's wrong with that?" As the phenomenon of being...
True. That's the thing, is like a lot of them, they probably don't have anything else that they're going to do. So yeah, they're just like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. Yeah, and also like they probably make way more money doing that than anywhere else. I feel like that's like it is a very, very true thing. My 4-pound Billy Sue, purple hair America, expect the same. Maybe, right?
The mistress became more common. The mistress villages flourished, coinciding with Hong Kong's golden age of economic growth. The community in these villages became increasingly complex, with relationships becoming more transactional. Take Xiaoling, for example. She stopped her education after middle school and heard that she could make good money in Shenzhen. To support her family, she followed her fellow villagers to Guangdong to work. At first, she worked in a factory and lived in a dormitory, but soon she moved out. She met a wealthy Hong Kong businessman who claimed to be single and said that she was lonely from working abroad.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Yep, there you go. Take the call? I guess so. Yeah, women have live easy lives. Bro, come on. Asma wants to change jobs? Yeah, where is this again?
Xiaoling, young and inexperienced, fell for his sweet talk and became his mistress. Later, she found out that he had a wife and daughter in Hong Kong.
That's never happened before.
Even though she realized that
that's never happened.
She couldn't give up the comfortable life. The businessman promised Xiaoling that if she could give him a son, he would give her a lump sum of 300,000 yuan, a huge amount at the time. The condition was that the child would be raised by his wife in Hong Kong, and Xiaoling would not see the child again. If it were a daughter, she would receive 80,000 yuan, but the child would still go to the wife. Xiaoling accepted, reasoning that even after 10 or 20 years of hard work, she couldn't earn that kind of money. After Xiaoling gave birth to a daughter, the businessman quickly arranged to send the child to Hong Kong. It wasn't until Xiaoling experienced the pain of being separated from her child that she realized what sort of deal she made. She begged the businessman to let her keep the baby until the child's first month, but he refused and transferred the promised money to her. He also told her,
"What a surprise. What a surprise. Yeah, shit start. No, this is how it is. Yeah, the wife knew. I guess so. It's got to be trafficking. That is actually like, so that's another big reason why a lot of this stuff can be really bad, is that the overlap between this and trafficking, huge fucking overlap. Massive fucking overlap. It's not even quite, it's so bad.
To disappear immediately.
Especially like, and it gets, see, like it gets worse and it gets better in some cases when it becomes legal, right? Because like the people that are doing it in a way worse way when it's legal, but or sorry, when it's illegal, but there's probably a lot more people doing it whenever it is legal.
Warning that if she continued to bother him, her reputation would be ruined. Xiaoling then realized that she would never see her child again, and the businessman ruthlessly abandoned her. Many women in the mistress villages had experiences similar to Xiaoling's. Some didn't have children, but their stories often ended in sadness. After China joined the World Trade Organization, it became closer to Western countries, and the incomes in mainland China started rising. Real estate prices continued to climb, and the pressure of high costs discouraged Hong Kong men from keeping mistresses in Shenzhen. Nowadays, Hong Kong...
They're getting expensive, bro. That's the hoflation right there. Oh my God. Are the children are used organs? Yeah, exactly.
Hoflation?
Right? No, it's really fucking scary. It is.
Shit
Like,
is
that's
scary.
why it's bad. Poor woman, consequences for action about men working 12 hours a day. Well, I think that like you can notice that like something like this is bad while at the same time saying, you know, like it's obvious that, you know, like there's a bad component to it as well.
Hong Kong's economic growth has been dragged down by the mainland's economic slowdown and tensions between China and the U.S. Foreign investments in Hong Kong are rapidly withdrawing, and Hong Kong's status as an international financial center continues to decline. Former mistresses either sell off their possessions and look for other wealthy men to support them or return to the workplace. They are like a form of property attached to their patrons, always at risk of being discarded. One woman who had been a mistress to 4 different Hong Kong men said, "Now Hong Kong men have no conscience when it comes to mistresses, because..."
I wonder why. Yeah, there you go. Back to factory. Yeah, how's it getting expensive? It is. Yeah. What the fuck do you expect? Exactly. Women on only wave making good money. It's pretty bad. I think it's probably more complicated than that. I think it's like it's the people that come from villages that didn't have other opportunities that would come and take advantage of this because of that.
Because of the economic downturn, they don't offer lifelong support anymore. It's become more like a monthly rental arrangement. In recent years, you hardly see Hong Kong drivers in Huanggang anymore. Industry insiders say that Hong Kong drivers can no longer afford to spend money in the mainland. Their annual income has dropped to around 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, which doesn't match the rising cost of living. It's hard enough for them to visit their mistresses twice a month, given they spend over 12 hours a day on the road. Many rely on garlic to stay awake just to maintain their income.
Wait, what? They use garlic to stay alive?
Hong Kong's truck drivers are just one example of industries that were once thriving but have now fallen into decline. Today, Huanggang Village has lost its former bustle. If you walk around asking about mistresses, only the older generation still remembers the old stories. Most people have forgotten the secrets of the past. Standing at the archway of Huanggang Village and looking out, the streets are now filled with busy office workers. The mistress village has become a thing of the past. Economic factors have played a role in the rise and fall of the mistress villages. Among Hong Kong's economic decline, Shenzhen's mistress villages are gradually being swept away by the tides of change. One could say that while Hong Kong is in decline, Shenzhen's future may not be so different. The cost of maintaining...
I feel like that's what happens in any sort of like big country like that, or any big area like that. It happens a lot. They aren't going to elaborate further than that. Yeah, like, why the fuck does garlic work? I have no idea.
Yo, that's what I was thinking.
Protests? Yeah, well, those are really big. It was insane.
A mistress is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, for China's corrupt officials and wealthy individuals, it's not an issue. In fact, even across the ocean in Los Angeles, there are similar mistress villages. In the hills east of Los Angeles lies an area filled with villa-style residential neighborhoods. As you drive up the mountain roads, you'll see rows upon rows of mansions, surrounded by vibrant gardens. This is Rowland Heights. It's said that wealthy Chinese businessmen and officials spend millions to buy luxury homes here under the guise
It's a nice fucking place. It is.
managing the villas, allowing their mistresses to live there openly. These rich and powerful men can't visit often, usually coming only once a year for 10 days to 2 weeks before returning to China. For the rest of the year, the mistresses are left alone in these grand homes. These women not only live in luxury homes and drive expensive cars, but they also have little to occupy their time. During the day, they go shopping, eat out, buy clothes, get their hair done, and visit beauty salons. This has led to the booming
What a surprise. Yeah, LA. Yeah, there you go. OnlyFans house. Exactly.
success of Chinese restaurants, beauty salons, clothing stores, and video shops in the Rowland Heights area. In the evenings, the mistresses often gather to play cards or even stay up all night playing mahjong. The mistresses tend to share similar backgrounds, experiences, and hobbies, so they like to stick together, having plenty in common to talk about and helping each other out. As a result, they buy homes close to one another, and over time, the mistress village formed, gaining a reputation among the local Chinese community. The presence of so many mistresses can be seen at Los Angeles International Airport, where every day Chinese women are anxiously waiting at the arrival gates for flights from China.
What a surprise. Yep. What a fucking surprise, bro. They're spawn camping him. Yeah, there you go. Housewives of China. I know. Moving there right now. There you go. Oh,
When an
fuck.
older man emerges, one
Wow.
of the young women will rush to meet him, taking his arm and heading off in a Mercedes or BMW towards Rowland Heights. These
Why?
mistresses share another common trait. They're all young and beautiful. Some of them are even singers or actresses, but time catches up with everyone. Over time, some mistresses have fought with illegal wives for their husbands and succeeded in becoming the official wife. Others have remarried and become someone else's wife. For those who didn't marry or didn't want to, they sold their homes for a profit and moved into cheaper properties. In recent years, Los Angeles real estate has been booming, with prices rising year after year. These mistresses have accumulated wealth over time, and the departure of the men no longer worries them. For corrupt CCP officials, keeping mistresses has become a badge of honor, and having a mistress has even become a trend in official circles. Statistics show that 95% of corrupt
Damn. Damn.
officials who have been investigated had mistresses or kept second wives.
Wait, how many?
And having a mistress has even become a trend in official circles. Statistics show that 95% of corrupt officials
That's a lot.
95%.
Okay. That's really bad.
who have been investigated
Holy
had
shit.
mistresses or kept second wives.
Wow. Holy fuck. But how many are corrupt? I don't know. That is insane. If 5% are women. Yeah, exactly. Oh my fucking god. You know what's funny is I think that you're probably right about that. You're only corrupt? Yeah. Propaganda? I don't know about propaganda. I feel like in a lot of cases stuff like that is true. 102% are corrupt? Yeah, there's the video. That is fucking crazy.
So
That
nuts.
Ventman fit
This
right
is
in.
going on.
Yeah, is that right here? What's this here? China is doing reverse DEI. It's crazy how, like, you have, like, a whole economy built around something, and then it just ends up turning in reverse, you know? And I think that there's, like, so many people. I've seen so many guys. Like, there's, like, the whole passport thing. Like, oh, I'm going to go over there and, like, meet my wife over there or something like that. It's super, super fucking common. It is incredibly common. Passport bros? Yeah, I know. It's massive. Yeah, top comment. Just like Mao envisioned. Yeah, exactly. Give me a minute. I got to use the bathroom. I'll link you guys the video. Give it a like. This is I like watching these because I find them very interesting. China's doing reverse DEI, trying to get their women back at home. I think there's a lot of places that are doing that. Actually, like it's getting super common.
From indie to AAA, China is set to
That
clone
shit's
the entire
insane.
gaming industry. Everyone clones and copies a bit, but while the West does it quietly, China does it strategically to dominate the global gaming world. But cloning your way to power comes at a cost. I'll uncover their three-part cloning strategy, why they clone instead of create, and their unspoken tactic that might be their real key to global dominance.
All right, let's see it.
Oh boy, here we go.
She's the one that did the video on that porn game thing.
Remember the buzz
this.
around Powerworld for ripping off Pokemon?
Yeah,
well,
I
now
played it yesterday.
Tencent, China's gaming giant, is openly cloning it to incubate their next big hit. And Powerworld's maker calls this amazing times. So while the West cries rip-off, in China, it's just another day at the office. And I'll show you how they do it. But first, when I think of China, I think of...
Jackie Chan, yeah.
Sorry, I just couldn't do a video about China and not mention my boy Jackie Chan, who, by the way, was the face of the Learning Machine, the top Nintendo clone back when importing consoles was way too expensive. And Jackie came with a keyboard to not only play, but learn through games like Letters Invaders. Now, I'm bringing this up because the company behind...
Oh, so it's just basically they just took an existing game and changed it.
The Learning Machine recently went bankrupt thanks to China's chaotic laws. And to understand their game making, let's first understand their lawmaking, which in China can change overnight. You see, games must be government approved to make sure they're cultural fit. From detailed game descriptions to source codes, the government checks everything, since games are dubbed opium of the mind. But when a
yeah, kind of true.
Regulatory shift kicked in, the government froze all game approvals for an entire year. Big games were blocked from making sales, causing huge financial losses and many, many new rules. Real ID registration, facial scans, and limited gaming hours for kids.
Oh my God, what does it say here? Let me read it real quick. According to your account information, you have been identified as a minor. According to the anti-addiction system rules, you cannot record games from... God damn.
Gaming hours for kids.
It says, get the fuck off the computer, kid. I always go to bed at 9 a.m. It's the thing I've ever played until midnight.
The first freeze ended, but a second freeze dropped the number of approvals even more. Today, game approvals continue, albeit very slowly. And to top it off, China had a 15-year-long ban on gaming consoles to crack down on gaming. But when the economy struggled, they lifted the ban to cash in on the gaming industry. Suddenly, China was ready for the Switch, PlayStation, and Xbox, which meant the end for many local clone makers. And so, Keyboard Jackie disappeared, and with it, the childhood memories of many Chinese. This nutshell version shows China's unpredictable lawmaking. But there's way more than just...
And like, I think a good example of this is, remember recently whenever there was like that leak or something about how they were thinking about regulating microtransactions and not letting kids spend money on video games? And like the moment that they said minors can't gamble in video games, tons of companies lost billions of dollars. They're like, wait, what? Well, where are we going to get our money?
Tape. So to grasp their cloning strategy,
they roll
we
it
need
back.
to rewind a bit further.
It's not
and
happening
I'll
here.
make it quick. So let's start here, with Mao's death. That's when China flipped from ideology to economy, sparking the chaotic period of gaming, unregulated, free-for-all, and flooded with unlicensed copies. The first Chinese PC game was pretty much a Monopoly knockoff. A year later, China's first RPG entered the scene. In the formation period, regulations popped up, but didn't keep players from cloning. Shanda's The World of Legend
it's Diablo.
Cloned a Korean game, and Tencent's first game...
Yeah, look, what the fuck? That's crazy.
World of Legend cloned a Korean game, and Tencent's first game portal looked strikingly similar to another. But why did China, once famous for its world-changing innovations, become infamous for its imitations?
Wait, what does that say?
World-changing innovations become
OFC, only fried chicken.
That's something special. That's great.
Infamous for its imitations. Well, it boils down to their view of knowledge. You see, knowledge is seen as public good and trumps personal ideas. As a Chinese official once wrote, Chinese learn for substance, Westerners for application. In other words, use foreign knowledge to boost national power, whether it's military equipment or architecture. That's why a Chinese developer replicated Zaha Hadid's design before her project was even complete. When called out, he claimed, "I never meant to copy, just to surpass." And
it's different. Yeah, holy fuck, man. Well, look at Genshin Impact, right? Think about how much stuff they copied.
Here, dear viewers, lies the stark contrast. As a Chinese journalist notes, Americans have hope while we have targets. But it's not just about targets. In China, it's about reaching them fast. Many of you nailed it in my community post. China clones for fast market capture. It's more complex than this, but whether it's quickly capturing a market, cultural influence, or lax legalities, speed is key.
Well, it's easy to do. That's the reason why you do it. I mean, is it harder to make your own game or just to fucking take somebody else's game and change the name of it?
I mean,
I feel
come
like it's a
on,
lot
do the
easier
math.
to do that. So big surprise they're going to do that. I didn't copy. My design's better than yours. Yeah, there it is.
And that's why during the development period, China's gaming industry exploded. Online gaming, loot boxes, and microtransactions became the new gold rush, with giants launching games even on entirely homegrown 3D engines. In the expansion period, China became the largest gaming population in the world, and today, in the maturing period, the largest gaming market in the world.
They're fucking massive, bro. Like China, the amount of people, like there is a reason why all these companies have no problem. It's like you want to have something censored for China? Oh, absolutely. No issue. Not a big deal. That's why it happens every single time, guys.
In the world. With Chinese gaming giants topping the revenue charts, it rightfully earned the title Games Industry Capital of the World. Now, before I show their cloning strategy, I want to get things straight. Who does not clone? East or West, we all do it. Games have always been copied. When Doom set the template for FPS, most FPS games were dubbed Doom clones. Same with Diablo clones. Candy Crush ripped off Bejeweled, which ripped off Diamond Mine. Paladin mirrored Overwatch, Saints Row GTA, and PUBG.
Oh, but this is always true, by the way. People always steal ideas.
I know.
She walked, so Fortnite
Nothing
could run.
new here.
I mean, that's how genres are born. However, there's a thin line between enhancing a concept and outright theft. America's most notorious clone company is probably Zynga. A while back, EA sued them over the bill for ripping off The Sims Social. As soon as EA released Restaurant City, Zynga released Cafe World with striking resemblance. The fun part, Farmville, the game that put Zynga on the map, that too is just a rehash of Chinese game Happy Farm.
So the game that made them probably billions of dollars was just a reskin?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That really puts into perspective like how bad some of these other gaming studios are fucking up to be getting, you know, circles run around them by these guys.
Which itself is a rehash of Japan's Harvest
ABC.
Moon.
That's right.
Check out
Always be cheating.
Deviator from a Chinese studio.
Hollow Knight.
From UI to mechanics,
Yeah.
Deviator doesn't seem to deviate too far from its inspiration. And then
That's right.
there's piano tiles. No, I have not sped up the video, but this Chinese hit game spawned so many knockoffs, this lady didn't need long to prove her point.
Hello everybody, in today's video we're going to be tier listing a bunch of piano tiles ripoffs. Alright, so I went to the App Store and searched up piano tiles and downloaded as many as I could find.
Oh my
and then I realized that the list would pretty much never end. There's way too many, and I think this one page, 30 of them is enough.
You see, we all do it to some
Holy
extent.
shit.
But while the West does it subtly, China does it aggressively for 3 reasons. Number 1, pressure. In a blog titled, How I Put Together a Game Map That You'll Despise, a Chinese designer shows how to clone a game map quickly, saying, plagiarizing is an art in itself. If you think I shouldn't be a designer, then sorry, but I'll continue to be one to make a living. Yeah.
And that's the bottom line, right?
Yeah. Bottom line.
Yep. You can think I'm a piece of shit, but I got the money, so who's mad? That's
I got
it.
bills, bitch.
AB always be cheating. That's right.
Yes, in China, studios push for super fast turnarounds, no time for innovating. And meanwhile, Western studios, they take their sweet, sweet time.
They
but
sure
doesn't
do.
China have copyright laws? Well, which brings us to the second reason, lax copyright laws. Many think China lacks them, but they have.
Oh, and this, by the way, is what's going to happen with AI. The more that the West handicaps itself with AI regulations, the more the Chinese markets and the other overseas markets will outcompete us and sell their products at a higher ratio. This is what's going to happen with AI.
Them very similar to the US. They just aren't enforced as strictly. Look at this. Game mechanics and ideas, not protected in either country. Art and graphics, protected in both, barely enforced in China. Story and text, enforced in the US, loose in China. Same with sound and music. So why work on new ideas if anyone can just copy them faster than you can say copyright infringement? Blizzard's Hearthstone, for example, was cloned within a few months of its...
Man, that looks pretty fucking similar. Holy shit, that's the same exact thing.
Yo.
Oh my god.
Release.
Holy
Sleeping
shit.
Dragon doesn't just look similar, it looks and sounds identical. Blizzard sued them and walked away with $2 million. Or take Honor of Kings.
2 million? Man, they really got what they deserved. That
China's
sucks.
top mobile game. Its maker Tencent faces numerous lawsuits, especially with this one, which cloned almost everything from
Mobile
game design
Legends.
to characters.
I
and
wonder
even
what game
marketing
that's going to be.
tactics. Marketing tactics? Can they even be protected? I don't know.
Well, that's what they do, right? Is they basically market the game as if it's the original game. They're like, yeah, this is the game, but it's the same game, but play our version of the same thing.
Yeah.
This is nuts.
But
They
check
don't
this
even
out.
hide it.
NetEase, Blizzard's Chinese partner, sued for an Overwatch clone and walked away with $500,000. But only to be sued by PUBG Corp, as NetEase created 2 mobile games very similar to PUBG on PC.
Yeah, it's basically the same.
Knives Out. PUBG, Rules of Survival. PUBG, Cyber Hunter.
So if everyone clones and sues everyone, why can't Western studios do the same?
It's the laws.
Forget about it. Just forget about it. Which leads to the third reason, legal inaction. It's nearly impossible for foreign studios to enforce their rights in China. The legal system...
See, this is what I've been saying for a long time.
Right.
Is like everybody thinks like, oh, well, we can just, you know, have this regulation or this rule and then the internet won't have this problem anymore. No, because there's other places
other
in the
countries,
world that just are not accountable to what American
laws
are. Like, it's not like the entire world revolves around America's regulations. And that's what's going to happen with AI, is that AI is going to keep growing in the East and people will choose AI. They will choose the AI that is better. I don't think that the average person cares about the ethics of AI. They don't give a shit about, oh, that's stealing somebody's likeness. Like, why would anybody who's not a celebrity care about this? Nobody gives a shit. So as soon as people can get this and it provides a value to them, then they're going to be immediately buying it. Like forcing the TikTok sale, they'll give us audience for selling. Yeah, exactly, right? And identity theft, though? Yeah, but it's probably not going to happen to you. Whereas like celebrities and people like that in entertainment, like people in the entertainment industry have basically zero sympathy from the public. Nobody gives a shit about them. Nobody cares what they think. Nobody cares how they feel. Because people see being in entertainment as a privilege. So if you have bad things happen to you while you're having that privilege, then that's not a problem.
Often favors local firms anyways, and even if you win, it might not even be worth the cost. When Tekken's 3 training mode was patented worldwide, including China, it didn't take long for a Chinese fighting game to ignore the patent and feature a strikingly similar...
Well, hey, if it's against the rules, that's one thing. But if I can still do it, then who gives a shit?
Enforcements in China are hit or miss, but their 3-part cloning strategy isn't.
So I just want to make a game in China.
It's at monitoring. In the monitoring stage, it's all about observing global gaming trends and adapting them to China's strict regulations. You see, many foreign games in China are banned because they don't pass the cultural test. Blood, nudity, extreme violence, all a no-go. Sleeping Dogs, for instance, didn't pass the test because it took place in Hong Kong. Shenmue 3 also didn't because it showed real-life Chinese locations. Hoppu Games showed a red effect around the icons, which is the color of blood. And Pokemon Go didn't pass because Google Maps is banned. But Let's Hunt Monsters filled the gap quite nicely. Now,
man, so they just added another one. That's nuts. People just fucking adapt. What a soft mindset? Well, I mean, it's a totalitarian regime where if you speak out against the government, you could go to jail or they could ruin your life. Like, I don't think people respect, like, everybody thinks about, like, oh, China, it's like this or whatever. People don't respect how lucky we are to live in a, like, a Western first world country. Like, I'm sure China's a nice place in a lot of cases, but there are these issues with that country.
Here's where it gets interesting. How do you identify breakout genres? Well, according to their strategy, genres tend to emerge every 6 years. From FPS to MMORPGs to MOBA and Battle Royale. And by tracking Steam tags, they can monitor genres with global breakout potential.
So wait, so we haven't evolved? So games just haven't evolved now? That's it? Evolving is done?
Basically, yeah.
To ensure they are at the forefront. Which
2023 stuff, yeah, it's done.
Cloning. Once they spot a breakout genre, they quickly clone and test them. In case of a small hit, they double down through strategic partnerships. When MOBA and Battle Royale emerged, notice how Tencent acquired Riot Games and secured PUBG mobile rights. They then rolled out Honor of Kings, which is basically League of Legends, and tailored it for Chinese players.
I'm going to be honest, I thought this one was League. I did. I have no idea. I don't know anything about League. I've never played League before. So yeah, I was like, oh, this must be League, and this is the Chinese one. No.
On mobile. And when NetEase released mega hit game Eggy Party, a Fall Guys clone,
like Fall Guys.
Tencent redirected hundreds of devs from working on Assassin's Creed Jade to their own party game, Dreamstar. No wonder Assassin's Creed Jade is delayed to 2025, because the party game genre has priority. But cloning isn't just about mimicking game mechanics. You gotta clone the smart way to gel with the Chinese culture. And that's why a direct clone of PUBG was not successful. Tencent had to rebrand it as Game for Peace, a patriotic, non-violent version to comply with Chinese regulations. Players wave goodbye instead of dying, and they emit light instead of blood. As the designer lady said, cloning is an art in itself, which brings us to the next stage, scaling. Once a cloned game becomes a small hit, the real magic happens, scaling. Put it on mobile, PC, and make it free to play. But not just that, you gotta boost the marketing too. Let's go back to Honor of Kings. Once cloned and...
How many of you guys have gotten advertisements for Chinese mobile games that are like World of Warcraft, and it's just a scuffed version of it?
Yeah.
I've gotten a lot of those. Yeah.
All the fucking time.
So it's funny because, like, we've all experienced this. And, like, look at Terraceland. That's the new one that's happening right now.
Real time.
Culturally adapted, it became the #1 game. And so Tencent threw everything at it. Massive ad campaigns, celebrity endorsements, collaborations with beauty brands to bring in female gamers. Or take Genshin Impact. They didn't just
See, that's the big one. Bro, like Genshin? Holy fuck.
Collaborate, they Genshified entire KFCs to reel in mostly male gamers.
All dudes. I'm pretty sure this is like 100% all dudes.
And once it's on every platform...
It was, by the way. It was this is the thing. Like, who do you think goes to these places? Like, girls are going to this? No, it's guys.
No.
Platform and the marketing is rolling. They try to push it globally. But what's working in China doesn't necessarily work abroad. Take Arena of Valor, for instance. It's the Western version of Honor of Kings and flopped internationally for 2 reasons. First, it launched just as the Battle Royale craze took off with Fortnite. Second, it's a game lost in translation. Honor of Kings hooks players with its rich Chinese cultural context, covering historic heroes to iconic poets. But when Arena of Valor tried swapping in Norse, Greek, and Roman figures, it just didn't click the same way. There just is no shared cultural literacy. And honestly, I'm not sure if throwing Batman or the Joker into the mix.
And also another factor is that I think the Chinese seem to be way more patriotic than Americans are, right? And there's like American culture really depends on who you ask. And like it's not as like monolithic.
Is going to change that. In any case, the strategy of monitoring, cloning, and scaling is their way to find their winner-winner chicken dinner. But there's something way deeper at play here. Just when you think cloning is their only ace, they've got another card up their sleeve. Buying out foreign firms. Sure, that's not something...
Oh, yeah, that's what they do. Yeah, look at Tencent, right? Tencent bought out Riot. Tencent also bought out Grinding Gear Games for PoE. They own the majority of Grinding Gear Games now. Yeah. If you can't beat them, buy them.
Specific to China, but there's a catch here. Foreign game studios have to work with Chinese firms to sell their games in China, which means they have to share their profits. And not many foreign companies want to do that, which means less competition and more money for China. And with more money, they can easily buy more foreign studios for some very hefty sums. And with this advantage of being a closed market, the Communist Party is aggressively buying out Western industries.
And it's also, I bet the government kind of enables this because it's beneficial for them.
Maybe while Hollywood spread its American values through movies, perhaps it's now China's turn to do the very same, but through games. In a communist state like China,
this is crazy.
Everything, including games, is controlled by the state. So while the West tries to ban TikTok, it should perhaps also look behind the scenes of Western game studios that
ban the Chinese games.
Yeah. Remember whenever I said this shit? Fucking finally, people are waking up. Thank God. Holy shit. We know, yep.
Yeah,
you watch this stream? I hope so.
that also provide access to millions of personal data points. And so long gone are the days when you could just pop a cartridge into a keyboard jackie and stay somewhat untraceable.
Keyboard jackie.
However, this all isn't without its challenges. In China, the gaming community is growing tired of it all, especially of the game of clones. When The Legend of Neverland came out, a blatant clone of Genshin Impact, gamers were not impressed, and criticism was fierce. And when
well, this even happened with Tower of Fantasy. When Tower of Fantasy got released, like, a lot of Chinese players were like, you're stealing our fucking game. Like, this is our game. This is Genshin fucking Impact. And you're stealing it? Yeah, they were furious. Genshin's a Chinese game, though? Yeah, and it was also stolen from Breath of the Wild, but that's different. I mean, in one case, they were stealing from the Japanese, and in this case, they're stealing from the Chinese. That's different, right? That's totally different.
Right.
Plague Inc. was taken down the App Store because you know why. A Russian clone appeared, which also faced huge backlash from Chinese gamers who mistook it as yet another copycat move. And so the winner-winner chicken strategy might not be cutting it much longer, which is where this game enters the scene. Dubbed China's first AAA game, Black Myth Wukong is their first dab at creating something truly new. But while this game might be setting a new trend in China, it's really just a very lone wolf for now. Ironically, it's inspired by the Chinese tale Journey to the West, a tale that couldn't be any closer to China's broader intentions. And maybe that's the real lesson here. In the fast-paced world,
I think that's what's going on. People, I mean, the thing is, like, I would play a game from China. I don't give a fuck. Like, if the game's good, I'm going to play it. If the game's bad, I ain't going to play it. Like, you think I give a fuck if I'm going to play the game? Oh, it's from China. Oh, I don't want to do that. It's from China. Why? Like, what the fuck? Like, you really think that these other people have your best interest in mind? Absolutely fucking not.
Exactly.
Yeah, don't care. Yeah, I don't believe that China is any sort of, like, unique evil in a way that other countries aren't. I think that it's just China is more overt with it. And people, like, there's a lot of conversation around it because of how big China is. But I think there's a lot of countries that try to do the same thing. Can you name five games from China that you really like? I mean, let me think. I mean, can I say Valorant? Because Valorant is owned by Riot, which is owned by Tencent. But let's assume it's not. Yeah, Honkai Star Rail, Wuthering Waves. I played Tower of Fantasy. That's about it. I can't do 5, yeah. So, like, basically all the bullshit
Black
games.
Myth Wukong.
World of gaming, cloning and owning games
Once human?
might bring quick success. But the real test will be whether China can create them from scratch.
Oh, once human?
Until then, happy cloning.
I think that 100% China will be able to do it. I think
China
it's silly
#1.
to think that they're never going to be able to figure this out. Of course they will. Because
They
they're getting
always
better
do.
at it every single year. It's a great video. Yeah, this is an amazing video. Give it a like. It only has 27,000 views. This is so good. It's not about what your country can do for you. It's about what your country can steal from other countries. There it is. That's right. Even Monkey King is based on Son Goku from Dragon Ball Z. Well, I think it's the other way around. Disagree. The difference in politics and economy is a lot more related to China. If you support a Chinese company, you support the Chinese political system. But supporting EA does not only benefit the U.S. I mean, yeah, that's. But like, I just like, to me, I don't really care about that. Do I really care about that? I don't think so. Yeah, that's not really too big of a deal. You should. Well, what am I going to do, though, right? Am I going to be, like, thinking about, like, oh, my God, who makes this video game? Am I playing the most ethical video game? Who's doing this? Like, that's crazy, man. Like, no, absolutely not. It's too much hassle. You absolutely should. But, like, I'm not going to because it's annoying, and I just want to play a game. Like,
right.
That's really the
I
truth.
play a
I
good
don't care.
fucking
Like, you
game.
can talk about how important it is or anything else, but, like, I just don't care. I don't. It's not that important to me. I keep the geopolitics out of the games. Yeah, if it's a good game, I'm going to play it. I think that China will eventually make better games. And I think that to the extent that American companies handicap themselves by not fully utilizing AI, we could see a genuine Chinese takeover of the gaming industry that is done by American companies because they are too focused on protecting the intellectual property and like these problems with AI. That's the real thing. That's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah.
More than anything. Eventually,
That's
they're
all
already
they
making better
care
games.
about.
So I think it's going to become even more common, right? This is all good for competition. Yes, and as soon as this happens, you're going to see all these companies, because the companies will start losing money. These companies will immediately throw away every ethic and every value and say, we just want to do AI with no restrictions. And that's the reason why. AI is way too overhyped. Well, it's not really about AI. It's about what can AI do. For example, like having AI generate dialogue, so you don't need voice actors. Having AI generate open spaces and then have a person fine-tune them. Like, it makes a lot of things easier. AI is
Tons of
crypto of
stuff.
2023 to 2024? No, it's not. That is a, like, very, very, like, average, like, I think I'm smart take, right? That's not it. It can barely do anything. Well, if it can think about the logic here. If it can barely do anything, then why is everybody worried about it? What's that?
Yeah,
Like,
really.
Just think about it just for like 2 or 3 seconds. Crypto doesn't produce anything. You know, it doesn't. Someone uses AI every day. It's insanity. How much I'm doing with it? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so this is what's going to keep happening more and more. And if Western companies don't adapt and use AI to their advantage, Eastern companies will, and they will beat them in the market. Because no American public person, or like the American public, wants entertainment. They don't care how they get it. So if there is a better game in China, people will play the better game. That's it. It's the same as Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact was a blatant ripoff of Breath of the Wild in so many ways, but nobody really cared. And that's it. People only care about the experience and what they get for themselves. Just the world, nothing else? Yeah, exactly. AI can't produce quality products right now. That is true, but at the same time, it's not. I think it really depends. Yeah, it can produce quality code. If it can produce enough content for people to, what do you call it? If it can produce enough content for people to use it and have it reduce jobs, then they can make games for cheaper. That's the reason.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
watch Wuthering Waves 1.1 trailer. I'll watch it in a couple of minutes. Give me a minute. Right back.
This is crazy.
Crying out, China's 15 million live streamers, 98% struggle for basic needs. Okay, here we go.
Hassan Piker.
All right.
Hello, Hassan Piker.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom?
No, just when you're talking.
Here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's output here.
If you want.
There you go.
if you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're gonna talk, like that's fine.
Hey,
I don't know if it's
Hassan,
gonna be too difficult.
leave the production notes to my team. You can
Well, I
switch
mean-
your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a
for 2
while, my
years.
friends, and guess
Yeah, I
what?
know.
They are not now.
No, I
So
know.
let's start. I mean, so you did this content
Okay,
cop, right?
this is
And,
great.
Did that go how you
Holy
expected? It didn't seem to.
It's already
very
heated.
hard.
Before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So, I wanted to come on
This is
to
so good.
make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me, and of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay. Good.
Of course, we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if
Sure.
you will allow me
Of
in
course.
that process.
Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions, so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about. Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this, so let's.
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so
Sure.
hold on
Go
one
ahead.
second.
No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right, so you're fine with that?
I mean, I'll do up to a point. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like
I don't want to get
it's
bogged
basic
down in a
stuff.
conversation.
It's not like a gotcha.
Go ahead, start.
I'm not-
Start. No, I know you're not. I
Okay,
just want to get
so-
going.
All right. So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism. so you
Zionism
understand where I'm
is
coming
the is a
Belief that
the
Israel should
belief that
exist.
Jews should have their own homeland
Yeah.
in the historic Palestine area.
Right.
That's it.
Okay.
We all
All right.
know that.
So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with
on this
you.
front.
I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, the displacement and
That's what it says.
the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir.
Okay.
How was filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the Fortnite L behind you.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
No,
We'll get to that, I
We're
promise.
here.
No,
I don't want to talk about
we're here.
definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not?
I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the
No,
past.
but that
you know?
Fortnite
Some of
L
them-
dancing.
Some of them feature sketches.
Yeah.
I noticed
Okay.
you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed.
Oh, really?
By
Who was
the
interviewing you?
journalist while that was happening.
Really?
I don't remember.
Really? Oh, that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly.
Oh God.
You were absent from every
Being
other shot.
interviewed, yeah, for
I
sure.
think you saw him
Wait,
doing
why
that.
would I be-
I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I got to get out of this." And by the way,
No, I
I'm
don't
giving you
care.
credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You know, you participated in some sketches. You know, it
Nothing that
happens.
I mean, shit. Yeah.
Really? You're
Vape
one of your
Nation?
most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not
Yeah.
debate the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and
It's a gold
so
mine
are
for
you.
content. Yes.
By the way, you believe that the
that's
likes
fine.
were botted on that?
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
Dislikes.
The likes were botted.
He
on
means
the
the
content
dislikes.
cop?
The
I don't- I have
dislikes
no
were
idea.
botted. The dislikes, sorry. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted. And it was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean,
Well,
I
I'm
don't,
asking-
I
I
don't
don't care
recall
if you-
saying this, but I don't know why
You
this is
did
a
say
major
it.
point of contention. All right, so
Well, is
No,
that
no,
true
no,
or
no, no,
not?
no, no.
Does he
Let's
think
get
it
back to
or
some other
not?
definitions.
Hold on, let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Does
Okay.
Did you think it
Well,
was?
it's not my definition.
there
I want
it
to hear
is.
your
Thank you.
definition.
That's fine. I'll answer how you like. Do you?
I hope you know that, like, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I've addressed him
good.
thoroughly.
All right,
do you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
Oh. What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me.
Yes.
What my opinion is on
the video.
iDubbbz's content.
Yes,
Correct.
that's obviously what he's asking.
That's correct.
About the CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was more so about. Like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also
right. Well,
harassing
90% of the clips were from the episode entitled
"CPS
"CPS Came to My House," Hassan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Oh, Ethan. I think
he's
know
mad.
my position on this.
He's
as
mad.
I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call.
No.
CPS.
That's obvious.
I think it's
I'm
already
saying your
mad.
friend
CPS
Hassan
on
you
a
made a
content
video
creator you
with
like.
did
I
a
don't know
total
why you're-
fucking
5
hate job.
minutes.
I have
All right,
any
go ahead.
hand
Ask me a
in this.
question.
I don't have any like.
Go
dude,
aheed.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Listen to me,
Jeez.
listen. We're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment.
Jesus.
You and I have talked privately about this.
Hassan, I don't
when
care.
we
Let's
were-
just go
when we
on.
had a
You-
podcast.
I don't-
No,
I-
what do you mean? You
I
brought
don't-
this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I know
Let me
what
say
you're
my piece.
saying. We've all been
brought it
harassed.
up.
The internet is tough. Whatever.
Let me
Yada
say
yada.
my piece.
Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan, please.
Oh
I just wanna
my.
have an interesting conversation.
You know
Go
who
ahead.
else also told me that? Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on.
Okay.
Wow,
And let
I have-
me
wow,
try
God
to
forbid.
explain my position to you. You and I are both content creators.
Yes.
We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes by the same people, ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I
Definitely.
know
True.
we've had these conversations in private
been a
before
while.
This is true.
before we stop doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think
Where's
it's completely
Destiny?
I know
unacceptable
you're
because
against
I am victim to the
CPS.
same
That's
exact
not
things that
even
happened to you
interesting.
in this regard. I would
Where's
never
Destiny?
in a million years
Bring
ask
Destiny
for that
up.
sort of
Question.
thing and don't think it's appropriate.
Very
And
good.
I don't
Ask
know
me a
why you
question.
think that I have anything to do with
Because
this.
you're not you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you, do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast
Jesus.
called CPS Got Called on Me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
It's
Okay,
not
sure. Ask me
fair.
a question.
Editorial.
It's not fair.
I
It's
didn't make
not.
any of the editorial decisions in
I'm try-
iDubbbz's content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it, okay?
He's
Not
asking
if
your
you
opinion.
made it. It's pretty fucking...
I
pretty obvious. Go
I'm-
ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure it would have been. I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been all right?
I don't know why this is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about. You had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask
I
me
know,
a question.
but you having problems with my character.
Hassan, ask me a question. I'm going to move on to the next
one.
one.
His editorial decisions
I'm loving this.
in his content cop.
I'm asking
so much
about
better
your
than I
opinion on it.
expected.
Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay.
Just
So-
give your fucking opinion.
Do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you agree with the with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you for saying that. I also agree on this. If you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip, or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that?
Sure.
Pro-Palestinian
No, that's
advocates
not-
that
I
you
don't know
feel
if-
like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's
Exactly.
something that you guys keep harping on.
Never,
do I
never
think
said
my
that.
coverage?
And I don't think that's the case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that.
No, not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan.
Nope.
I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have
Hassan, I'm answering your
talked about-
question.
Every time you've talked about Israel-Palestine, it almost always revolved around.
I was going to tell you
Well,
why.
because
Do
they
you
were
want to ask me an
personal
answer?
vendettas that you have experienced
I was
from
gonna explain
pro-Palestinian
What's
that.
wrong with
creators.
that?
Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it. The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now, that's my answer to that. Now, let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it or not?
Yeah, it's a sword that is a bleach sword, as you know already, that has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you brought forward.
Yeah, of course you're conceding that because we fished this up. But yeah,
such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go for the swastika one." Yeah, exactly. Do you think?
Anyway, my point is, Hassan, if I can continue my point, is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why? What is the? So I mean, why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
I think that Ethan's framing
Why
this.
was the choice made for this sword?
I'm gonna gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even.
Do you think it's reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan,
answer the question. Is it reasonable to perceive that?
I don't think it was a deliberate decision that IDubbbz made, but I don't know. I don't know his mind.
Hassan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well, that'd be 10%.
Well,
you have 10 swords, don't you?
10%.
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact timeline. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what we call a dog whistle, Hassan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video. Let me make a point here, Hassan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups.
True.
Right? So you made a video. You participated in a video.
This is true.
Using a Jewish. Let me finish my point, Hassan. No. You are making a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. Do you not see this as a problem? Or at least, am I insane for thinking this is odd?
Wow.
Ethan, take a deep breath.
Answer the question. I don't need you to console me.
I didn't even hear your question.
I don't need you to console me.
You should try listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
By the way,
have 10 swords.
I don't think that they chose it because the swastika. I don't think so.
Oh, yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
Yeah,
I do. That's fine. That's just my opinion.
Let me paint a scenario. Hassan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated you know is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even... You're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean, it's a little insane.
So yeah, microaggressions just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking me why IDubbbz.
It's your sword, bro. I don't believe that you weren't there.
I'm not IDubbbz.
You were there, bro. It's in your fucking house.
I don't know. I don't know why you're asking me.
Because it's your house and your sword.
But I also.
Who's winning somehow?
But I also gave you what my speculation is.
We are.
And that is that
it was just a cosmic chance.
I previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo, I don't think.
I know,
right?
it's in your room, though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not. Ethan?
I'm sorry, Hassan. Are you unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that IDUB should have removed?
I don't think it's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay, so you're telling a Jewish man who's complaining about a very odd coincidence that I'm crazy and I'm exaggerating.
Over the Mangiana, Ethan. Can we? Okay, you got me. All right.
Shit.
I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating anti-Semitism. You got me.
Oh my God.
You got me. Literally did.
I didn't do that.
Okay, laugh about it. Go on.
How is this so good?
And
then why should you leave it
You
up?
have that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man, you fucking moron.
Oh.
Oh.
I didn't realize
Is
the
anyone in
Nazis
that
only
room
killed
Jewish?
Jews.
Was anyone in that room? Did I draw swastika one time on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately what 50 times.
Why did I do a Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Oh, thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
Oh my God.
Do you think this is an apt comparison?
Yes.
Okay. So you think that being able to draw the your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack.
And who are you to say that to me? You posed with a swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika.
It's a direct comparison, by the way. It is.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not.
Let me see the swords in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe you.
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, please
so
go.
Anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic fluke. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic fluke, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol and
but it's not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol and the Nazi swastika. I'll finish what I said.
I can't.
Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted a swastika, a tasteless joke on IDUB's shirt 10 years ago. You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house, and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you can't even concede that looks bad.
I referred to it as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up.
So
if I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being so obtuse. I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference. If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
Wait, so you know?
Fuck no, they know that looks like a swastika.
Sword. So I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay, interesting.
No.
So anyway, it was a cosmic fluke. You brandished.
Interesting. Do you think that only Hindu people have bleach swords? Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke. There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. I'm speculating on
he left
the
it up.
decision making.
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted it.
I'm not him.
Go ahead.
I don't know. Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing.
You
this
don't
a
need
lot.
to. Go ahead.
I am not.
Ask me the next question.
I don't know what was going on.
Ask me the next question.
Hassan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not
No, because I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on what?
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead, ask me the next question.
Yes, I don't.
Do you think
have a problem
if you could go back?
You're being crazy right now. You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure.
Being Jewish?
I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
No way.
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that really shows where you're at on this. Go ahead, ask me a question.
That really shows me where you're at on this.
So,
Jesus. Oh my God.
You believe that Israel is committing a genocide. What are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission, that you would consider to be appropriate, because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think
just
is
killing
inappropriate.
civilians. That's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Killing civilians.
And time and time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay, good. So
I
then we don't
totally agree
disagree
with you on that. Great.
Great.
Okay.
So let me ask you the next one. Let me ask you about this top risk tier
hold
list.
on. I have a. Let me finish.
Well, you asked, I answered. Go ahead. You could go on a little bit more.
Okay. So hold on. Everyone's complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking audio.
It's fine. Take your time to get the audio.
My audio
right.
keeps going up and down. Okay. So one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan.
A lot of people think that.
Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan
Tons
in the
of
United
people
States
think
of
that.
America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay, I mean, these are pretty extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying. All I was trying to do.
Question is what's happening right now.
Bro, do you want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that it
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know what he said.
Let's listen to it. Let's listen to it.
Hassan, I want the audience to see this video.
This is not going to be a gotcha moment for you because I know Norm's position.
Good, I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know.
Let's hear it. I don't know it.
Hassan, let the audience watch the video.
Play it.
I can have a nuanced,
He's talking over it.
reasonable disagreement.
He's talking over it.
That I actually
so that's what
play
we're
the
having.
video.
But
so it's nuanced and understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hassan.
Okay.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation
I don't like the slogan.
I know. I have more
talking over.
I disagree with him on
the video
as
Palestine
well.
will be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say from the river
Someone's going to hit me with the Cherry Act
to the sea, Palestine will be free, obviously a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free.
I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good. You're laughing at Norm.
Norm routinely talked at campus encampments, college campus Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy. I literally, I'm not. It's not even my opinion.
I can have a disagreement with him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed
He doesn't
it?
say it is exterminationist.
When have I opposed
he says
it?
That's what people think.
When
If
have
you
I
think
opposed
that,
it?
If you think that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way,
literally is
shape,
in
or
agreement
form
with
on
me.
any issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like
I would
verbatim.
okay. No,
Actually,
that's
even
great.
more.
You said it was anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hassan, do you remember me advocating against it? Do you remember me advocating against it?
Finkelstein if he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation.
No, it
you
didn't
said
happen.
Was
You're lying.
You said it was anti-Semitic.
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra tier list.
Norm
now,
does not believe it's an anti-Semitic
Very
slogan.
good. I'll ask him about it. Now, let me ask you about
Are you actually going to do that? Because that would be wonderful.
Yes,
He did the Sam Cedar interview.
We'll have a great conversation about From the River to the Sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's my turn.
Okay,
You spoke,
go
and now
ahead.
it's my turn.
You know what? You go ahead.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but
Yeah.
you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on. You said it's my turn to ask, so let me do that. Hassan, is it my turn to ask a question or what?
That there's a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hassan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think?
I can care about two things, my friend.
Incredibly narrow framework
Very
surrounding
easy.
your own personal feelings.
I'm not that smart, but I can care about two things.
Okay, no,
even
I
if
can
one
too.
is more urgent than the other.
You think your own personal feelings born out of your misunderstandings is more important?
Did I say that? I said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you recognize that
Hassan,
the genocide is a more urgent
Hassan,
issue.
please let me ask
Jesus
a question.
Christ.
Almost all of your
Yes, very
commentary
good.
surrounding
Oh my
this issue
fucking
Very
God.
good.
talking about your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged
Oh
by
my
people.
fucking God.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you claimed on.
Wait, can you answer that question?
No, Hassan,
Does
you
that
asked
make
your
sense?
question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man.
Holy
What happened?
fuck.
Wait, but
I
does
said
that
you're
make
so
sense to
gracious.
you?
You're gonna let me ask you a question. What
Oh my
happened?
Does that
God.
make
Don't
sense
make me
to
take
you?
it back. All right,
Does
let me
that
ask you a
make
question.
sense to you?
Let me
Hold on
take
to
it
that.
back.
Ask me after this. You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier
Frogan.
list. What was your
Frogan.
opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
Do it.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes. With pleasure.
And yeah, it's not.
It's insane.
Even remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic.
Very
it's
good.
Like
Let me ask you a
the
question.
cracker band that Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said. This
For
is the
what?
thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hassan. Here's Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list. In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Oh no.
Whoa, answer the question.
Oh,
what, you're dodging?
I'm not iDubbbz.
Oh,
I'm
but
not
you
Frogan.
can't make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you spent all this time defending.
We all know
because I
why
don't give-
it's
I
been
don't
at the
care.
bottom.
Well, I do.
I don't.
Everybody knows
Why
why.
is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also
Probably
a
because he's
massive
Jewish?
fucking. What?
Because it's the most
he's Jewish?
most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube.
Do you think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be on this?
100% without a doubt, yes.
Man.
Jeez.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
go ahead,
on.
take your time. I know it's a lot.
I
to
thought it was
process.
because he was fat.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, tell me
Ethan.
then.
You look kind of dumb
So why
right
is Ben
now.
there?
You look kind of insane.
Okay, very good.
That's
Why is Ben
I'm having
there?
a hard time. Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail. And
Why is Ben there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel.
You're quick to say that Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F Tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube? That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
these are two cosmic coincidences. Hassan, they're really stacking up.
The tier list that you're
really
talking
stacking
about,
up.
Let's first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally
This is so
designed
much
by
better than I ever
a
expected.
Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very
His
good,
name
and
is
I'm glad he
Rafi.
did.
You
He
called him
definitely
a
deserved
token
it.
Jew. You called him a token
And
Jew.
I still stand by that. The man is just fucking. Yeah.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there is a tier list here where Sabra
This is
hummus
Frogan's tier list. This is her.
is the lowest. The Sabra hummus, liking Sabra hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben Shapiro.
And the highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do. You're the Pope of the Jews, as Sam Cedar likes to
I'm
call
not
Ben
determining
Shapiro,
what they can
ironically
do,
enough.
but this
that
is
what's going on?
This is Frogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything,
Ethan,
but
can you
that's
tell
not
me-
true.
wait, so you get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra hummus is dog
He
shit.
can say whatever he wants. I'm not
Oh, so
criticizing.
he can,
By the
but
way, I'm
you're
not.
gonna-
You
you're gonna
think
call
that
him a
my
token Jew
criticism
for
is that
that.
he doesn't like Sabra hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beef? Hold on. What are you drinking?
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
Isn't that
soda.
who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS
Are you
national
sure?
BDS list.
We'll double check.
I'm 100% sure.
Okay, we'll double check that. It's not about Sabra hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Ethan, actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been, you consistently
Got him?
talk
I don't know.
about, you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan came up to me and said stop drinking Diet Coke, it was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes, it was.
And ever since it has been on that official BDS list,
you're lying.
I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Coke.
Please
at all.
push this.
You're lying.
Please
It
push
was on the
this.
list.
But
Please.
isn't Dr.
Please.
Pepper?
This is so stupid.
Yeah, it was on
Please
the
push
list.
Oh,
it.
that's Coke
Please.
and
What
Pepsi.
was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
You
even though
said
I love
you
Diet
know what's
Coke.
funny? You told her
Because I think it's like
you remember
not
what you told her,
that
Hassan?
significant.
You remember? Yeah, you remember what you told her? You said, "I'll just put it in a cup."
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly
Wait,
about
what is
this.
it about?
It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. It's everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows.
I
the
didn't fucking
connotations
know
of
that.
Sabra
Do you guys
hummus,
think
right?
that tier list was racially
I don't like
motivated?
Sabra hummus either. But we're
Do
not
you think
talking
it
about
was
hummus.
racially
What I don't
motivated?
like is
Okay, great.
anti-Semitism
Yeah.
perpetuated by your friends and swept by you.
Absolutely.
Now, why is Ben
Without
Shapiro?
a shadow of a
That's
doubt.
a cosmic coincidence. Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan,
Go ahead. Next question.
Without a
don't-
sh- it-
I again,
It's so
I'm not
disingenuous.
I know
focused,
it's
and I don't know
I know.
why.
How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for
Dr.
2
Pepper
years?
is on the list.
Also,
Who can
there is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like
Dr. Pepper
a
is
bunch of
indeed on the
people,
list.
Both
Ben
Jewish
Shapiro and me are in the
non-Jewish
F tier.
on the Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know,
right?
but
Ah,
first of all,
jeez.
again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point.
Sure.
But you know, it's a.
Are you not embarrassed
It's a
by this
joke.
armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that. finally.
Come
On a separate note,
on.
What?
I find it just so weird.
Why are
I find it
you
just
fucking
weird.
with this
I've
guy
known for
so
long.
bad
Also,
now?
ironically wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a free
Cool,
Rolex
dude.
hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every
Yeah,
now and
and you're
then.
so. Oh wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro
Wait,
was
I'm so-
accidentally
wait,
in
what-
the F
What
tier.
does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man?
Yeah,
What-
I know
what's
it's
happening?
confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a
so
Jewish
this is a
man
cosmic
in the
mistake.
Like a car
on
crash.
the tier list if you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't.
Well,
if white people did this about white and black, they'd all be
I don't think it's a
permabanned.
bad coincidence at all.
Everybody
I think
knows it.
You're trying to find
Everybody
with a
knows it.
comb, like any incidents.
The Jewish man is
Yeah,
crazy.
it was about like KFC or some shit.
Hard time.
These are just
cosmic
mistakes.
My perspective, I'm telling you. If you want my perspective, I'm
Mark's
giving
had
it
a
to you.
Rolex.
The only reason that got through the cracks is no one knows what the fuck it means.
I think genuinely, okay, I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels
Yes,
of
I know. We
open
can't talk
out
about
and
anything else. That's very convenient for you.
At a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, okay, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, they're not
And
wearing a
you
shirt
want
that says
to
"I
make
hate
them-
Jews," but
it
they're walking
seems to
around
me- it
swastikas
seems to me
and
like
doing tier
you-
lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as
It
close as you
seems
can
to
pretty
me
much fucking
like
get without them
you-
just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like
And I think you're
want
acting really
them
silly and
to be
obtuse right now. The
anti-Semitic.
guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism and won't even
I am doing
concede
that.
that this looks bad. Okay, fantastic.
No, you're hallucinating
It looks
anti-Semitism
awful.
in this
That's why Twitch
circumstance.
banned
Very
them.
good.
I'm not saying anti-Semitism is not
It
a
does.
prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded
brave of you
in
to say.
popularity
Very
in
brave.
American politics, especially. So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now
So-
wish that these people were anti-Semitic.
I
So you're
really
trying to find anything you can hold on
He
to.
wants
really
them to
not a
be
stretch,
anti-Semitic.
None of those people are me. So I don't know why.
Let's stop with the
we've
value
devolved
judgment
the
thing. Like you can't make a
conversation
decision. It
away
sounds
from-
stupid as hell, dude.
Wait,
Let me
I
ask-
sound stupid as hell? What?
No, when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know why you're asking me what their genuine decision making.
Why would I want my
is,
best
and I don't
friend
know.
Ida
I
to be
can't tell you what
anti-Semitic?
their
Why
process
would I
was.
want
But
my
I don't
best
think
friend
it's an
Ida to
issue.
be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around me
Can I
being
be honest?
anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would love.
I don't think you're
to
gonna
hear-
like the answer.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to
Oh,
deflect
man.
criticisms against Israel.
This is
and that if they
what
are
an
actually
analysis.
out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like
Yes.
you won the argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an
Because
example
they were
of
direct
this.
attacks on him.
Something that you
That's the
did
reason why.
that I found very funny was
It's obvious.
you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Vaughn podcast appearance.
Sure did.
My Theo Vaughn podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Vaughn didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism
Yeah.
or any number of different things
That was on the
in the
bingo.
conversation. Including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Vaughn and I did actually talk
Let's
about
pull
Rick
that
Scott.
clip
I'm
up,
sure you didn't
Hassan.
see that. No, but hold on. Let me finish. But what I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Vaughn, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay.
What? Bow, bam.
Do you think
You hit him
do
with
you
that
think,
anti-Semitism,
Ethan,
boy.
No, Ethan. As
Think
your
he was
former
on a
podcast
vibe.
co-host, as your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic? One, and if I am, if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you
At
as
this
anti?
point.
Well, let me finish.
Let
let me
let's
finish.
move
You
on
asked
from
me 2
Krogan
questions.
and let's address
No.
what
You
you
asked
think I'm
me.
doing that's
Hold the
anti-Semitic.
phone. You asked me 2 questions together. I'm going to answer both.
Mm-hmm.
You said, "Do you think I'm anti-Semitic?" After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright. Hold on there, Hassan. This is an important question.
You think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days ago you said I wasn't.
I'm gonna answer.
Okay.
Your form of anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor. What? Always. Everything. And by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right now and
let's
think
not worry about that.
Let's sign of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to poll the audience afterwards. So let's continue.
Okay. All right. Well, look. Going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right? Yesterday you said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said I'm not anti-Semitic. So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation
That's
that
a good question by Hassan.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not. You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
Because I said I didn't say.
Bro, you literally look like the dude from Beetlejuice. That's crazy. The small head guy?
Ethan, I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you posted. I don't watch your stream that much. I don't, I only
in the
see
waiting room.
Bro,
that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Fucking A, dude.
That's you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right, anyway. So you accused me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Ethan looks like an asshole by bringing that up.
$800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, oh, there's a lot of fraud happening. There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday. Because
Sorry about that one day. Yeah, so you just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said something.
Wait, what is this?
And they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate a sitting
Wait, why are you
US
showing me
senator.
this?
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back.
Okay.
1 second.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
I know, man.
This looks ridiculous on my
sure does,
end.
buddy.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Sure does.
This was,
and it's not just because of the video.
The post as well, but the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist-adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something.
Is it a terrorist adjacent?
Again,
I said I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
Yeah. So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives? Or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally, and that could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment?
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why. You guys were hitting that same flavor.
Candace Owens,
yes,
on anti-Semitism in my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very good.
Cool.
Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hassan, can I ask you a question?
Can you now officially not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic?
Well, we're kind of getting
2 days ago you said I wasn't, but
I
also for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have literally answered it probably 2 times. The reason that I'm saying you're anti-Semitic is because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid anti-Semite.
Never did.
You did.
You
did.
did
You went
not.
back and forth.
I have actually.
I gotta put this on the side.
I had said that you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and checked.
So
You're
I was
lying.
just simply spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
List, is about Habibi, not Sabr. You're conceding to the framing? Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Is he reading chat?
Okay, let me ask you, my turn.
Is he reading chat?
Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's
Yeah, he's
appropriate
trying to
to
read
accuse
chat.
any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No.
Here, for example, is someone using it
anti-Semitically. You're saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hassan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's
You're getting ahead of yourself, man.
That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also I stand on that for sure.
Hassan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you in the ADL.
What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember this.
You remember.
Wait, is this the...
This is the guy that wanted to give you a hug.
Wait. No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking
there's a clip of being like, yo, I love this dude. Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No.
The point is...
Hold on.
No.
You brought this dude
It doesn't
up.
matter. I'm showing him as an example of you.
It does matter.
Okay, fine. He's not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
If I brought him up, Hassan, if I brought him up, let me finish my point.
He's not a fan of mine.
Save
why
it.
Why did you make it seem like that person was a fan of mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You asked me. It's my turn to ask a question. Just because I brought him up doesn't give you the space to interject.
Is it because he rolled up to me and tried to fucking clout farm?
Well,
is that why?
Yes.
Okay,
thank you very much.
I was very clearly disturbed by his presence.
Hassan, I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared. Yeah,
let me. Can you answer the question? Why did you falsely claim that this fucking random dude who does not like
that you're his favorite person in the world? What do you mean?
Didn't you use? Wait.
All right, Hassan, here you go, buddy. Here we go. You wanted it, I've got it.
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sorry, bro.
I love you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you, bro.
I love you, bro.
You're like my hero, bro.
You're the GOAT.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
You look gay in that
I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm gonna explain to you exactly why. Because
wow, dude, I love you. You're the GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's got nothing to do with he's a fan.
Listen, for his own dumbass
Hassan,
podcast.
You're derailing this, and I need to.
I'm not derailing it.
You
it's
absolutely
not called derailing. When I'm telling you, I was there, and I'm telling you the situation.
Very good.
You are nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive fan of mine.
Do I need to play the clip
again? He was just trying to cloud chase.
He is a massive fan.
You know, I'm fucked.
You can play that clip again.
Oh my God!
Bro, I had subtitles.
Can I give you a hug?
Can you play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks people around? Because that also.
You're my hero, bro. I love you.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
You're the coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
Mm-hmm. You okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
Oh, there's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Okay,
I'll do it again. Fuck it.
My producer and my camera op, March. My producer and my camera op, March.
I'm so sweaty, bro.
There.
I'm so sweaty.
This is amazing.
Right now.
You're like my hero, bro. I love you, bro.
Oh my God,
Ethan.
Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You are delusional.
Okay, very good. I'm delusional. Let me get to my point, please. I mean, so I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him.
I know you don't.
He's not a fan of mine. So why did you claim that he was a fan of mine? Because he fucking
I'll play it again.
chased.
I mean, I feel like we're running in circles, but I'll play the clip again.
Palestinian encampment. That's why. That's all it takes for you.
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for an interview for his podcast, for his PUA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care. So let me move
now
on.
You don't
do you
care.
want to talk about this for 2 hours, or do you want to actually have a conversation?
Like this is wait, well, hold on. You can't just say you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely
now he's
claiming
getting
that some
mad.
random
Okay,
person
here we go.
is a fan of mine. You said he was a fan of mine in. I believe in
I lied.
one of your videos.
I lied
you
about
said
him
he was
being
a fan of mine, and I was sending harassment your way.
Yes, very
Don't
good.
you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like this is a big?
Jeez. Going down now. Crash outs happen. Who that?
White hair. Who are you?
Alicia, I told you to stay home. It's not good for you to see this. Yes, I understand. It's her fault, and she doesn't even know it. But you can't be here.
What are you talking about? What's my fault? What is this?
You should never have come. You're only going to make things worse for everyone. Now take your friends and go home. Let them spend their final year in peace. This is your only warning.
I can't wait to see.
Man?
Hey.
Hey.
Same. I saw him. The white-haired man and this woman.
What are you talking
about? Mael, breathe. Slow down. What did you see? Think carefully. Every detail could be important. He said we need to go home and that it's my fault. And that I'm gonna make things worse for everyone. You were all frozen. I couldn't. It was like a waking nightmare.
It's okay.
What else? You said there was a woman. Maybe later. She had a mask, and I know this is hard, but I need you to focus, okay? While the details are fresh.
Luna, ask her tomorrow. Hey, breathe. Listen to me.
You'll forget tomorrow.
You're safe. Do you understand? Okay? It's over. Feeling better?
There we go.
Yeah. We can debrief along the way. Let's head east to Eskier's nest.
Quit. Alright. Straight as it is.
Ula fosov na be. Oh, mali fisi na gomilula. Ah, malonino, feso fosiroto. Ah, litto, lukido.
Alright, got a companion. Still chill at the camp, I guess. Second.
Oh, Pico Bano, Ocarito, Passwordito, Mi Parino.
Golgra said to shout the password as loud as we can. Well, Gustav, you're the loudest.
Really? Hey.
Come on, don't be shy.
Say it.
Get out of my way! Jeez, Upakima Parino.
No. It's the password.
Rico Femicola, Gorgranda Baribombino, Passwordito, Gomiku Rapito Sava.
Jeez. Been rude.
Look, I am very sorry. It's just that Golgra told us that's the password, and
Come on, it's a gestural. He'll have forgotten in about a minute.
I'm sorry.
Interesting decor. SK is said to feed on light.
Are you okay, Maya?
I don't know. Getting a bit of deja vu again.
The light here feels a little I don't know. Yeah.
Hold on. Is there something over here? How the fuck do I get over there? They're down there. What the fuck is that?
Let's spill some ink.
There's some blood.
No damage.
Here we go.
Finesse and grace. Parry it!
Hey, yo.
Flames. On me.
Time to read. Go strong.
Flames. On me.
Here we go.
Let's spill some ink.
Ready to evade. Your fate is sealed.
I'm ready. Shields up.
I'll do it. No margin for error.
better. Lightning dance!
My sword is death. Okay.
Ready.
Don't worry, I'm here.
Careful now.
Not looking good.
Here we go.
I'm not killing this guy.
Careful, Mael.
Where's that?
Nice.
Interesting decor.
SKA is said to feed on light.
Are you okay, Maya?
I don't know. Getting a bit of deja vu again.
The light here. It feels a little... I don't know. Yeah.
No SKA.
Bonjour, mes amis.
Hey, bonjour, mon ami.
CL?
What? I don't know. He seems nice.
Oh, it's you. Hello again, my terrible swimmer friend. You finally come to learn to swim?
No. I'm not that fond of water.
Actually, that's sort of why we're here. We need to cross the sea. Golgra said you could help.
Mon ami, a rolling stone gathers no moss.
Pardon me? In the stories, they say Esquier likes to speak in riddles.
In what way?
I don't get it.
We really need to cross the sea. Would you please help us?
There's a lot of you to carry. I'm strong, but I'm not that strong. I will need Flory.
Who's Flory?
One of my rocks.
Rocks?
See? Flory helps me swim. But Flory was stolen by my arch nemesis. The one whose every step shakes the foundation of the world. The one known as... Francois.
Okay.
Let me guess. Francois is located deep in Nevron-infested territory, right?
Oh, no. He's right next door. Over there.
Oh.
Francois is my neighbor.
Okay. Well, I guess we could take a look.
Fantastic. Good luck, mes amis. Please, bring Flory back to me.
You seem to know me.
Yes.
How? I don't understand.
Men trip not on mountains. They stumble upon stones.
Okay.
You guys crazy. Go get his rock back.
The more information we get, the more questions I have.
You okay, Sia?
Yeah. Esquier is surprising.
We can use that.
Where that loot the... I remember this path. Come on. Don't T-pose on me now. All that for all that. Oh.
There's nothing here.
Who dares
Sure about
enter
that?
my lair? You can't just walk into someone's home without knocking. That is incredibly rude.
Is that... Are you Francois? He He's just a talking rock.
Wait, I thought Florrie was the rock.
A rock? I am not a rock. Do you have rocks for eyes? You certainly have rocks for brains. I am clearly a turtle. Eskie! Stop sending hooligans over here!
Stop being a meanie. They're nice humans.
Then keep them on your side of the caves! Now get off my lawn!
It's
Get
okay.
off my lawn!
We'll leave. We're just here for Florrie.
So, not only are you intruding, you're here to steal? Oh my word! Humans! Well, over my dead body! Rah!
Fighting the turtle. No way.
Well, well.
Lune, watch out! I'm okay. Precise strike!
A storm is coming.
Here's your card.
Take cover! A storm is coming.
Deal me in.
There we go.
Not looking good. Finesse and grace. Flames. On me.
Got him.
Okay, let's put an end to this foolishness. I need to sleep like a turtle.
All this trouble for a tiny rock.
Take it and never come back.
Francois, you got smashed.
But know that I will never stop chasing you.
No way.
You can't move.
Scram!
Okay, got him.
Francois and Esquier are very different from Gestrels and Nevrons.
You think the Paintress created them too?
If not, who else?
Maybe they came from another world.
Fuck that guy.
You got Flory. That's not Flory.
What do you mean, that's not Flory?
Ha! I never had Flory! Your rock is still on the Stone Wave Cliffs!
But he got me good.
Wait, does this mean you won't help us?
If you promise to get me Flory, then we can be buddies.
Can't you swim without Flory? We saw you flying just now.
Oh, you're much too heavy. I need my rocks.
Your rocks?
Alas, I've lost them all. I can do much more than swim. I can fly into space. I used to fly all the time with my best friend Verso.
We'll help you find your stones.
Oh, how lovely of you.
Wait, Francois said the Stone Wave Cliffs. Where's that?
All the way to the north. Just aim for the big 33. Woo! I'll meet you outside.
Opened up a path back. The heck is going on in this game? do it. Echo.
Expedition 66, Marcel. Damn you, Eskia, and your stupid mushrooms. Your friend ate them with no problem, but it also seems your friend was immortal. That's the sort of extremely relevant detail that you should mention at the start. Oh, stop crying. You're not the one about to die. I can't believe this is the end of our expedition. We've learned nothing and achieved nothing, and we're not even leaving anything useful for future expeditions. Damn it all, I should never have trusted a giant talking marshmallow. Great, and now I'm losing consciousness.
Interesting.
The fuck is this?
I am Speed!
Iracebo.
Omigami. Here we go.
Shit. Investigate over there. Whoa.
I'm tired. Can we camp first? I see why you like throwing rocks.
You've been quiet since you saw those people.
It felt like they knew me. Like, actually knew me. I don't understand what's happening. And I feel like I never understood. Like, I'm always missing something that everyone else just gets. In Lumiere, life never made sense, and I never fit, and now out here, when it was just starting to maybe feel good, then this happens, and...
Yeah. I hate it too. Things we don't understand. They just make us feel small and powerless. But it helps, you know, to focus on the things I do understand, on the people I care about and who care about me. And, you know, now I feel a little less lost, because at least we're lost together. What? What? Stop it. Too cheesy? No. Well, if it makes you feel better, I was even more lost when I was 16.
I heard that was because you were only thinking about girls.
Yep, but guess what? The girls weren't thinking about me at all.
I believe that.
Yeah. You can talk to me, you know. We're family. Well, that's what the paperwork says, at least.
Well, the paperwork probably says we're dead too, so...
Yeah, probably. Ooh, nice one.
I know.
I told you, don't get cocky. It was... okay.
You taught me great. Nah.
Kipo tulla kima. Mimmo! Awa urekawa oe fosseri. Awa niso moami fosse kipo fosse. Taromut niso.
The hell's going on?
I envy them. Those who can't see. Those who know not that they are not. And those who live, blithe and free, sins forgotten, and thus absolved. A fresh dawn in their playground, while we live in shadows, swimming in ink. We are but a fragile dream, a singular weed, resisting, ever resisting, that iron dirt, that eternal law. Those who can't see, those who know not that they are not. Do you know? We are fellows. Those who know not that they are not.
Oh boy. I don't get it. Desktop. Take a little break from that. And let's go back to the crash out because this shit's hilarious.
Point of contention?
I concede. I want to show you an example of.
Do you see my side of this though?
I think
because like
no,
a
you're being dishonest.
random Sneeko fan comes up to me.
A random Hassan
wants the
fan
clout
comes
chase,
up to you,
and you, wants the clout chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point that to imply that I'm sending people to harass you.
That's not what I implied.
Like that's appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort. That is an outright horrific.
You did not imply that this person that was a fan of mine was
I did.
Actually harassing you.
Yes. Now, that's a big logical leap, Hassan, from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, you are a liar. You know that, right?
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about? Did you send him to harass me? No.
You are a liar. You know that, right?
Yes. You imply in your video that he was a fan of mine.
Go ahead. When you're done, I'll wait.
Leading the audience to believe. Here,
we haven't even gotten into the good shit yet.
This supposed fan of mine,
right?
Since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a while ago. He turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually meets me.
I'm not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
Better? Oh, yeah. No, I guarantee you it's going to get better.
You care enough about it that you brought him up here and you used him
You didn't even let me explain why I'm showing it.
You used him in the past to act like I was sending hate your way.
You're terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out. We can take the journey together.
Let's go on a journey.
So this clip is just an example. Not that you're endorsing him. Not that he's a fan.
Can you play, Dan? I send you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the introduction of this character onto the stream where he's like, "Who's this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or Potman. Is that it? Hey.
I could be on. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish.
He doesn't.
Oh, no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just the guy. Normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming. Just live stream.
Oh, live streaming?
Yeah.
Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
Later.
You're out. What? You're out playing with swastika swords or something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why aren't chat, I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip. Yes. Yeah, he's
it's really
Sean Cliff.
okay.
That is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous." It seems that was the whole point.
It does seem like Hassan is right about this.
He was never a fucking fan, and then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hassan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser and not a
Fine, bro.
fan.
I don't care. Who cares? Let me ask you a question.
I do care because
okay, very good.
I do care because you have made an inference.
Oh my
that is
God,
erroneous.
Dude. You are dragging your feet on this
inference
topic, bro. It's getting ridiculous.
This is why I
Can
don't
we
do
please move on?
That is ridiculous.
This clip you sent
and
didn't
also
prove me
false.
wrong at all.
This is why I don't do it.
You're not there.
This
and you
is
were
right
never there, Hassan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of
Yeah,
yours.
I think, no, I think that guy.
Yeah.
that- I mean, from what I've seen,
Looks
from what I've seen,
anti-Semitic,
any
yeah.
number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby.
I don't know.
Like and
Yeah.
sub. All right, so
Okay.
here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation?
Okay.
I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ADL, bro, which, obviously is, you know, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we
go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the
you took
ADL.
credit over it, didn't you?
Sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in like worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago. You choose your words very carefully, Hassan.
It's pretty obvious that Hassan is implying that he worked with the ADL.
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak out of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL.
So.
Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
Constantly
to.
come after
my
me.
God.
When his knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am, and like partnering with like the ADL and
Partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
I have never spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
Do you know
to take
how
action.
silly you
Well, actually, you know what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that
How
you
do you
directed the
defend
ADL to
this?
take action.
Well,
How
that's
do you defend this?
That's a
You are a
defamatory claim
prominent
that has zero
creator.
proof.
Just
And
say
then
like, yeah, I
frankly,
made it
sounds
up.
a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL,
You
I
can't-
wouldn't
this
have
is-
said you
I've not
worked
spoken
with
to the
Oh my
ADL.
God.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course, about
Hassan,
this is that
I
you
do
have
not
taken
work with the
credit
ADL.
for these bans.
Hassan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is
with
not
your
working with the
YouTube
ADL. Would you
videos
say that
falsely
I got nothing to
claimed
do with
that
the
this-
ADL? Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral
That
story
wasn't a
independent of
racist
me.
Panel, Ethan.
It
Just
was.
like cracker is not an anti-white term.
Okay,
It is.
Except public pressure clearly
It
works on
absolutely
Twitch,
is.
and they
Well,
make erroneous bans.
It's on Urban
when
Dictionary.
They don't want people coming after them.
Here's
Which
Frogan
has
repeating the
been
same lie that she
capitulating
heard
to
from
public
you.
pressure
I
on
feel
numerous
like you have this with the
instances.
last
This is
year
what
and
she
a half.
learned
You
from
do
you.
everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a
So
joke.
she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the
Weaponizing,
ADL. But you
partnered.
didn't mean that I spoke to
Yes.
them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened to just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
Who would think that based off of Hassan's language that Ethan worked directly with the ADL?
You do believe that, and
Who
I just
would
want to let
think
you know
that?
that is a
No, I don't think you directly work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this.
Everyone.
Yes. And
But then
you're
for Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't
It's
say you're
fucking
partnered with
obvious.
the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accused without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL.
Yes.
You're now trying to rewrite history and say I said you were working besides them. You are a liar.
What are you talking about?
You are a virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bands?
I think, yeah, I might have.
Hassan implies it for sure. It's unequivocal.
Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
Ethan?
Hey, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously. Are you working with the Neo-Nazi group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
Oh,
do you work with them?
sense.
Are you affiliated with them? Are you partnered?
no.
Are you partnered with neo-Nazis? Or do you guys happen to have the same?
Here we go.
Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for
Jesus, man.
a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis
sword,
actually engaged in an action, neo-Nazis actually, not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree, like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident, and I took credit for it, and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos.
What
so
about
that they
the
would do
interview
this.
with the terrorist?
Yes,
I was
you
on
would
the
be
tier list,
valid
bro.
in saying that.
It was literally targeting me. I was on the tier list. Why wouldn't I respond?
Considering, Ethan,
I don't have to be
Ethan,
a member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me. Are you
listen
fucking
to my words,
dumb?
please. Listen to my words.
I'm trying, but
Okay?
it's just fucking
Listen
lies
to my
and
words.
filth and like empty air.
From your perspective,
Empty
my
air.
association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this
It looks
association
like
is.
a
But on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside
That's
the
not what you said.
ADL in getting
You said I'm partnered with.
and
Partnered with.
Anti-Semitic?
You are
You took
lying.
credit
You are
for it, my
rewriting.
man.
You are not taking accountability. You said
He
I'm
did.
partnered with the ADL.
He did.
Ethan, I can't
Do
take
you
accountability
think
for your
there's no
hallucination.
question.
Do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just
Absolutely
coincidentally
not.
working the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think
What
a
do you
reasonable
think the
person
average
would
person
infer
would
when you
conclude
take
from
credit
saying
for the
I'm
bands?
partnered with the ADL?
What do you think a normal, reasonable person would infer when they hear you,
Bro, you are
Ethan
literally
Klein,
gaslighting me.
make
It's
numerous
so
videos
obvious what you
demanding
meant.
the bans of Twitch streamers, and then after
everybody
they are
agreed.
banned,
That's why they
you
were
say,
happy.
I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it.
Yeah,
What
W.
would a normal, reasonable
Huge
person
W.
I was on the
infer from
tier
that?
list, dude.
Get him off.
I was responding to them. It wasn't like a fucking like. It wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
No,
and also,
because they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are
Very
not credible allegations
convenient.
of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can
I'm
feel
so
comfortable
glad
in
this
the,
is on record.
in the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad.
The
this is on
sword, I
record.
think, is pretty weak,
So-
but
so
the other
you
ones
think
make
that-
sense.
I'm glad you. Yes.
So you think that you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL and not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly
it's a
inside
yes
of
or
the
no
ADL.
question.
mentioned the
I didn't even
ADL?
make
And it's
that
an
information.
Have I ever
obvious
mentioned
yes.
the ADL?
It's an obvious
took
fucking
credit.
yes.
Did I
for
ever
the
mention the
ban.
ADL, Hassan? Answer the
It
question.
doesn't matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
Do I ever mention the ADL in my entire fucking career? Actually, I mentioned them once, but I didn't even know what they were, frankly, if you have the thing. It was even... did I ever...
Yeah, it's a clip where you are saying, I
Okay.
did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it. You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for
Chrysler
something
probably
that the
did
ADL
that shit.
did.
The sponsors
I'm not even
behind them
making
did
that
it.
inference.
Well,
You're
they
saying,
attacked me.
which one do you think? What do you think the average
you
person
sound
would think
so
in this
silly, bro.
situation when you are saying that you did that shit? And it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such
Bro, I
a
was being
ridiculous,
silly. I don't care.
stupid, not anti-Semitic thing
Listen,
at all.
They should have 100%
I
be
was being
banned.
silly.
It was
They
absolutely
attacked me. I
racially
responded. Do I
motivated.
know? Do I know who?
Undeniably.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can move on.
Do I think
Now
I got
you're being
them
silly.
banned? I don't know. Who knows? You know. I think that
Yeah, you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days.
There's a
because
reason
you
they
cried
call him
about it, and then
token,
the
my
ADL
friend.
actually reacted.
You spend time
because
being
they
a
saw it as
token, you're
great
gonna get
opportunity.
spent.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck them.
You want to
right?
cash in on
Silly.
your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
I can't.
This
believe
is
it's so
insane.
good.
Jewish friends.
That's
Oh
right.
my fucking god.
Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionists?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to review. I don't want to. They're normies.
Okay.
I don't want to dox
yeah,
them.
you're lying. You're
No, I'm
surrounded.
not.
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
lying.
You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes, I am.
You pass
I
Jews
don't
on the
believe it.
And they
streets.
treated
You're
me
not.
with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of
Well,
fact.
yeah, because they're not on the
Surprisingly enough. We
receiving
can have
end
a
of
more
an
normal
insane fucking
conversation.
harassment
I can have a more normal
campaign. Why would
conversation
they?
with
Why
them
wouldn't they?
than you, seemingly.
All right, so you think that
They would most likely
just
laugh
to recap
at all of this.
Just to
if they're
recap here,
watching.
so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Uh-oh.
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you don't, but
that
you're
has
acting
nothing to do with me.
Part
I'm
of
not
your
in
shtick,
support of
Hassan, is
that.
acting obtuse when you're caught in the corner.
Okay. All right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get
This
back
is
to
what
the
I just want to put a cap on this. Just a cap.
And making
Put a
you're
cap
doing the
on
thing
it.
that
I'm so
and,
critical of you on.
Partnering
okay?
with like the ADL and
You said so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I am quote partnered with the ADL.
That's what he
which you
said.
now claim was just a was. You didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay.
It's obvious. Hassan does this all the time, where he'll like massively
You okay?
hyperbole
It's interesting
exaggerate
because you're
things.
currently
Does it
doing the thing that
constantly.
I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide,
And then try and
your
over-explain
only
it like
consideration,
it's-
your only concern.
That's not my only concern. I
revolves
care about
around-
multiple things, my friend.
Revolves. Yes, you can, but these are really stupid things to care about. Ethan.
I mean, that's easy for
And
you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just act. Let's ask the
no one-
accused how
no-
serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant.
Ethan.
O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court
Do you
case?
think that
no, I don't. Well,
Sabra
fucking
Hummus's
there it
shit
is. Let's
tier-
let him
Do you
free.
think that the Sabra Hummus's shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson killing someone?
No, obviously not. You're being obtuse
Then why
again.
are you bringing up stupid fucking
Because you're accused.
parallels?
You are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right, Ethan.
I'm
you
partnered
have
with
in
the ADL.
past-
Remember what you
you
said.
have in the past talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides.
Jeez.
You have
What do you mean
talked
bona
about how you
fides?
gave
Can you-
my fundraiser. What?
Sorry, what do you mean by bona fides?
Like you've claimed that you are a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well.
Mm-hmm.
You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke
Mm-hmm.
that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that generated $1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine? Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you
I'll
to
answer.
spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators?
I'll answer your question. So I claimed when talking about now. By the way, this is something I criticize you for, which
being
is
pro-Palestine doesn't absolve you from bad behavior in other regards.
Being obtuse,
That's ridiculous.
mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about.
Ridiculous.
Right?
Like, how do you even say
I was
that?
talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much.
Sure.
There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that.
But you wanted
hold
me to be
the phone.
deplatformed
Let me
as a
finish.
virulent anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world, and there's other things. It's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that
What's not the case?
those,
what I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
In terms
Can
of
disagree.
the fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing
attacking people that
who
harass
are
me.
Fundraising.
This is such a bad argument.
Creating, working with Palestinian
Just because you're
organizations.
I never said it's not
doesn't mean you're immune from criticism for something else.
Palestinians from Gaza.
Hassan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism.
Yeah.
Stop with the
Claiming
silliness.
that they are anti-Semitic. No, this does not. Because your criticisms are ridiculous. My
Well,
point
I
I'm
mean,
trying
that's
to make
kinda up
here
to other people
is
to
that
decide at this
your
point.
criticisms are in your own mind. Like you have hallucinated an alternative
By the way, gaslighting,
reality.
anti-Semitic trope. This is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and you have it's subtle enough that you
Ethan,
have
people
plausible
being mean to you is
deniability,
not
so that when you get
anti-Semitism.
accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're
Ethan,
doing. You are a
Ethan,
fucking anti-Semite,
Ethan.
and you've been caught out 3
Ethan.
different times, calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane. Maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according
The
to you,
sword was
they're all
crazy, the other
hallucinations. So
ones
go
weren't.
ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistling.
Yes, because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage on as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on
wrong.
your own personal feelings.
Not entire.
And a lot
What?
of misplaced paranoia from people who are
Misplaced. He had CPS and skulls sent to
We
his
got a
house.
whistle soundbite every time he
criticizing you or
calls me
not
paranoid or
liking you is
hallucinating.
What?
Anti-Semitism.
You got a
That's not the
whistle?
case.
What are you talking
I
about,
used to like you.
misplaced?
I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because
Well,
of
I know.
anti-Semitism.
I
didn't
definitely don't
develop
like you.
anti-Semitism
Jesus.
after
Let
doing a
me
podcast
stand
with
on
you for 2
business and say
years.
I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still
know.
wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do.
I wish
hope-
everybody
this.
well. Everybody, be well.
No,
all right,
not
let's
it.
move on. You got it. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that all you got?
I don't even need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own.
We'll see.
Is this a show to you?
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
So, do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with, or talk to, or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny? What?
What? What? The guy
no,
that I
I
talk
had
about
to-
fucking obsessively 100 times a day? That is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah. You accuse me of working with him,
Bingo.
knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Oh, thank you for asking.
Oh, you're very
Not
welcome.
only is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used used clips that are unlisted called Hamasabi
Yeah.
when making arguments
a
about
fuck?
my virulent anti-Semitism.
Who gives a fuck?
From
I pulled a
unlisted
clip.
link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your
But
proof that I
also-
work
but
with
None
Destiny.
of that is relevant.
Okay.
What's
Because
relevant
he
is
pulled it from-
your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your Context Nuke. So yeah,
Did I feature
I
him
don't
in
think
my
it's that
content?
ridiculous of
My
a fucking assertion to make, especially when
don't remember what it was.
considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host, and the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the
I don't know.
Hezbollah, their mass
How the
harassment
fuck would I
operations
know?
that they engage
So
in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
Yeah,
It's actually
Hassan did
insane,
watch
and it's
the
a really
video.
convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to,
No, I think you're
worked
doing
with,
enough
talked
to
about
discredit
Destiny
yourself
in my
all on your own.
life.
I don't need to bring
It's
that
a
up.
really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think you are Oh, you pulled a meme from his subreddit once. And
No,
there was a guy in your Discord that's also in his Discord. I think you're hallucinating.
Any of those things.
You sound fucking unhinged, dude.
shit.
Are you crashing out, Hassan?
Ethan,
Are you crashing it?
Hassan, are you crashing out? Do you have friends who are aware of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Oh my God.
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast.
I said he
co-host.
discovered the IP ban. Is that not true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is
He's
that true?
talking about the Israel IP
Is that
ban.
materially true?
I don't think
it
so.
is. It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did it, but it's fine. Yeah.
So
you
how is that
up.
an endorsement?
Is he working
Ethan,
with Destiny?
Are you
Ethan?
claiming that
Is this
you
what
don't
you
have
do
direct
whenever you're trying to
correspondence with
avoid
Dan Saltman?
Ethan? Hassan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan?
Hassan?
Do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly aligned with him and uses his community to brigade. And
I
also
talk to
has
Dan pretty
literally
regularly.
tried to blackmail people in
Doesn't mean I
Destiny's
talk
own
to
community.
Destiny.
Fucking care,
or
because that's not
literally
Destiny, is it?
unearthing sex crimes that he did.
Yeah.
Man, you
Do
are
you feel
really
like that's a good
hallucinating.
person to align with?
I'm not
that you now
endorsing
openly
him.
admit.
I'm not endorsing him at all. I just said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting
Have
information
you ever
from him
spoken to somebody
use.
you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
Certainly.
Oh,
That
well,
is-
there you
yes,
go.
I speak to
Oh my
people I
God,
don't
dude.
endorse. I'm speaking to one right
you
now.
talked to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just now.
I said
You
I've
also
spoken with
brought
Dan
forward-
Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is part of your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my points
Ethan's
without
completely
ever
right
having
about
to
that.
address
By
them.
association.
And isn't
totally
that
right.
convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Yeah.
I don't
Hassan?
think I need to. I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
Yeah,
and also
because you lied about me for 2 years working with them.
2 years.
That's right. Hassan,
right.
listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing
Year and a half.
to admit, but I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until
What have we
pretty much
disagreed on?
The December
What have we
of
disagreed on?
2024.
I'm sorry.
What?
What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hassan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead. What do we disagree
are
on?
disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on.
that seem
and
significant?
What you
You
think
choose
is
to
the major
focus
point
on.
of contention here.
Well, that's first
What?
of all, I'm. What I choose to focus on is certainly something you can critique.
A little frivolous.
But does
Hassan
that-
is
does that
using the Palestinian
justify,
conflict
like,
as a
lying about me
shield
continually for a year and a half
to
just because
attack people
you don't like where
personally.
I'm focused? That
Yep.
seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about
And for other
hallucinating,
people attacking him
sweeping for your
personally.
anti-Semitic friends,
Attacking Ethan personally.
lying about context, saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hassan,
Well, he just watched it. That's how we knew about
Take
the
your
Dan
time.
Saltman thing.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context?
Absolutely
wasn't a
not.
compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
you want to do this?
Yeah.
What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
Oh boy.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it
Oh
so
my
far
God.
is
Just
that
say you watched it.
deny rapes happening on October 7. okay, that I deny rapes happening on October 7th. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree a genocide is happening.
Uncontested.
Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose
Her
to
name
use
is
that
Hila, by
clip
the way,
that is
Hassan.
14
I don't
seconds
know
long
why
out
you
of
refer to her
context.
as my wife. I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her emails
Hila.
asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so
yeah,
why don't you
that's
say
fine.
that? Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no. She's just like, oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what I
Yes,
was saying?
absolutely. With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it that you
Hassan,
initially understood
that was
the full
one
context until Hila stopped you?
Very
and
good.
said,
You
no,
said
no,
it.
no.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th. In fact,
the totality of all my
in fact,
responses.
you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how to context it is.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan?
Oh my God.
I'm gonna pull that, Dan.
I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going. But
Sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you think that's the
I'll
most
be
accurate
honest
way
with you.
to...
I was gonna be. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had, where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity.
Ethan, I want you to
still...
really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore
being a partner.
The tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for. You know what? Thank you, Hassan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves. You fucking liar.
I mean, this is.
Jeez.
You are a prolific liar, bro. Where's the link?
Oh God. This is amazing.
Just control F for.
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Hila into the conversation is because I'm addressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend the lens of criticism
I mean, that's a
to
little
other
silly
people.
considering you're like, well, actually, it was Hila who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady. Anyway.
Okay. While we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it. Deny the violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
Hold on, I'm grabbing another soda, but I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity.
Chair react.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
Is that there is one instance in captivity. Did you put a Hamas headband on me?
I sure did.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who are simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way, if you're showing my
You're giggling. You're giggling. It's so funny.
Has a right to defend
no, I'm
itself.
not giggling.
You sure are.
Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about?
What rapes did Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that? Call people mentally ill. Find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
horrific acts
I'm
of
not
sexual
exactly-
violence.
Gotta revise that.
I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in
okay,
general. but I don't really.
so you have no problem weaponizing mental health.
Yeah, when someone is hallucinating, I think it's appropriate to say that.
By your
yeah.
authority, I will decide who's hallucinating. Hassan.
Women and girls.
Watch this.
Horrific acts of
Watch
sexual
this.
violence.
Ethan.
And took
Hassan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
Okay, but I got the
Hamas
point. You're
has
saying that
committed
like you're showing clips of me
And
saying that
Women
someone
and girls,
is.
men and boys.
This is unbelievable.
After enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like,
I can't believe how quickly
Can't
leftists go
contend
from
with.
believe all women to Pixar didn't happen. There you go, Hassan. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen.
That's
great commentary, by the way. Okay.
I mean,
so,
it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it. About it. You did actually. I'm surprised. You did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out.
The one that you misrepresent continually. That you fucking continually lie about the conclusion.
Report. Wait, what did I misrepresent about the
Go
UN
ahead, you
preliminary report?
tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report. Like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah.
Unironically.
Absolutely.
Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who have said, I was raped.
Do you feel like the Israeli government lies?
Do you? I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel, though.
I agree.
You said there's women that come out and said, I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
Yeah. There is, as far as I understand,
Well,
one instance
of
in
course,
captivity.
As far
It
as
is
you
not
understand, because you don't give a
systematized
fuck about
rape
the reality.
directed by Hamas.
There's
well, of course, that's
thinks
as far
there's
as you
only
can
been
conclude,
one?
because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just want to do propaganda, remember?
Ethan.
Hassan, please, calm down.
Okay.
You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're
whoa.
behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay?
Well, okay.
Okay. In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings.
So the women were lying?
Okay. There is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakah branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
Oh, jeez.
What's the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that...
No, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not
of course,
victims
I remember
of
you do
sexual
that.
assault. Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hassan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk you
Are
through
they
this real quick.
hallucinating?
No. So do you? No, you just don't know what words mean. So credible circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
It means that there's, yeah, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible
That's why I said Pixar didn't happen, bro.
Is not
You need
enough
rape
to
kits.
prosecute.
Hassan needs
Credible
rape kits.
circumstantial evidence is not enough.
Pixar
to
didn't happen, right?
Prosecute
Really?
rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in
Oh
the
my
absence of a singular
God.
victim coming out, and also with all
No,
of the forensic
just
evidence
stop.
that has been
Just
tarnished
stop.
already.
Show me evidence
It
for
is-
anything you're saying.
What?
That's not. Show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter.
How do you
believe
defend
all
that?
women?
I
Hey,
don't know.
Hey, are we
This is,
believing all
again,
women
there's also
unless
an
they're
article that
Israeli?
you can-
Right after October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily
Jesus
staffed by
Christ.
ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that well, obviously you don't rape
I'll send
someone
you
and then
the
keep them
PBS
alive, right?
article
So
on-
most of them were
on-
murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence.
I'm sending Dan the PBS article about how two debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7th fueled a global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This is from May 22nd, 2022.
Yeah.
This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account. It's two accounts. But the rest
There's
of the
way more than two accounts. What
Can
am I?
you-
What?
can
Hey,
you-
Hassan, you know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's
Oh.
actually what you're doing. You're saying
Ethan-
Pixar didn't happen. I don't believe
Ethan,
women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual to victims that came
Yes,
out?
yes,
Because
yes.
as far as I understand, Israeli police have asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence
send
in
you.
the aftermath of October 7. And it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of
I
the
thought they
Israeli
just showed
Show me evidence of
prosecution,
anything you're
that they
saying.
openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you
No,
think that Haaretz is not a credible
No,
institution
it is, but
of
you
journalism
just
at this point?
no, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says because
What do
it
you mean,
sounds
you guys?
credible.
Who is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence. Haaretz boy.
I sent the
Swastika boy.
debunked narratives, and also here is the
This
Israeli
is so
prosecutor
good.
Moran Gitz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're all dead.
The admission is in line with a complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence,
all
which is
dead.
particularly notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why
They're
someone
all
sent me this
dead,
link
bro.
of this.
Do you think what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about. Do you think
Ethan,
that they
where are the
raped people and then
victims?
didn't kill them?
You said that there are victims. Can you
There-
give me
yes.
the names of the
Yes,
victims?
yes, yes.
I will. First of all, I am not in the business of denying
You
rape.
are.
If there are victims that have come forward in this
I
process,
will play it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity, and it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have
Well, only if there's
credible
really.
evidence, please present it. And I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
Yeah. There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that where you're
No.
Is that where you're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or to Congress. She's sitting on a bench. She's talking to a mic, and she's speaking in English. Yeah, we'll get there. But like, yeah, I mean, what's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
What the fuck does that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims that some of which were directly found to be incorrect. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence, the Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay, we're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis. Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor.
You know,
I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the Israeli pro-rape
a crime that an Israeli did unrelated to the conflict?
Israel
Do you
had
find it
a
interesting?
January
There's something
6th
that I
style. Israel had a January 6th style
Yeah, that has nothing to do with it.
pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid right-wing.
Do you think I'm defending this? I'm not defending this.
The prosecutor's office and forcibly with guns took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sede Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera.
Are you done grandstanding?
Footage,
Here's a
including
victim.
one that they raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from. I think there was an even more recent one than this, but
Just totally ignored everything he said.
Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He meticulously planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be.
Sorry, just to butt in here. Is she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place?
Well,
at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean,
I know
kind
exactly what he was
Ethan,
planning to do.
You literally
and yet I couldn't do
featured-
anything to prevent
Wait, pause it for a second.
No.
I
Listen
was
to what she has to say,
utterly
Hassan.
When the
Ethan,
assault
I
was
don't
over-
Hassan, don't
disagree with
silence
this.
her. Let
You
her fucking
literally
talk.
wasn't even allowed
No, because you're acting like this never happened, that it's exaggerated, that
mentioning
everybody's
my
lying,
acknowledgement
that
in the
Israelis
video
are just
that you
inherently
played.
evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's
Ethan,
ever happened.
you
Listen to her.
acknowledge-
cry
Ethan,
or to be
you
sad.
Listen to her words.
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act nice
Listen to
the
my
person who had just
words.
said
Listen
he's
to
got
this
another
victim.
one
Show her
after
some
this.
respect, Hassan.
horrifying way.
Oh, there's going to be another one.
Why that I don't think about
Yeah, it's
what
gross.
that terrible man did to
It
me.
is. You're.
We were held
you're
in such
Show
inhumane
respect, bro.
conditions.
brother. That
no
is fucking
no person
gross.
should ever be subjected
Dan,
to
pull
such
the fucking
brutal and
plug on this.
ruthless
Holy
treatment.
shit.
Now,
You really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when they're Israeli.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing?
Now
Look
he's
look
getting
what you're
mad.
doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands
survivor of
the
Hamas on
militant.
October
I
7th.
literally said in the video,
A man who was stripped naked and raped by Hamas on October 7th has revealed for the first time how he was spat
now
on and
he's mad. He
humiliated
didn't even
as his
say it
murderous
the other
rapist
way.
laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D, was the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. said the victim who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to my
They
words.
touch my
very
private
carefully,
parts, they
because
rape
you're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing a victim
you are so pathetic.
as a fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged.
Silence.
And you know I
new
acknowledged
footage,
it because you posted it in your video that you just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar. Please go right ahead.
You're doing it again in the video.
Listen,
on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who were in hiding
testimonies.
and heard.
Oh,
yeah.
That's
Ethan,
a lie.
Are you denying that?
You said, in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully here. In the beginning, you said on October 7th, there were numerous victims of sexual violence. That you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence on October 7th. Because
wait, hold on.
Said that
You're
there
saying
was
only
no sexual assault that took place.
Wait, you're saying they have to have been on
October. That report. I looked at that same UN report and said that there was valid, credible, firsthand testimony on sexual assault.
I wish you had the energy you have.
That was not on October
for
7th.
The Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the same energy.
Because I can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are you talking about?
I'm showing you people and names. What do you mean?
Yeah.
It's
What do you
so
mean? What's with
vile
my
to
people
deny
and
the
names?
suffering
I don't
and trauma
understand.
of the victim.
If there are
Just
victims,
because you need your heroes.
say
You know what?
women.
This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah, let's just.
What do you mean? You can't just
I gave you
move on from this. This is a major point of contention. You have falsely smeared me as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence
you deny mass rapes happened, and you're doing it right now.
The instance of sexual
I
violence
showed
in
two.
captivity
I just showed you two
that we know of up until this
just
point.
Showed you two.
You and I both agree on.
I showed you
know
two.
That I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know
no,
that
you
I've
deny
acknowledged
mass rapes
it,
happened,
and yet
not that rapes happened.
What?
You deny that mass rapes happened, not that rapes happened. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
deny
Well, there you go.
Because there is no evidence. And
I just
for
showed
the
you
record,
two.
The clips that you used, ironically
Actually, I
enough,
showed
the
you
reason why I
three.
say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most victims were killed.
How does this happen?
Report follows earlier testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on first-hand accounts of victims. Yawn all you want.
What is going on?
First-hand testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Dipshit.
Okay, Ethan,
they fucking kill them. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare minister with their account.
Sorry, no way to actually examine.
Sorry, talk about being gross. Listen to these victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence
Bro,
to actually
you know
conclude.
The fucking answer to that.
Actually conclude
because
that person
you know
was
that
sexually
Jews,
assaulted.
you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them. That's
Ethan, you
what
just
happened.
said dozens of victims came out in that
I'm
article,
reading
and I don't
you.
know
What are
where
you
that article
doing,
is
bro?
from.
I'm showing you the evidence that you're wrong right now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 1,200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided first-hand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are these all lying? There are 5 people here. That's
a lot of people to be lying.
The ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no
so then
reason
what
to
the
believe
fuck
that they
is your
are.
point?
But from everything that I have seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded, there is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault. And I will give you a clip from a Haaretz article
This is so
that was
exhausting,
posted
bro.
by Lisa
Here comes the Haaretz article.
How does anybody think this isn't
I
happening?
just
why
read
are
you
you
firsthand
discounting-
testimony
I'm
of
using-
4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
You're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing
Where
the
did you
victims.
say?
I'm
Where's their
saying that
bodies?
Since,
Pics or it
since
didn't
what
happen?
you have mentioned.
Oh my
since
God.
You're
the thing
saying
that
pics
you
or it didn't
mentioned,
happen.
Okay,
right?
Since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecution?
They're dead. They're
No,
fucking
that's not
dead, you moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this
They
regard.
killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? What are you?
Why are you saying you
okay?
killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay.
I might be. My mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. It's a misunderstanding.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
Gaslighting, you just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And if you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
Okay. No, we're not. We're not done with this at all.
Go ahead.
Because
I just read 4
Because the question I have for you, is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke. That's my bad. By the way, I may have actually said
it's
you.
Fine. It's fine.
I apologize.
You misspoke.
I didn't mean that.
don't care.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
I just want to make sure.
Let's get back to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars. Pixar didn't
There
happen.
have been no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay? And this is from Ynet, speaking to Moran Gatz, who I posted about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay? She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with the October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it.
So they killed them so they can't talk about it?
She excludes here another explanation, says Drop Site News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this. What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
4 victims just gave first-hand testimony. I read it to you.
Died, but there's no forensic examination.
Pixar didn't
there has
happen.
been no justice for
What do you think the odds are that people are getting mass raped by Hamas?
On October 7,
what do you think
due
the
to the fact
probability
that
is?
the government completely ruined. Okay. The government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way to actually bring justice to these victims. Your assessment on this is so off base.
Hassan, are you listening?
You think
4 first-hand victims. I just read it to you.
Exactly.
Okay, but
you know what? You're right. You know what, Hassan? You're right. Let's err on the side of these victims lying. Let's err on the side. No, you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And
no,
they're all lying.
I'm not saying that they're lying. I'm telling
you are.
My confusion on this comes from the fact that
it's not confusing. It's obvious. Most of this shit happened. Were killed, and it's a religious part of this first responding unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them.
This
It's
shit
all
happens
explainable.
even during wars between two nations?
Yes.
Yeah, it happens
If
constantly.
you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed, which just
Dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They bury the body.
No, not Pixar. It didn't happen. You don't think that the victims deserve justice? What's wrong with you? You don't think these victims deserve justice? Why did Israel refuse an outside investigative committee?
How do you explain these 4 accusers?
Under normal
Why is he dying on this hill?
circumstances, I don't know, or a third party.
How do you explain these
in
4
and
accusers?
conduct an investigation.
How do you explain the 4 accusers?
I don't know.
Okay,
Why,
very good.
How do you explain
well,
the
let's err on the
prosecutor
side of
after
them
those
lying.
4 accusers? My information is more relevant because it's new. It's newer. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't.
I guess we're at an impasse here. I mean, listen, Hassan, we're at an impasse. Can we move on?
Something that I don't know about. When the prosecutor, do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the 4 accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm speaking
you're a liar.
about
You're a propagandist, and you fucking hate Israelis. Can we move on, please?
What?
This is obviously at an impasse.
No.
Oh my God! I'm just trying to consider the audience.
This is
Everybody
so
wants
much better
else.
than
I'm
I had
telling
ever
you,
hoped
dude,
it could
this
have
is
been.
disgusting.
Claimed
This is
falsely
unbelievable.
that I do
No,
not recognize the testimony
This is insane.
of a sexual assault that took place in captivity.
Yes.
That was false.
Yep,
do you
it was
admit
false.
that?
Yep, she lied. It was false,
bro.
etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Can we move on?
Wait, so you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable claim of rape from a first-hand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay. Yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead. You can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
So you can't see it?
Oh.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, very good. I guess what's the is just a little delay for him, Dan? Or?
No, I can see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is zone of interest. You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
So this is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden.
And your implication is what?
The
Rudolf
beautiful
Hess,
garden.
and his family put together.
And your implication
in the backdrop, you can see there is a concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your implication
there's
to
a train
me
that
is what?
Most likely inferred to be sending.
This
Jews
is the
into
clip you're
concentration
responding
camp.
to. Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Can you
explain
play the clip? Play the clip.
It's 2 minutes, and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, let me see.
That's
true. I mean, I want to watch it too.
Let's go. Let's lock it in.
I know
Let's
you
go.
do.
Let's see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this
Because-
is
Yeah,
this is a
let's
clip
get it.
from the critically acclaimed content.
We're not eating snacks. I have snacks.
How's that working out? You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't talked to him about it.
I mean, he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking.
Because you were in the video.
I mean, I
you were there.
assume. I mean, it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So
Yeah, I mean,
it's not that
I think,
bad.
if anything, I think it just means that more people are interested in me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, wants to.
Do you want to look at the like
see
ratio?
Someone put you down a peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the
my
do you want to watch the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend. Here it is.
Wait, what? Ethan, play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos.
My favorite.
To be false.
Oh, Nicholas D. Oreo.
The dislike,
Right.
the dislike
Let's
metric
watch
is not
Eat
correct.
Oreos.
Let's just watch
Why
it.
am I arguing on behalf of Ian's the video's performance?
okay.
I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you, and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and
It
interesting.
definitely
But I'll
made
play
him
the
look
clip.
bad.
Not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you. Are you not? Hold on, I'm sorry. His entire creator clash is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not even able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm just saying.
I am not iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the
You were
fucking
in the video.
clip.
Guys,
how I see Israel. Because
You
you
were in
don't
the
see
video.
that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking.
Yes,
Cared
you
enough to be
ruined
in the video.
charity event. I hope
super
you're
racist,
proud.
Oh my God, bro! You have no idea what you're talking about.
He's now talking
I'm
about it
talking
on his
about
pod-
Israel proper.
Yes. What I want to do is show.
And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that it's not has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase.
Show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on.
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza? When I say how great multicultural it is,
We
did you think
defended
that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even
Shield
once.
your eyes.
We never
I think that's the-
co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh.
Uh-huh.
No, okay. Well, anyway, I said the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
You know what's so funny? You know what's funny?
crazy,
It's all
'cause
on
it
the
felt like
audio.
it was
Go
both
listen
AB
to it,
and
dipshit.
Olivia
It's on the
that
audio.
were-
You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You are a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you gave a
both
fuck.
AB and Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking. You know, it's fine. It's not that big of a
What are
deal.
you implying
All right.
here? What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's get back to the photo.
Let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what you're
By
trying
your
to
own
say.
admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
I don't think it's. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza.
Do
Like
you
West,
feel
I
like
mean, the
you
West
go
Bank
into
has
Israel
checkpoints. It has like
amidst
different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, you know, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's
Not at all.
that big of a deal.
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean, where
Jonathan
Israel?
Glazer,
You
who
mean in
made
Tel Aviv?
this-
So you're saying
Jonathan
that
Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on, your criticism.
He said as much.
You're
in
saying
his Oscar
all I
award,
said was my
winning
lived
speech.
experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary, okay? And
Yeah,
also
I
is
make
an
a distinction.
apartheid on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't.
I mean, I lived
compartmentalize
there for
Israel
5
proper
years in Tel
from
Aviv.
the crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So
6 miles from
saying-
where I live in Tel Aviv? 6 miles from what?
I don't know how many miles away it is from.
It's a lot
exactly
further
where
than
you live
6
in Tel
miles.
Aviv.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's
No, so you're
close enough that you can see it. If you go to Sderot, you can watch it.
The
They call
point
it
you're
the night
making is
cinema.
that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes.
Okay.
So so I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper, and you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life as people are
No,
not.
you're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a
Why
Nazi
did you choose the
officer,
one with the
is
guy
that-
standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles
definitely agree.
of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean, yeah,
it would
in
be
Tel Aviv-
exactly like someone
he went
saying,
there because
"Oh,
his
you don't
wife is
understand?
there, right?
I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz.
It's
and
not
I'm
the
gonna
same
show
at
you
all,
how
dude. They're
wonderful
so
Auschwitz looks like
Can I-
because it's German
thank you
territory."
okay, I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see.
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about
lived
the
there for 5
actual
years.
totality of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like
Well, can't
hyper
Ethan be entitled
specific
to having that
narrow
experience
definitions that
if
you
he
have
did?
invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize as doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there is a fucking genocide going on?
I mean,
by your own
you did a
admission
show with me and you
show
considered me
how
your friend and you knew that I was
multifaceted and
apparently a Nazi
beautiful
officer
Israel
that whole
proper
time.
is? What?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were
Yes.
willing to work with a Nazi
I
officer.
also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kasif. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezarvot, Israeli members. Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with
agree
people
with
that
you.
have
I don't know
lived
what
in
you're going on
Israel.
about.
Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pape. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel
All right, can I
and
respond?
no longer live in Israel, or even still
Can I
live in
respond?
Israel, as a matter of fact.
Would
As
you
long
like
as
me to
they
respond?
are anti-Zionist, because I care about Zionism
Bro,
as an
you're just
ideology.
gish-galloping. Just
I do
let me
not
respond.
care
My
about
God.
Jewish
You don't need to
people or
grandstand so
Israeli
long. Just
people.
let me
These are
respond.
not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless
Jesus
of the circumstances
Christ, bro.
that they've been
Let me
presented
respond.
with, can see right from wrong.
Okay, very
and
good.
I thought foolishly that you were one of these people.
Very
I
good.
foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have simply used what is going on for the past 16 months
Bro,
of horrific
do you want me to
mass
respond?
bombing and starvation.
Hassan, you got
as
to
a
you got to
tool
stop.
to
You got to
present
stop
yourself
with the
as a
fucking
victim.
with the gish galloping. I know.
This
You're
is not a
righteous
gish
and I'm
gallop.
evil.
I'm explaining
Let
to
me
you my
respond.
position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad.
you.
It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip
Thank
back,
you.
I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree
Thank
with
you.
you.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fair. See, this is. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations
Well,
that
my
have taken
problem
place.
is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my
Ethan,
family.
people make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart. Okay, and this is something that I
agree on
privately,
a lot of things.
This is
The
something
issue
that
is
I
the
privately
harassment.
talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again privately.
Okay, bro, you've
that
talked a
the
lot.
reason
Let's
why
just
people
move on,
think
please.
you are behaving like a. The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying. They
What did
heard
I
your
say that's
output,
Zionist?
And they made these
What have I
inferences
ever
off
said
of your
that
output.
shows that I'm Zionist?
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter.
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist I am. That I am worthy of the scorn of you and the entire left.
How wrong that was. What you just said.
Okay,
so
does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't.
So
And
what
there's
did I
plenty
say in
there
the
as
last 2
well.
years
There's
besides that
plenty there
clip?
as well.
What did I say, Hassan? What did I say that's
recently
Zionist?
as last month.
You can't
as
give me
recently as
one
last
fucking
month.
contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
You have something?
I have many things.
List
as recently
one.
as last month. As recently
List
as last month.
one example.
Here we go.
Of me saying
I'm
something
giving you another
Zionist.
example. Just calm down and listen. As recently
But
as
you're not
last
answering
month,
my question.
you
You're just
talked
doing
about
this
how
kish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay, bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your
I don't defend that.
conversation with Sam Cedar, while on the one hand you now recognize that Israel's doing a genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure, but you've also
Consistently.
gone back and forth on it, and you've called
Absolutely
it a
not.
war or
Never.
whatever. But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
I think
Failure
it's a condemnation
to protect
of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist?
Look at the Gaza Strip.
How is
Do
me
you think a
criticizing
bomb
Hamas
shelter would
pro-Zionist?
actually
Would you like to explain
survive?
that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs?
It'd be a
What
lot
are you
fucking
talking
safer
about?
than
There's not a
the
standing structure
seventh
remaining in
floor
most
of an
parts
apartment
Gaza.
building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy
You're
every
okay with
hospital
Hamas
implies
spending the
that a bomb
totality?
shelter would
Can I
just
ask you a
simply be
question?
fucking crosshairs.
Can I please ask you a question?
How do you defend Hamas?
Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a
This is
Zionist?
crazy.
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I said.
You can have criticisms of Hamas in terms of like their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But
Yeah.
if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against the state of Israel.
Because they don't make bomb
Palestinians-
shelters?
Because your expectation,
Because they don't
your
make bomb
expectation from the
shelters?
Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously
No, the reason why
time
people
and time
believe
again.
that is because of your hyper focus
Name
on
one.
you, and your distractions
That makes me a Zionist?
away,
That
and
makes
your
me a Zionist?
deliberate
Wait, what?
deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian
This shit is
perpetrators.
fucking
You-
nuts.
You,
Being pro-Palestine doesn't
simply
absolve
say
you of guilt.
You recognize the genocide.
This is
But
insane.
you also literally
Guys
get
crashing
mad and
out
fight back.
time
You
after
get
time
mad at them.
again.
Enemy
You
number
call them
one.
Calling
terrorists. You
CPS
call
is
Hezbollah
fighting
a
back?
terror group, which is by the American state's definition, absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have
Hold on, do you not
successfully
consider Hezbollah a
resisted
terror group?
against American imperialism
here we go.
and
Do
other
you
forms
not
of settler
consider
colonial violence?
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the
Oh, there it is.
intentionally vague to deny
What about
people
the-
their habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the
Okay, very
American
good.
Constitution. So
Hassan,
yes,
please, I wanna
I
have
think
a-
that this
Can
definition
you? Can I give you?
intentionally
Can I
vague and
ask?
is
Can I
fucking
request something?
is silly.
Can I ask? Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down on the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please. We're gonna be
The
here.
American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know. But do
what do you mean? But you,
well, here, I'll be more precise.
You use its definition without ever actually
You're
thinking
right.
about
Fuck
it. What do you mean?
Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist
Here's
organization.
Nick.
Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay, Leah, thank you for asking.
Oh.
Exactly. All right, let me explain.
Boy, here we go.
I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon.
Me neither,
I do not have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, other countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent
You're doing it
force
again.
that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You
Let me
said
speak,
it's
please.
a genocide.
All right,
so what is
Hassan,
the expectation?
please, this conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute and allow me to respond.
Nope. Okay, now respond.
Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right, of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem with that.
You're precise with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict.
Yeah.
Okay? You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So what does it matter the exact count? Why does that bother you?
You erroneously claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front
they collaborated.
Footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have a air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending that.
You sure are. You're like, Hezbollah didn't do that. Hezbollah would never blow up a village in Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed
telling you,
a hollowed-out town that was barrel bombed.
They work
most likely
with
by
the
Russian
government,
forces.
bro.
So why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were
That is a
complicit.
false. This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading.
You're defending terrorism right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000
Okay,
people
so it
in
wasn't that
Syria,
bad? So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
Assad regime. You are taking
You're
away
minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian
No, I'm putting
military.
blame on Hezbollah where it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000, which once again is inappropriate. I don't have.
It's inappropriate.
I have no issue.
Did they collaborate with Assad?
They did. Yes, they did. They did.
And so what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I think I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state that is conducting a genocide. That much is very clear.
You didn't say any
As a
of
matter
that. You said I do not have a problem with
Hezbollah.
Hezbollah. You're lying.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have
You're
talked
lying.
about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Axis of wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say
I'm
that.
not. What
You
do you
said
mean I'm lying?
You said
I'm
I
telling
don't.
you
You were
what my
talking
position
to a
is right
normie.
now.
You were talking to a normie who didn't understand anything
Called
about
Nick a
the
normie.
conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?"
Oh,
a general
shit.
question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say. And then, by the way, Hassan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion in the wanton slaughter of Syrian
Here's what you
civilians?
said, because you want to be
Dude,
precise.
You made up
I like what you like.
Ethan, you
I don't have an issue
stupidly
with them, let's
said
just
that they
say.
killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil
do
war.
you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allies.
They did.
participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending
sure
them,
sounds like it.
Ethan. I have already described to you that I am critical of their actions. You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I'm repeating what you said. You
And I'm having a
liar.
conversation
I feel
directly
bad
with
for
you,
Nick.
so I don't understand.
How can
I'm
you
not
lie to
minimizing
people?
what
Like
you did.
we
I'm
just watched the clip.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions in this clip.
Why did you put the so you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect.
Yeah,
on
you
that.
said that numerous times. You actually
I don't
said you
think about numerous
ChatGPT'd
times.
against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
Okay, don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat? Don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah,
because it doesn't.
You mean I'm
it doesn't
Zionist?
work like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did, but then you spend all of your time criticizing
Responding to
people
harassment.
who are offering analysis and not justification, but analysis.
Can I flip
to
it
how
on you a
these
little
groups
bit?
Are actually formed. You're upset.
Can I, Hassan? You're doing it.
About,
You're doing it again.
well, I'm not doing anything. I'm just
talking,
hoping
bro.
to explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done
No,
twice.
you don't
now.
need to explain anything to me. I
Now.
understand your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
Yeah.
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist?
Do you believe the state? Do you believe the State Department's designation for
Answer the
terrorism is
question.
valid?
Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State
answer the
Department's
question.
designation for terrorism is valid?
You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people valid?
Ethan,
and
you
considering
rely heavily on
Can you
your
answer?
audience not really
Can you
understanding
please
the
answer my
terms that
question?
you are using.
Let it be
okay?
noted you are
When you
dodging-
say, "Oh, Hassan defends terrorists," okay,
Literally
there's
just
a reason
did.
why you say that. You say that to
You literally just
disparage
did.
me without actually addressing my arguments. And now, when you're faced with me, face to face,
God,
to
bro,
talk
you're
about
doing it
these
again.
issues, you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I
In the
just run
beginning,
around
shit
being like
changed.
Ethan defends terrorism? Well, I think you do, but
I
for a
said their
different reason,
actions
and we'll
were
get to
noble.
that in
I
a
didn't call
second.
them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
You just said that their
I said their
inception was
actions
a
were noble.
noble one.
Yeah.
You said Hezbollah was.
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no.
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am.
People can assume I'm
presenting a
Zionist,
position-
but it's okay for it's okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes.
Got it. The logic
no,
is
you don't
clear.
understand what I'm saying. I get why people assume that. I get why people assume.
I get why
I'm
people
a
assume you're
fucking
you're
pro-terrorist.
pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you
Do
feel?
you?
Okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist in my space, it is a horrifically fucking it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented. I've been on the internet for 10 years. Right?
Yeah,
I've been through
Ethan's
all
got
kinds of
harassed like
controversies,
crazy.
all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hassan,
You trying to
experienced
blame
the
it on
amount of
Trump?
harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign
did this
to
to
try to
me.
ruin my life, all of my all of my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me
Do you
being
have any
pro-Zionist.
evidence that
So
this
do
is
I
my
think it's worse?
community?
In
Do
my
you have any
experience,
evidence
it's
that this
much
is my
worse.
community that's done any of these things that you're talking about.
Okay, Hassan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Okay, and so you shit and pissed about me pulling a meme from Destiny's subreddit. I have
Ethan,
never even
look
pulled
to
the
your-
subreddit up, but you're on
jeez.
stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Okay.
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck are you talking
That's literally
about?
not true.
I
but-
don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way. So many people that
Again,
have
you're lying.
criticized you
How
from
does
your
he know
own
that?
fan base have
Hassan,
left your
you said
community.
your
for
community
free
has nothing to
because
do
you
with
can't take
this.
a fucking ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry
Part
about
of this
that.
problem. If you want to talk about it, from the perspective of psychoanalysis,
No,
the real reason why
Hassan,
you've gone on
you
this
are
endless
lying.
vendetta
You
is
said-
because you can't comprehend
Jesus
the
Christ,
reality.
bro. I just wanna have a
that your
conversation. I don't wanna, like, just,
your
like,
own
just
audience
gish
that
gallop
you've
forever.
cultivated has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this
Hassan,
conflict.
please,
and if
let
you
me just talk.
demonstrated,
This is you say
if
your
you
your
demonstrated
community
a
has nothing to do
fraction-
with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan, if you
Someone
demonstrated,
please,
Ethan,
Hassan, let me finish a
listen to
point.
me.
Uh-oh.
If you demonstrated,
dude, you
a
gotta let me
fraction-
finish
I'm
a
just-
point. This
I'm
is
gonna mute
ridiculous.
you. I'm gonna mute you and just keep talking. If you
Okay,
keep
that's
doing
great.
this.
I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah. No. Listen to me.
So I'm not
If you
muted.
demonstrated
So
a
hold on, let me
fraction of the
finish.
humility-
Okay, there we
Let
go.
me say something.
If you demonstrated a fraction of the
This
humility
is
you did
amazing.
just
You've
now,
got
most people would
to
not
let
have left your
me
community,
say
by the way.
something. I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
You have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
jeez.
Like random anonymous
Did I say
Redditors?
that?
Oh, jeez.
Wait.
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging.
Calling
You claim your
CPS
community has
isn't the
nothing
only
to
form
do
of
with the
harassment.
harassment. Yet you were browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this,
Oh my
Hassan.
God.
How many
You
times have I browsed
absolutely-
the Destiny
absolutely, without
subreddit on my
evidence,
show?
Have blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question.
What?
So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months you've been like, it's whoever I
It's
don't
the
like that is called
fucking-
CPS.
This guy is
No,
such
now
a
you're claiming that My
child.
community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you? Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is
You're
a much more
inferring
broad
it.
than
Yes,
that.
you're
Absolutely
inferring
not.
it.
You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community
Bro,
is
Reddit-
responsible for this participating in this harassment
Literally.
campaign. You
Hassan's
said
community
chat sent
absolutely
you
is.
this link, did they not?
Yes, last
of
week.
course.
What are you talking about?
Of course they are.
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you
thank
in the
for giving it
avatar.
a shout out. Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hassan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's
Wait,
odd?
You did it.
No, I think it's.
Also, what do you think? Like, first of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
You have a say what happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate. And there's so much evidence of the disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking
Well, why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan?
Why
I can't believe
did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him to attack me. Okay?
And you
There's a
haven't.
difference
And that's
between
different than
someone
what your
doing that.
community has done. How?
What do you mean?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended all the way to December of 2024 where I actively defend you. That is moderating
bro,
my
I do
community.
not give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval.
Defended Hassan.
Please spare me.
With my approval?
XQC's defended
It's your
Hassan
community,
multiple
bro. You literally say in this clip that it's let me play this clip for you because it will show just what a liar hypocrite you
are. Fucking like you, big dog. I don't know what to do.
Oh, they love you, huh?
What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hassan. Everybody loves iDubbbz too.
Ethan,
my objective is not to be liked, Hassan. That might surprise you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
Then why? Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career's been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are.
Because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
All right, let's see the video.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience, because you've been saying that I've been like
I'm waiting for it.
Luckily, everybody likes me.
I sent it. It's embarrassing.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Dan is in the way you behave now. Oh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on. You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation
I think
where
that
I said
Hassan absolutely weaponizes his community.
I can do.
Oh yeah.
The time when he tweets negatively at people while he's on stream.
In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to Capo.
It's okay to do that.
I can deliver to see Palestine will be free.
I'm not gonna let you
an
stun lock me.
extermination
Again, another
slogan that
pathetic
terrifies
fucking
Jewish
lie.
people.
Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roof like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that, if it walks like a duck, it walks like a duck, most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
Wait. So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews that they are completely off base with the rest of the
Is that the same as
of the movement.
Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is criticizing someone being a token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide?
Can I play this? This is the clip.
Token Jews
Here's what
that
you
are
said.
not representative of the broader movement.
Well, they're statistically
You also called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's like you.
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb specifically.
Jews
Yes.
that you don't like, and you are.
I have a problem with Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there? You don't like Bad Empanada. You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
But I'm not.
But suddenly, when he starts talking about me, he's your best friend. Interesting.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what? I also.
And all of a sudden, you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada.
Why do you love his videos suddenly? Before you pledged never to watch his videos on stream, why do you love them now?
I wonder why.
Oh, because he was. He did not want me reacting to his videos.
That is an insane, pathetic, bold-faced lie.
That's what it is. No, he said.
You literally told. Oh my God, dude.
I have.
Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Okay, wait. You can all these other
creators. You asked for it.
I remember watching this one live too.
Here's what you said.
This was 2022.
Wait, I sent you a clip. All these other content creators. Actually,
I remember this.
Whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason.
What is
were
Hassan
just
used
allowing
for
that
his
shit
hair?
to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked
his
up.
hair is worse than it is now.
Like, there's
Aren't you
only so
moderating?
much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking
gotta
friends.
figure
I
that
think
out.
that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was pro
Yeah,
Palestine.
you have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
I need that? Yeah, I do.
Okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. But you. There you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7-minute clip. What do you want me to watch?
7 minutes of it.
Okay, I'll just. You think if I just play it from the beginning, they'll get the gist of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get it.
All right.
And you can skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the
By
middle.
the way,
I'm cleaning
this
my
is
desk.
1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay. Nice. I guess it's
What?
hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay. Trust me. I don't
Yeah,
think
sure.
you
No,
know.
I'm serious.
I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously an unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never
Keep
stuck
playing.
to. You
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me.
Keep playing. Enough. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I
watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck what you
Keep
said.
going.
No,
No.
We're gonna have to watch the whole thing.
Spare the audience.
This is about you. Go on.
What are we gonna glean from watching longer of it?
Keep playing it. This is just November 1st.
Nah, I don't want to
Go to
finish
the
it.
middle.
I know what it is. You
Go
talk
to the
kindly
middle.
about. Okay, here I'll go to the middle for you. Okay.
Yeah.
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community?
You absolutely
think
are
I'm
not.
trying to get people
No,
to stop yelling about you at that
Okay,
point?
let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy. Over
You see
and
what I
over
was
again.
saying about his
That's
hair?
why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually
Holy
changed
shit.
course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get
Yeah.
the idea.
Stay
It's
down.
fine.
Something
You're-
happened.
You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever. By the way.
Whoa.
No, whoa. My turn.
Well, I was whoa,
You were
whoa,
just
whoa.
screaming, play the video. You
You
told me to
just said I
shut
wasn't
up.
moderating my
Hold
community
the
and
fuck.
claiming that
You screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor at this moment. You claimed that you didn't watch Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said you don't watch his videos because he asked you not to.
Clip
Magically,
set.
when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch
That's
his videos on your
convenient.
stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Okay.
On a video on
Nice
this
shirt,
stream.
by the way.
I'm just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged
that's my
him?
point.
I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
Say genocide propaganda will come. Thanks for watching.
That's in the clip,
Free
Ethan. You keep
Palestine.
doing this thing.
Thanks for
Playing the
watching.
clip.
Yeah, go support this.
I'm playing the clip.
Go support this guy, okay?
I told you why I wasn't watching that.
Well, there it is.
Oh my God, Hassan, you're talking over the
On
clip.
his
You need to let it
I don't-
play. Okay? You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay? You think I want him to write
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts
support him.
himself with regular frequency.
Link to his
Because
Patreon.
ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity is always solid. We're such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he is such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
correct. By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about. So I'm just saying, your community doesn't do harassment, right? Let's just promote Bad Empanada, who literally exists to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just showed is ridiculous. He's not just
you're doing it right now.
Most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking Bad Empanada.
No.
Cringiest, like classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet.
Not necessarily.
Anyway, let's continue.
Why is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a terrorist, right?
Someone who, by the way, yes,
like,
you're. By the way, you couldn't even watch a fucking 7-minute video of me actually defending you to your audience because that would kind of betray the narrative that you presented.
It's almost done. It's almost done.
He would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you
absolutely, provably, empirically true.
Do you want to hear my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so Bad Empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No, there's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good.
We'll see.
So Bad Empanada is crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay, like
what?
There's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada.
I don't know what's going on with that.
As I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video, there's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also said something.
And that is
his work on YouTube. Okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada.
What about his videos attacking me? Are those? Is that part of his great body of work?
Bad Empanada on his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you watching ones called Ethan Klein as a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection? Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy?
It's not a Zionist baby.
Why does okay, it is good. Why does Bad Empanada role play hunting Ela and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think no, of course not. But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate, you like to compartmentalize Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist dog, and by the way, I want to kill his wife.
The reason why that blockade ended, and I watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many?
The reason why that blockade ended.
How many have you watched Not About Me?
What?
How many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe I don't know.
No idea.
Maybe one.
I've watched a fuck ton though. I've watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
Maybe one.
No, not all of them are about me.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you.
Okay, here come the YouTube.
That's part of the narrative, right?
This is the YouTube.
This is the YouTube. Ethan, I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Well, I gotta refresh this. So here's an example
24
from
hours
one of these
of
clip
edited
channels.
content.
These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me.
That's a lot.
24 hours. That's over the.
These are most likely.
Hold on.
That's
over. Let me. Over 60 days.
That's a lot.
That's 24 minutes per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous.
Fan channel from where? From your account.
Okay, first of all, I'm just showing how much you talk about me on stream. Second of all,
it's a fan channel thing from your account.
Let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility.
What do you mean?
The fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that's regular?
He was ready.
You think that's regular?
Ethan, I have no
Who's
control over
obsessed
my
with
fan
you?
channels. What do you mean?
You have control over your
literally
content. That's
showing
what your
the
content
same-
is.
I say one thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream.
about me.
I say one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing
And you
over and over
love
again.
it. It's all
So
part
that
so you don't ever have
so
to
if they
take
make the same
responsibility.
thing, then you do have control over
It's
them.
the same fucking video.
Yeah. No, well, so yeah, this is the no.
It's the same moment.
No. This has the same moments. The last
Usually
one
the
does
same
not.
moment multiplied.
No,
Go
this
back
one
to the
does not
fucking
have this.
photo.
No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique times. You talk about me on your
Okay.
stream. Well, why are you to deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days a week?
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that. Probably.
Okay, so and I'm
because
sorry.
I think you are up until this very moment. You have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you.
Pro-Palestinian content creators.
Also,
has nothing
I'm
to
glad
do
you
with them
brought
being
up-
pro-Palestinian.
Do you think this is reasonable?
I have
Has
some
nothing to
numbers
do
as
with
well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hassan. Is this reasonable? Or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you that much.
It's got to be
not even close.
25.
Ethan.
Yeah, it's gotta be
I
like
have
1
some
minute more than what
information
he's
as well
doing.
to present to you.
Oh, here's the here's the deal
Okay, here we
breaker.
go.
On
This
your
is what we're
Instagram
missing.
Instagram stories.
alone,
Yes.
since January
Yes.
1st, 2025.
At least 100.
Hold on, let me pull this up really quickly. You have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
On your Instagram
wait, hold on.
story
From what
post,
period? From what period of
since
time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since what date?
No, that's you.
January.
Not fan
I'm
channels.
asking
That's
you
just
for
your
what date.
Instagram.
So that's
What's
4
your
months.
date? What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st.
2023?
Since January 31st on your Instagram stories.
What year?
Not including
What
clips.
year?
You have mentioned
What year?
me. 2025.
So you're saying I storied about you 100 times this year? That's an
110.
absolute fucking lie. Show me the evidence of that.
110
Show me your
times.
evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you 110
This is
times.
before
Show
the
me.
clips. You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated
What?
it. Hold on, let me see if I can find the dump. Oh no.
9 per week.
Son,
It's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah. But this this isn't a somehow, by the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last 2
Ethan,
months. They're not my
That's
channels.
me.
They
Look at
operate with
Instagram
your
stories.
approval,
When you
under your
look at
direction.
when
It's part of
you
your
look at me
disinfo campaign
referencing
to
you,
avoid
it's
responsibility. It's so
almost
obvious.
always within the context. It's almost always within the context of you literally fucking Haas tweet. When are we in agreement?
Hassan, you
called me
say
stupid, and I said my
you're
video is
streaming
bad,
it,
but
bro.
wait.
You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you
What?
stream. I make a
Ethan, your
story.
entire fucking stream is a hate video. What
That's-
are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me, which is fine. You want to do that, you can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, what are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this? Not only that, but you also tried to
I'm not
sue anonymous Redditors to dox
what?
them.
When did
which
I try
you
to sue?
openly
Whoa,
stated
whoa.
How
you
would
dox
Which
them
know
to
that?
their families.
Hold it. What?
He did do that, right? I think Ethan did do that.
Frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors.
Yeah, I
knowing
thought he
full
did.
well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories as well, Ethan.
Can anonymous
I know you
Redditors
think
defame you
Instagram
and
stories
harass
go
you?
away.
Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay, and that went viral.
I don't even know what the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
Well, it's an outright
did
lie.
You or did
Hold
you
on,
not?
dude. Let me respond.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer?
You need to stop because I'm going to.
Did you or did you not get your lawyer to try to bully, extort people? There are anonymous
Extort?
Redditors.
Who's
sure,
extorting?
they said some shit about you.
Bro, let me answer. Are you just going to fucking
okay.
Okay, you want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal?
It seems
Yeah, kind of, right? So let me talk. These
Okay.
anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were what? I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented. I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan. That was posted to Snark, that went viral in your community, was picked up by people in your community,
expect
leftist
that.
Twitter, TikTok,
Yes.
etc. It was
If
an
you
outright
can
lie.
find
It was
one
defamation.
instance
And by the
where
way,
I have
fuck
talked
yeah, those
about-
people should be held
if you
accountable.
Can find one instance where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck.
I'm
I will give you
explaining
$1
the
million.
context, dude. You're
I didn't
accusing me
even
of
know
something
about
I'm
this until this moment. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How's that weird?
It's totally fair for
You
Ethan
accuse
to
me of
sue
something,
people
I'm explaining what.
on
Because
Reddit
you're
if they're
saying
posting
that
bullshit
I'm
about it. It's
responsible
totally
for this
fair.
when I have no
There's
fucking
nothing wrong with
clue.
that.
No, I'm not.
What you're talking
said
about?
your
I only
community.
saw the litigation.
Is it ever, Hassan? Is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well, they
There
were
could be.
fucking.
Do you think? Okay.
Okay,
About
great.
this
Great.
instance,
It's not that crazy then.
One of the redditors that you sued.
Yeah. I didn't sue anyone.
Not
First of
only
all-
did you sue for copyright infringement, but
Hassan,
in
you're
the
lying.
process,
You are absolutely. Hold on, you're lying. So
in
you
the
have to
process
stop.
of
I
suing
have
them
not
for
sued
copyright
anyone.
infringement, your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation, you provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office
You know
with
why?
all correspondence you have had with
you know
Reddit.
why?
What does that mean?
You know why?
You provide our office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators.
Do you know why?
What does that mean? And then your
I'm
lawyer
trying to
says,
tell you.
if
You just
do
asked me
not-
what does it mean,
Nope.
bro.
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first
do
of
you
all-
think that, does
Dude,
your lawyer
stop.
think
Let
that
me
you can just like
answer.
make people dance?
All right.
If they
Do you
got him on a
want
copyright
to have a
claim?
conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay. All right.
Sure.
Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, well, I mean, do you think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so
Okay.
then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way.
Oh God. You have to rewatch this
Which was
YouTube like 3
shocking to
times.
even
Yeah,
you.
this
By
is
the way,
something
these
special.
people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hassan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they erroneously.
From you how? By
I'm
posting-
sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
Stealing views from you how?
because they
By
say
posting on Reddit?
yes. God, what the fuck are you talking about? Really?
So you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
really are stupid.
A
That is-
frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit.
Do you know what a law?
Fair use.
Do you know the
Ethan
difference between a
Klein
letter and a lawsuit?
Filed a frivolous lawsuit
It's
to
not
try
frivolous.
and stop people from criticizing you on Reddit.
Did I say
Do you know how many people
do you know-
criticize me on my Reddit?
I didn't say
Do you know how many people
criticize.
criticize me on your
Oh
Reddit?
my God, this is so
Imagine
funny.
if I was fucking suing them.
Bro,
How
you-
much would you
It's
talk
like
about
talking
that?
to a fucking wall.
I want to ask you something. They're posting
Wait,
paywall. They were posting
hold on.
paywalled content
This is
and saying,
crazy.
"Watch it here so that you don't
Hold
support
on
Ethan."
now.
Okay,
Hold on
spare me.
now.
Now let me ask
God.
you a question because this is fucking dumb. Okay, you always say that whenever you. First of all, let me give you a stat.
Mr.
You've
Fair
watched.
Use.
You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero. I have had
Bro.
0 people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now
Hassan
let me
could
ask
make
you
a
this.
good counterpoint to this by saying
whenever I
YouTube
make a
copyright
response to
strikes.
these videos, for example, the content cop,
He probably
you
doesn't
say
know that, though.
you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
No, I don't.
Wow,
Because what's
well,
cowardly is ducking me for the past
Ducking you. I'm
4
sitting in
months.
front of you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said I'm willing to talk to you, and you knew it wasn't
You
going
wouldn't
to
watch it on stream,
as
though.
today has demonstrated.
I said just
and that's
watch
precisely
it
why
on
you tried to
stream.
add
said
additional
watch the
qualifications
video.
to it, like, oh, just watch my video, just watch my
Yeah,
video.
That's super
He
reasonable.
didn't do
Why the
it.
fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking. I
It's
know
not
the
a
clips
biography. You understand that,
Ethan,
right?
can I have
Do you
a question
understand
for
the
you?
difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your
Jeez.
positions? Do you understand the difference? Hold on, do you understand? Because I'm not sure you understand.
What's interesting
It's
for
not
all
a
the people who are
biography,
tuning in
Hassan. It's
right
not
now-
about the points in your life about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen. So how the
Very
fuck?
poorly, by the
How
way.
do you know that?
How would you
haven't
know
watched
that?
it.
Yeah.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because I've watched
And you
11 hate
haven't-
videos.
And you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But
By the way, I
also,
said I would
I'll
debate
tell
you if you
why.
watched it. It's very simple.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
You were
I'll
dodging
tell
as
you why.
fuck.
Yeah.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
What you can't provide,
There's
by the
a
way.
video on my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke. Okay. In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that,
Now he's back to
addressed
it.
every
Here we
single
go.
point he made.
You didn't
in
watch the
his
video. How do you know
do
that?
I have the capacity to?
You didn't watch the
do
video.
I have the capacity
So
to see
where'd
the
you get
picture of
the
his
video? How do you know
do
that?
I have the capacity to?
You didn't watch the video.
Do I have the capacity
So
to see
where'd
the
you get the
picture?
list? Do someone send you a list of all my points?
How?
Why not
How
just
did
watch
I
the
answer
video?
all
then?
these
Say you
questions?
Why not
watched
just watch
it.
the video?
Just say
It
you
seems
watched
cowardly.
it.
You're
Can I
like,
get a
I
list
don't want
of
to
all
watch
your
the video.
points?
Just send me
Can
a
I get a
list
list
of
of all
all
your
the
points,
things. So
Ethan?
I don't.
Just
I
say
can't
you
get. I don't
watched
want to
it.
get my feelings hurt, and maybe
Ethan, you
he's making
consider
a good
yourself-
point.
You have, in
Why
the
not watch the
cringiest ways
video?
possible, considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef
Wait,
that
what?
you created initially.
That's
And I
right.
didn't
Kendrick
respond to
Lamar?
until you try to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay.
Who cannot?
So,
by
it's
the way,
not- that's not
being
about it.
pro-Palestine
Why
means
did I
you are
have-
infallible,
why did
can
I
never
have
be
all the
criticized. That's
information?
awesome logic.
Why
You
did
want
I
to
have
talk
all
about
the
the content
information that I
nuke,
had actually
Hassan?
responded to?
Hassan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You call it the context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context. Go ahead.
Watch my video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about me.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long drawn out sequence over
What's out of
sexual
context?
assaults, is that one of the clips that you used, one of the clips that you used in your context nuke was the claim that I deny rapes happen. It was from
I showed evidence.
That
That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
It's round
at
two.
At the time,
It's round two.
that thing that you clipped were me being like, rapes happening do not change the dynamic for me, which was about.
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about
hold
something
on,
else?
hold on.
It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally,
Why are
was
we going
me
over this again, dude?
defending the likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan.
cares? I wanna
Do you
talk about
feel like that
something
was an
else.
appropriate way to show
It
that I was
wasn't
a
out of
rape denier?
context, bro. It literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have? I
Do you
showed
feel like?
I
Wait, what do you mean?
showed
You can't just say that wasn't out of context.
How was
That
it
is
out
the
of context? How was it out of context?
Because
I
that was an
absolutely-
argument that I was
You
having
want me
with
to
a
be the
chatter who
moderator
was
if they do
saying,
it again?
why don't you deny that rapes have happened?
will if they
and
want
I
me
was
to.
saying there is a
What about all the
likelihood
other ones?
that they might have happened
What
because
about all the
rapes
other
are
ones?
actually
What
rapes
about all
are
the other
actually
ones?
I will be fair.
commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace
What
in
about all the other
conflicts in
clips?
general. So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these
What? Okay,
claims.
so here
Do you feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying,
I think I
like,
showed
oh,
sufficient
no.
evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long.
Wait, so
That's
you-
one
so you do
example. That's
recognize
one
that that
small.
was out of context.
What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right. Let me give you the master list, okay? If you want to watch the context of it, we can also go through these videos as
Okay.
well, or you can just take my word
Okay.
for it, up to you. What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one, or do you want
Give me examples that was out of context.
Okay. One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now
Oh
you admit
my
wasn't
God,
my fan,
bro.
that you falsely you falsly
Jesus
said was my fan.
criminy. Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay, was the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a what?
Because I
what's
have
going
that.
on? You
Because
asked
I
me
knew
for-
you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it, and then you
Okay,
can
play
just.
it. The
Oh,
Jewish
God.
KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking
Oh,
inbred
no.
hicks. Imagine the
Oh
most
God, he was
inbred-
ready.
white supremacist guy you can imagine. Okay.
Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag.
Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Oh, that's untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to...
You gotta watch these clips too.
Inbred, inbred.
Happy birthday from the clips are, and that's not necessarily the algorithm.
Oh, Jesus
Go ahead and
Christ.
defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist. You
Shut up, dude.
You continually refer to Jewish people as inbred.
You are such a pussy. Oh my God. Yeah, dude.
I mean,
of course I'm calling the fucking Kahanist Jewish supremacist settlers inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanist settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid? When I was calling them fucking inbred, you were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys, you said, when describing that fucking video.
Did you? So again, Hassan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background.
Like, these are just dudes. By the way, this is the difference between me and Hassan. When I get criticized,
I don't even know what's playing right now.
I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hassan opens Comrade KC tweets and Snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands. Let's fucking be real here.
Yeah, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
And this is an ongoing joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred repeatedly. You understand that, right? Rubs off on
people. They're fucking Nazis.
That doesn't make it
What's
any
wrong
less
with you? They're participating single-handedly in a genocide.
To Jewish people as inbred, bro. You don't think that can affect people?
I call all
Since when?
Racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately slammed.
How about one that doesn't feed into like an anti-Semitic trope? Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because it's a fucking cry bully claiming that he was a victim
he was
of
walking
harassment.
through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How's he a cry bully?
No, he's a cry bully for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
How does that make you a cry bully?
What do you mean? When someone
to be a cry bully, there needs to be a bully aspect. Where's the bully aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you know what's going on?
Don't you guys both live in mansions?
An entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized on college campuses has now led to the fucking Gestapo literally packing up pro-Palestinian student activists. You don't think those fucking dipshits played a role in that on Fox News of all places? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of how you feel slighted by.
So you're saying people think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
I'm not defending them. I'm attacking you. How is me saying why you
You are fucking crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process of them
How are they
destroying
Nazis?
humanitarian
Who
aid,
decided they're
going into
Nazis?
Gaza,
All the
and then you're
clips?
going, they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I took it back
they
immediately.
look like nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that people
I literally
won't see
took
that
it
and go,
back
what
immediately.
the fuck is wrong with you?
I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you know how that
oh
works?
my God, there's
have
a
you
lot
ever,
more. Do you want to keep going?
Have you
piece
ever?
by piece?
No, it's fucking boring.
Now it's boring.
Because I went because you're a chronic liar.
Well,
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke. Okay,
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of it,
See,
but I was worried that you were gonna fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to them. And now you can't lie to them. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we've talked
All right,
about,
here,
you've
let's do this.
backtracked on. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Or I'm sorry, not Houthi
Here we
affiliated.
go. He's
Here we
not,
go.
But even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that.
Because that's
I do
rewriting
not
history.
care.
Here we
go.
I'm gonna say this
No,
very
no,
clearly
it's not that
to
you cared, it's that
I'm gonna
you
say this
fucking
very
glazed
clearly
them
to
up.
you right now, 10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They are on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right
What have
side?
they
Ethan?
done?
You're
That's-
supposed to.
hold on.
You're saying that it's a genocide.
What have they
what
done?
The fuck are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel. Like fucking
That's
bravo.
not true. That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an
It was
Israeli. for the
partially
fucking
owned.
island.
Is a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
So then it's
it was
okay to
bound
take it
for
over.
fucking
Yep.
for
It
Turkey.
makes it okay.
What do you mean?
There
What
was
do you
they
think
kidnapped
BDS is,
5
dude? What do you think
totally
BDS stands for?
unrelated Filipino fucking
You also
prisoners
said
and
wasn't
kept
owned by
them
an
prisoners
Israeli, by
for
the
a
way, in your
year.
fucking video.
So
are you gonna
5
take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that
Take
part
what
too?
back? I didn't hear
Wow,
you.
what are we on? 4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked
I don't know
on
what,
so far?
I don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an
Partially
Israeli
owned by an Israeli
conglomerate.
guy?
You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy?
Means that it's working
It's
for
British
Israel.
owned. It's owned by a British
It is an
company.
Israeli
It's
conglomerate
owned by a
that owns
British
the fucking
company.
ship.
So it's owned by a British
You literally
company.
claimed that it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man ship.
It is.
Like you think all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking easy flag
How much of
to
this?
get.
How much of this? So, if this Jewish or this Israeli guy is,
0.5.
if this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know,
Anything.
and I don't care because I think that
Well, you
even if they got some of the
If you
ships
don't
wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like, I agree with their.
I'm not even conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that once again that was owned
No,
by
they're
an
not
Israeli
on the right
conglomerate.
side.
No,
You
was it?
lied
That's
on
an
your
outright
fucking
lie.
video.
Blocking
You're lying.
random
It's not
civilian
owned by an
ships
Israeli
and taking
conglomerate.
them
You're fucking lying.
hostage. You're not
That's
on the
an
right
outright
side of history,
pathetic lie.
taking civilian
And you're
hostages.
basically running
an
defense
island
for
you're
terrorist
talking
organization.
about.
The flag
Now,
was
do
on
I
Isle of Man.
I defend
Jesus Christ.
what they do? I think what they're doing, their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Sure.
Oh, you wait.
Sure.
Dude, let's ring up the fucking Al Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide when you're the poorest country.
Well, not
on the
hijacking an
fucking planet
unaffiliated boat
that
and kidnapping
withstood-
15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping anyone?
Yeah, that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people, by the time you had released your context puke, those people had been released.
It was,
What
yeah,
would you
I
do,
remember.
Ethan?
They,
What would you
I
do?
said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video.
Oh, it's just you couldn't.
They were held,
couldn't
were
put
they
it
held
in there.
prisoner for a year?
for
Were they
11
held prisoner
months?
for a year? Were they held
You
prisoner
couldn't
for
put
a
it-
year?
you couldn't put
Were
it-
they
Yeah, they
held
were, they were.
prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were.
That's what
They
I
were held
said.
hostage.
Thank you.
Yeah, they were held hostage.
So how's
for
that
sure.
help Israel? Taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated sailors
Do you
hostage
understand the
for a
concept
year?
of deterrence?
Well, how's that deter Israel? Kidnapping fucking
Do you understand the concept
foreign
of
sailors.
deterrence? Yes,
How is that a
stopping
deterrence?
It is a show of
So
force
civilians are
to
okay
stop
targets as a
other-
method of deterrence.
Successfully, mind you, to stop other
Really?
commercial shipping from
That
going
sounds like
through.
something else.
They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby.
say that's
And like I
terrorism.
said, 10 toes down, support that initiative.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they not? Should they allow their coastline to continue
Mm-hmm.
having commerce as though nothing is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the
Is he
Israeli
defending the
genocide?
terrorists?
Should they
He
have
is
sat back
absolutely
and just
defending
let
Yemeni
it
is not
happen?
Houthi, by the way.
And also, they
completely
can't say,
defending it.
obviously, they fucking can't say
He's
from
even
the river to
supporting
sea
it.
Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously they can't do that either. So
Scares- I mean,
how
it doesn't-
can
it's
these
what
people-
Norman
How
Finkelstein
can
said.
people be pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate?
Where your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping 15
It's not
sailors?
unaffiliated. It's not unaffiliated. But even if it was
It is
unaffiliated, as I've
totally.
said already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied
It
about
was.
that, and you
I
recognize that you lied
you're-
about that for
you're-
the record.
okay.
But if it was,
People can look
if
into it.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
Even if it. Even
Why
if
did
it was
they didn't need to kidnap
unaffiliated-
random
Except you
people.
can't
That's
do
like
anything or
terrorist
attack
shit.
neutral
Why are
civilians.
they kidnapping
Clearly.
random unaffiliated sailors? How are you
No,
defending
Ethan,
that?
you know what's
You're
what's
defending them
terrorist shit?
kidnapping these
You know what's terrorist shit, Ethan?
unrelated foreign
You know
sailors?
what's terrorist shit? Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid
When did I defend
flotilla.
that?
1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks
Well,
like.
you are defending
Israel,
terrorism,
as
though.
of this conversation
And
taking
you've done
place,
it many
Israel
times during
last
this
night
conversation.
He
literally
is.
drone striked
undeniable.
a fucking humanitarian aid ship that was headed for Gaza off the coastline of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance.
So
And it's
do you-
not only moral, but it's
Resistance.
just
Very
and
good.
By
You're
taking
right. You're so
Filipino
righteous.
hostages?
justice is
Do you
served.
think that the Filipino
They're
That's
hostages who were
resistance.
held there for a year agree that was an awesome, that was an awesome act of
Probably
resistance?
not.
Probably.
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I think. Well, first of all, I think that like there's something to be said for stopping the cargo in that strait, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that
Israel
good?
is not accountable
They're
to
doing
the
it
Houthis.
bad.
Not an unaffiliated ship, by the way. But even then,
You won't
the
explain how
entire
it's
point is
affiliated. You
Random
said it's
ships are
owned
not
by an Israeli
accountable.
conglomerate. That is an
Make-
outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was not owned by
Wait,
an
what?
Israeli conglomerate.
This is
You said that.
crazy.
Yes, it was a lie.
Ugh.
Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was
Oh,
owned by a
here
British
we go.
company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even. He didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman. It was. It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved in.
Yeah, co-owned by Abraham Ungar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's connected.
owned
I'm
by a
telling you how
British
it's connected.
company.
That's like
You asked
3
me how it's
degrees
connected.
of
I'm telling
removal,
you
and
how
now
it's
it's
connected.
okay
You're
to take
lying.
over
You don't
the
like
ship?
that connection.
No, you're
Yep.
lying. That's what I don't like.
What are we talking
I'm
about?
not lying.
You
The
said-
ship info is
That's
readily available,
crazy.
Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Well,
Okay,
so
that's
the
point number
larger
5 that you also presented falsely
Very
on
good.
your context
The,
puke.
the problem is more the
Someone's gotta be
kidnapped
keeping tally
sailors.
somewhere.
I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated
Yeah.
sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are. You
Ethan,
You go.
Ethan.
Have you
He
ever
is
heard of
defending him.
deterrent?
He is.
Yeah,
He,
He
just
is,
walk with
dude.
me through this carefully.
Yeah, please.
I asked
Please
you.
Just say
explain
you
to me
are.
how it's
You would do,
justifiable to
Ethan.
you said 10
kidnap
toes
people.
down.
Ethan, what would you do?
Go ahead.
You have a better way to do it. I think we're gonna figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated,
During the
holding them for a
Holocaust,
year.
There were militancy resistance.
Oh God, the
okay,
Holocaust.
that cut off supply lines. Okay, supply
Oh,
lines
fuck.
for the Nazis, or even sometimes supply lines that actually impacted the civilians. Okay, impact the civilians. Do you feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
That's why. Yeah, obviously.
What? Because they're
Yeah.
terrorists.
Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap
Fucking
innocent
dumb.
civilians.
Thank you.
Are they? So you
Yes.
so
Filipino
the people
guys?
that are the people that are resisting against the Israeli
Resisting.
genocide that
What
you
did those
call a
sailors have to do with
genocide
that?
are actually
Oh my
terrorists
God.
because you don't agree with
Kidnapping
their
innocents?
fucking methods. But you have no way.
Well,
Kidnapping
you
innocents.
doesn't agree with the methods.
You
If
have
the
no
methods are
alternative.
That's not
terrorism.
true. I say just don't kidnap innocent people.
How do you
Nothing
do
else.
this?
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people.
Yeah.
They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnapped people, right?
Well,
Is that possible?
Fair. Do you think that that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way. They literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously they wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade after Israel started starving Gaza again, and then
That's
also
great.
turned
What does that have
around.
to do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go
You
down
can't.
that route.
I'm ready. What do you
Kidnapping
mean?
innocent people is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could characterize it that way.
Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a different thing. It's like a.
Why is it a different thing? You think the
Well, the
Ansar Allah movement
Houthis-
doesn't have a standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis are to like a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government. It's different. They also own slaves.
A lot
by
of
the
the
way.
Yemeni people don't support the Houthis, by the way.
But I'll say, yeah, Israel, the IDF is terrorist. Yes,
It's
the
not like
IDF
they
is
even
terrorism.
support the Houthis.
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansar Allah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that. Explain to me the process in which Ansar Allah actually came to power.
I don't know.
What?
I do not know.
Oh, you don't know?
Yeah, you should
Yeah,
try
it's really
saying that
interesting
sometimes.
because in your video you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like,
Oh
these guys
my
are actually
God,
doing
bro.
slavery.
Give me
and
one.
it turned out that actually
Give me the Saudi outlets.
The videos that you used did not even suggest that it was Ansar Allah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet. Okay?
The Houthis have
Literally the poorest
slaves.
country on the
That's not
planet.
even contested.
They weren't the ones who were doing the slavery according to your own fucking video, but you still used it.
The
and you
Houthis
used
have slaves,
Saudi
undisputed.
propaganda papers
Jesus.
that at a time when
I just
Saudi
don't understand
Arabia
why you're
was doing
defending
a
the
fucking
Houthis
genocide.
for having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so unnecessary.
What does
What
that have
are
to
you talking
Just
about,
acknowledge
dude?
that they do
The
terrible shit.
Saudi-backed government was the one that was actually doing slavery.
No, well, if they did, then the Houthis also have slaves. That's just a statement of fact.
No, the Houthis don't have shit. Okay,
They don't have any
shit. They don't have
shit.
slaves. They don't even have slaves.
No.
They don't even
Right.
have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's not the point I'm making. They are the poorest country on the planet that just came out of a
Yeah, and how's
man-made
that
famine
blockade,
backed
by the way, helping the
Saudi
country?
Arabia
How is
and
the blockade
UAE.
helping the
Why
famine
did
in
you
Yemen?
use-
How's the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before because you talked about how you were a regional expert.
What is blockading it doing for the poorest country on earth?
Ansar Allah and their violent takeover of Yemen. So I
Right.
was like, trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a
Well,
little
yeah.
bit.
So explain
on
to
this
me why it
issue, but
matters.
seems like you don't know shit.
Sure, I don't know about this specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
Why it matters? What their blockade?
Yeah. Clearly,
their blockade is. Their blockade is
No,
awesome.
why it matters how they came to power.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh, because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi
prove it.
Arabia, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all fucking NGOs, was doing a Western-backed blockade that was killing hundreds of thousands of people, and the headlines that you used in your context shoot were from Al Arabiya and numerous other outlets that had their own personal investment in vilifying the Ansar Allah movement. Having
here
said
comes the
that,
clip.
Of course, I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansar Allah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're fucking doing, as I've said time and time again, like their banner, right? Their banner says first to Jews, which you also presented in your video, except remember when you talked about Norm Finkelstein and how Norm Finkelstein doesn't agree with From the River to the Sea,
You agree
Palestine
with
will be
kidnapping
free?
civilians?
Can we play the clip of Norm Finkelstein
That's pretty
talking
bad.
about the curse the Jews and how what he thinks about that? Let's do that. Let's pull up the clip of Norm Finkelstein's thoughts.
How is that
Houthis'
relevant?
actions
How is
and
that
the
relevant?
blockade against the
How is
Israelis.
that
You used
relevant?
him as a primary source earlier because
Well,
you thought he's a reputable guy, which I
he
think
said
I agree.
something that I've said that I've been criticized for. And what does that have to
Can
do
you-
with
Dan,
every
can you
other
play this
take he's
clip?
taken? It doesn't mean that
Can
I
you play this
support
clip?
that like we're aligned with every other take in the world.
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, this is 50 seconds.
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
Because who gives a fuck what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean?
You want to talk
used
about?
his-
Here, listen.
You use his perspective on From the River to the Sea to imply that he agrees with you.
He does.
I want to see if you agree with him on this.
I still don't
Do
see
you
why
play
it's
it?
okay to take over and
I'll
hold
play it.
people hostage.
Thank you.
So here, I'm gonna play it, okay? And then when this is done,
Did
let's
that ever
move
get
on
explained?
to something I know we both want to talk about. You claim
Yeah.
I'm gonna play it. I just want to set this up.
What about that?
You claimed that the worst thing I said in the context puke is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries, and I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
And
by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to.
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point.
Oh, I can keep going all
I'm
day
sure you
if
can.
want to.
Yeah, I know. I know you go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay,
kids.
no, that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You fucking badass fucking sports car bed. It's a meme.
Very odd.
Here it is.
As long as the people in Gaza are subjected to a genocide, we won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II?
Evacuating
but is there
Jews
a
is the same as
case
taking
where
hostages?
a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered
Oh,
to go to
doctors.
Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had the option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give the Houthis a peace prize. That's nuts.
Why?
Because what the fuck have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for their own populace? This is, as you said, the poorest country on earth.
Port. That is
What
a
are they doing
direct
for
material. The Houthis have.
What does this have to do with the river to the
direct
sea?
Material consequences for Israel, as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care. Let's give them a peace prize.
I think they deserve it.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Yeah. Wait, also
don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though, if they do.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the
right,
forest for the trees.
Right, of
Here,
course.
I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm like, I'm sure they are. Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps switching back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the Nakba and stuff.
Okay. Hold on. I know you keep saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring." Whenever you come across a
it's
a point
irrelevant,
that you have to admit
and
is
you
wrong.
just talk
But
and
listen,
talk and
listen,
talk. It makes
listen
the
to
video
me.
unwatchable.
You said the Houthis. You said the Houthis are barbaric. They're homophobic. They hate women. All this shit.
This
right?
guy
And I'm
does
sure
make
a
it
lot of that is
unwatchable,
correct.
dude.
Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all
Talk
it
about
is
bigotry
known
of low
is
expectations.
fucking death and destruction. This doesn't justify. This
If they're
doesn't
poor, they have
justify
to hate
having
women.
that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem.
Yeah.
And the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing
that
them,
wasn't
as
my
Joe
chief
Biden did,
criticism.
and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. Man, again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative
You don't like
method.
their methods.
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not
Let's
rocket
get back to
science.
the IDF. You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization, but the IDF is a terror
I didn't say
organization.
that. Wrong.
Through and through.
Wrong. Again, a liar.
Okay, so you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
This is what a snake looks
You
like
believe the
I
IDF
think it would be
okay.
I
in
think
real
it's fair to
time.
characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says he stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again because he has a gun in the second highest gun
That's not
ownership,
Because he had a gun?
density
That
per
isn't
capita,
why.
and because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English.
Let's watch
You
this.
kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again.
He is.
His name is Rashid al-Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family.
Let's
because
watch
if he was
the
a part
evidence,
of the Houthi family,
you know,
his
let's
last name would be al-Houthi, not al-Haddad. Okay.
Let's watch the
this
evidence.
Person you looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker,
terrorist,
in the poorest country on the planet, who's only known death and destruction, and spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is bad.
Let's look at it.
Yeah, of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
Like you, dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
He's a terrorist.
You're
What are we
saying because
doing?
he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch. Ready?
No,
Let
it's
me
not
show you.
because he's poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen, and in that part of the world, the only thing that people see is the dangerous conflation of Zionism and Judaism.
I'm sure
because
the
the
Yemenis.
fighter jets that blow up their fucking schools have a Star of David next to them, and when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews.
That's not true.
Of course, for everyone
Israel
in that
doesn't
side of
claim
the
they're
fucking
doing it
world,
on
when
behest
they
of
say
Jews.
Jew, it's interchangeable with Israel.
So what
Many
about
of these
taking
people,
over
Do you think
the
he's like Anne Frank?
What?
Oh,
Do you
no.
think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, of course, absolutely.
Did
He has
Anne-
withstood
did Anne-
genocide. He has withstood genocide by the Saudi
that the
government.
only-
Of course I do. I think that talking to, but my
Anne
point that I
Frank.
was fucking presenting,
Anne Frank is famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said, fuck Jewish
Would you think
people.
Anne Frank would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out?
If
of
she was
the-
like, I wanna
of the
kill
place that she
Germans
was
and
hiding
hang
in
them, yeah.
and took up arms against the Nazis? Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
For something that
Say
didn't
Anne
happen?
Frank would be bad if she took up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same for sure. She's,
Oh, it wouldn't be the same.
She's
Why would it
famous
be?
for being
Right.
a pacifist and seeing the good in
Yeah, he's
people
right.
despite living
That's
through a
true.
Holocaust. You understand that?
Yes.
That's not what.
If
Let me
Anne
let me
Frank-
show you. Let me show you.
Do you think that if
Israel
Anne
isn't.
Frank, do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation, you
Israel
would
isn't
call her a
occupying
bad
Yemen
person?
anyway.
Take up arms against
What?
Nazi
Israel's not
occupation.
occupying Yemen.
What about
Israel
the people
isn't.
that are
But
taken
for
prisoner?
every single
Are they
country
Nazis?
in this region? American
occupying?
imperialism is
You
all
say the
they have
Saudis.
known.
You said this. Why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why is it
Because
damn
they're
the Jews?
directly fighting Saudi Arabia.
Oh, but
what
I
are
thought,
you
oh,
talking
you see
about?
the Star of David. Of course they hate Jews. What about their? Why does their flag say death
Jesus
to fucking
Christ.
Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews.
Damn the
which
Jews,
I have
curse
said
upon
time
the
and time
Jews.
again
That's-
is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not
That's
appropriate
nice.
by Western standards. But if you listen
Why
to
does it say
Norm
Saudi
has a
Arabia?
clip
Standards
on
are
that
they
too.
appropriate by?
Norm has a clip on that too. Do you
Wait,
want to see?
No,
Do you
I
want to
give-
see it?
let me
Wait,
show
what are
you
the
this, 'cause you've been
standards
going
where
on and
that's
on.
Finkelstein
appropriate?
explain that?
No, I want to show you this. Okay, you've
Implying
been
that-
talking and talking and talking and talking.
Wait a
Very
minute,
good.
wait,
Let's
what?
watch this. He
Do you
said,
condemn the Warsaw Ghetto
Hassan, you
Uprising,
gotta-
Ethan?
You gotta stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm gonna play this video. Okay. He says, "Ready for sacrifice." Maybe I read
These
it.
people always think that they're in the Holocaust,
talking
man.
about football? Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth.
Not so
with
good.
a pike. Or, how Hassan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support? Israel falls.
yeah.
Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the Red Arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but
It
hating
is.
Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes.
That's pretty
That seems
bad.
pretty definitive. Why did he say yes to Are You a Soldier?
Bro, he doesn't even
Wait,
fucking
why would
speak
you
English.
say
You're
that?
Like, oh, he's a soldier. Wait, even if he is,
So he admits
even if
it.
he is, I'm gonna ask you a question very clearly and very deliberately. If Anne Frank,
just like Anne Frank did.
if Anne Frank if we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust, and Anne Frank posted about this is what we're gonna do to the Nazis, would your
course it would
analysis of Anne
change.
Frank
Yes,
change
of
even
course.
a little bit, even
Of
an
course it
iota?
would. Of course it would, because she's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out death to all Zionists. She's famous for seeing the good in people, not fucking tweeting out that we want to nuke Israel. What do you
on
mean?
that one? Because I would not give a fuck. I would be loud and proud, going, "Hey, that's what."
Sorry.
Damn. Just got
She said,
hacked.
that's what we're gonna do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl.
So after
Get it.
hold on.
Yeah.
After watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
Yes.
Okay, very
Anne
good.
Anne Frank died before she could resist. But if she did, I would
She
never
was
hold
fucking
that
killed
against
in
her.
a concentration camp, you
Exactly.
psychopath.
But if she
was
did,
exterminated
but
with
if
her
she
whole
did,
fucking
I would
family.
never
Her
hold
dad's
that
the only
against
one
her.
that
Would
survived
you?
and recovered
But
her
you
journal.
wouldn't
Are you
hold that
fucking
against her
mad?
either, Ethan? Right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against
I wouldn't
Anne
hold
Frank
it
if
against her,
she-
but she wouldn't be the same historical figure that said, despite my family being killed in concentration
Obviously.
camp and everyone being murdered, I'm still a
Fucking
pacifist that sees the
obviously.
good in people. What the fuck is what's so confusing about that?
How are we even
Not
thinking
kill
about
Zionists,
this?
not nuke Israel, not a pike through Zionist
What
assholes.
are we talking about?
I can't believe we're
This
once
is
again
ridiculous.
discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen
You
who
really
is
like to do
19
that.
fucking years old.
Well, you said
Okay.
he's not a Houthi.
So-
You mean you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid that you platformed
He is.
and
He is.
glazed
He
the
is.
fuck
He
up, by the
absolutely
way.
is. And
Which
even
is,
if he
by the way,
wasn't,
just
I would-
terrible journalism. Like you,
It's
what
not
is your? You have
journalism. That
KFC
was
in Yemen?
not
Is that the
journalism.
fucking best question you have for someone who's apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's
was actually
who's
curious
been
about
with
the
the crew
KFC.
of kidnapped hostages?
be
who's
fair,
apparently
that
partying
wasn't-
with the
that wasn't even
captains.
correct.
You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
Just insane.
Here's some
But
clips that
hold
you
on,
haven't
besides
shown.
being wrong,
Here's
it's
some clips. No,
insanely
we're going clip for
incompetent.
clip. We're going clip for clip. We're going clip for clip. Can you please play this? It's from my subreddit.
Let's get it.
Give me
Here.
a sec. It's got Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay, after this, please, we got to move on to the Nakba thing.
Yeah. Every single victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a pacifist.
Okay, do you
That
want me
is
to
your
watch this? I mean,
perspective.
what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes.
Okay.
طبعا جاتني اسئله كثيره ماذا اذا اليهود قرروا ان يعودوا الى اليمن يعني بنسمح لهم ولا لا ولا طبعا
في واقع
طبيعي
اسمه
يعني
يميز.
اليمنيين نمد ايدينا للسلام يعني اليمن مسموحه لاي شخص يجي يعيش فيها.
This is like shot like by a fucking like propagandist. What are you talking about? Like he's all fucking dolled up. He's got makeup on. The lighting is perfect. Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews. Give me a break.
Despite Hassan also believed the Hamas propaganda when they released the prisoners, and he kissed them under the threat of gunpoint.
You pick and choose what
Hassan
you think,
also believed
you pick
that.
and choose what you think is appropriate.
Well, what
to
do you think
show.
about all this shit I
remember
showed
that?
you? Which do you think he believes, this or that?
Yeah.
I think he believes both.
Oh.
This is not.
So he likes Jews, but he also
are
wants to
friends,
kill
and also we need to murder
the
them
problem
all.
is,
He believes that Jews are our friends, and we need to murder them all. Is that correct?
The
Is that
problem
what
is
you're
you
saying?
conflate. You
No, he said
conflate-
Jews. He, in the
you
tweet,
conflate
said this is
Judaism
what we're
with
going to do to
Zionism from
Jews.
a Western perspective. For them, when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect
And
it
that's the
as
Jews' fault, right?
But
That's-
listen to
and you're
me.
blaming
but
the
listen to
victim.
me. Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically.
I remember.
And he said he loves them.
That
because
is such
he
a
does not have
lie. You're such a liar.
You don't
He
know
said-
this person,
I
Ethan.
watched
He
it.
has
That's
no
not what he
reason.
said,
He
though.
has no
He
reason
said
to
if they
lie.
support
He's in
Palestine, then I
fucking
like
Yemen.
them.
He could be
He
dead
didn't.
by
You're
now.
lying.
Why-
You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying. He didn't
Wait, what do
say
you
that.
mean?
He said if they support Palestine, then that's good.
What?
What? That's what he said. It's a fucking materially way different than I love Jews. Who's what the fuck you said?
No, you didn't hear my. You just repeated what
Go
I
ahead.
said.
What'd you say?
I said love, but I think he didn't. I guess he didn't
What
say
did
love.
he say? Hold on
he
a
said
second.
like.
What did you say he said?
I said that don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said. He has no problem with Jews who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Can't they just play the clip?
Yeah, right.
Dude, well, you realize you were wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine. All right, let's move on to the Nakba thing.
Dude, I don't care.
We gotta move on, bro.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally, I am an anti-Semitic person.
He did tweet
that.
that.
The conversation would go very differently. But even then, I probably wouldn't be as vicious as you
literally said that on
would,
social media
or you want me to
continually.
be, because I understand the material conditions and
kill all
what
Jews.
plays a role in people's recognition of the world.
Nobody
what
needs
their
to fear us but
upbringing looks
Jews,
like.
he said.
Yeah.
I'm going to shove my gun and kill Jews.
What? No, he didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
Oh, God.
All right,
okay,
here we
dude.
go.
You just play the fucking clip then. God damn it. Just play the clip. He said Zionist, but play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Yeah. I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining.
No, why
He's too dolled up.
Wait, you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent you.
By the way, is this, I don't know if this is, I don't know if this
What a
music's
good
claimed,
day.
by the way. We can,
what a good day.
It does matter,
It's
unfortunately.
most likely
you're
not
on Twitch
fucking
where
claimed.
stealing
Come on.
content is fucking regular, but on YouTube there's standards.
Hi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. God forbid someone might copy strike you, and then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted is sometimes warranted. Where's the link
Mr.
of
Fair Use? Mr. Fair Use.
Yeah, yeah. Do you know what fair use is? You fucking moron. It's using it fairly. There's a big difference between.
No, I know. Fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you fucking
bro.
Of course I care about my monetization status.
Oh my God.
And make demands about how they have to
fair use,
release information about their
all right,
about their
let me
allegiances
play
to
this
Reddit.
for a minute and then we'll move on.
إلى اليمن
Alright, play it.
فوق رؤوسنا وما في عندنا أي مشكلة وهذه رسالتي إلى اليهود أتمنى أن توصل وطبعا وأشكر الأجانب.
This is the most pathetic terrorist propaganda
Who the
bullshit
fuck
I have
believes
ever
this?
seen. And the
Look
fact
at
that
the
you actually
music.
think this is credible
Yes.
is so hilarious to me.
Dude,
wow. Let's
look,
keep it going.
man,
No, I love
look.
this. This is great. Let him.
All right, just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm trying. I don't know where the audio went.
I mean, Hassan believes
why? Was
the
it,
Hamas
sorry, hold on, I'm
propaganda of the guy kissing the Hamas captor.
Taylor
After the
Lorenz
guy with
tweeted,
the
"What's so
gun
crazy
went
is that
by
we
and
tried to
told
nab
him
an
to
interview
kiss
with
him."
Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO before Hassan
How are we
Dahan got
even
the
believing
scoop.
this bullshit
Ethan
video?
continues to chastise Hassan for legitimate journalism and an interview that
What
half
was
the MSM
legitimate
was
journal-
chasing.
Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack loser who's obsessed with you, okay? Of course she would say that. She by the way,
glazed
what was
Luigi.
the legitimate... Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay.
One question.
Great question. What do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
That's your most important journalistic question, which he basically said they're
No,
cool.
you asked me one. I gave you one.
I don't think that. I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions. Why don't you ask him if he? Why don't you ask a follow-up question like,
Ethan,
do you not care if they're Zionist Jews? That they're Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a fuck if he cares if there's Zionist Jews or not.
What about why? Do you think? What was the
about?
hard-hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard-hitting journalism?
No, it was called humanizing.
That was called cringe as fuck, glazing, pathetic.
Yeah, because you don't like when a fucking brown person gets a little bit of airspace
Is that
and
right?
they look like a human being.
So you're resorting
and
to
not
calling
a
me
fucking
racist
barbarian.
They
now?
all
By the way,
have
this
the
dude's white as
same
fuck. What
skin
are you talking
color.
about?
Ethan.
Am
This
I
dude's whiter
crazy?
than I am. What the fuck
Yes.
are you talking
All right,
about,
let's get back to
dipshit?
the IDF.
Hold on, you
So
accused
what are
me
we
of being
talking
racist.
about?
Are you talking about this
A
guy?
terrorist organization.
Are you talking about
and
this
your
guy?
wife
What
is
is
a part of the
this?
IDF.
Give
Do
me a
you think
break,
it's
dude.
appropriate to call your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
You don't think it's appropriate?
No.
Okay. You have stated time and time again that you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets.
Right.
Who do you think is protecting the settlers who you claim
The
are
IDF
valid
is
military
protecting them.
targets
It's fucking insane.
in the process?
Yeah, it's horrible.
In the process
Was
of
my
their
wife out there
pogroms that they're
protecting?
doing.
Sorry, was Ela out there protecting settlers?
Well, she's
No,
forced
she was
into
doing a
it.
night raid, as a matter of fact, and
She's
I didn't know
forced
any of this
into it.
until
He's not.
recently. For the record,
That's a
it was
huge
couple
difference.
months ago.
Yeah, you're gonna do
He was
the
out there
Raider of
doing
Ramallah
night
snark
raid.
bullshit.
Do
Go
you
on.
think-
Yeah, your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride along to Ramallah for some kind of fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's
She
18 years
described
old, bro.
the
She's a
process
secretary.
of taking someone hostage. You called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his own fucking home. And your wife
Can they not
went
commit
on
crimes?
a raid to Ramallah, which you have called a terror city.
Yeah, that was an old clip. I don't think Ramallah's a
Is your
terror
wife
city.
a valid military target in that process? Because you've said that settlers are valid military targets. Do you think your wife is a valid military target? Do you think your
She's
wife
not
is
a West Bank
terrorist, Ethan?
settler. She's not a West Bank settler.
But she's in the West Bank.
Empanada
Where's
thinks she
Ramallah,
is.
Ethan?
Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think that she's a valid target.
You
Do
think
you?
she's a valid military target?
Do you think
That's
she's a
my
valid
point,
military
because
target?
There's inconsistencies
Do you
here.
think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
I don't.
All right,
Okay.
can we please move on to this the Nakba thing?
Listen to me.
Hassan,
listen
bro,
to
you're
me.
making this unwatchable.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Okay.
We got to move on.
How does this make sense in your mind? You say Israel is doing genocide. She has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank.
You don't know
say
who
you
was
hate the
kidnapped and
West
for
Bank.
what reason.
You
We don't
say you hate the
Yeah,
settlers.
well, we don't know who was.
Who
First of all,
protects the settlers, Ethan? Your wife did.
Kidnapped. They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did. What if he
so
fucking
it was
stabbed
justifiable.
civilians?
Do you
Doesn't that
understand
happen?
the process in
Do-
which
do
how
fucking-
people are
I'm
arrested
sorry, do
in the
Pal-
West Bank,
do
Ethan?
Palestinian terrorists never stab and blow
They're
up
placed
civilians?
they're placed under military detention. They are not actually placed. They do not go
Do
through a civil
Palestinian
court
terrorists
process.
ever
They are
commit
not-
violence on civilians that
They
would
are
warrant them being
not-
arrested?
They
Give me a
are
fucking
not
break.
in the West Bank.
You don't know anything
The
about this
Palestinians that are
person or this
kidnapped
raid.
are in Ramallah, in
Okay.
Palestinian territory. Your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now, I know
That's
people
not
that have
how it's
also
known, but
served
okay.
in the
That's what
Israeli
you call it.
Occupying Force, as a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the
By the way, her name
silence,
is Gila.
for
I don't know if you
example,
keep doing
in
your
terms of
wife.
my
Why do you do
company.
that?
He is. He's
Why do you keep
doing it
referring to her as
again.
my wife? It's bizarre.
Okay, Gila, whatever. Who
Well,
cares?
it just
stop-
belies
stop
some really
hyper-focusing on
bizarre
random
thing.
shit.
It's not
Stop
random at all.
hyper-focusing on
It
random
says a
shit.
lot.
Listen to my words.
Bro,
Listen to my words.
please. It's so
I have no
exhausting.
issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes, as long as they recognize that that was wrong.
Right.
What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all of the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites.
Hila was doing
Who
mandate.
is
Hold
supposed
on.
to be able to resist against
Yeah,
this
it was
genocide?
mandatory
Do you
service.
actually think it's a genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
There's numerous options.
Yeah.
One, religious exemption. Two, refusing to serve. But even then, I don't have a problem with her being socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate.
So go
I have
to
a problem
jail?
with what she's saying now. I have a problem
What'd
with how
she
she
say now that's
reflects
wrong?
on that and doesn't realize that that was an unjustifiable thing to do.
Okay, well,
Those
listen.
are real
You
human
can talk
beings
to you
that
can
are
talk
getting
to her.
kidnapped.
Debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to. Okay.
Yeah, why are they arguing
I
about
don't
his
even
wife?
know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, give me a break, dude.
No.
She did mandatory.
She has talked
Let me
on
ask
your
you a question.
podcast.
Hassan,
She's talked
please,
on your
you gotta
podcast
let me
about
talk.
how she went on a raid.
You have
she
to
was
let me
bored. She had
talk.
a
The fact
secretary
that you're
job.
just
It's
talking
mandatory
over me
conscription.
and
It was an
being
adventure
louder
for
does
her.
not mean you're right. I promise.
What?
Being louder and talking more does not mean you're right. Okay. It's good
volunteered.
to listen to what I have to say. She's part
Okay.
of
Is it a
mandatory
lie?
conscription.
Did Gila
You're-
not volunteer? Did Gila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable. We don't know
Okay.
what that guy did, though. We don't know what the
Oh, so
raid
he
was
could have
for.
been he could have been a
What if he
vicious
killed
terrorist
people?
monster. Is what
Yeah.
you're
What if he
saying.
killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course he would be
Ethan-
worthy of being arrested.
Ethan, is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? I don't. It's under occupation. No, I don't think so. But it's under occupation, right?
Okay, so why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe are getting a terrorist that killed civilians.
She sat in a car.
It's not complicated.
She sat in a
Ethan.
car
It's not
and didn't even leave
complicated
it
at all.
and never did it again.
Your wife participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now,
Are
I
you upset if this
understand the
person
importance of
killed like
social
a
conditioning.
child?
If she
Would you be
were-
upset if this
if
person
she
they
were to
arrested
talk
like
about-
stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking
If
about.
she were to talk about
Okay,
how
fine. My
fucked
wife's a
up that
terrorist,
was-
bro. What the fuck? It's so boring.
No, stop. Listen to my words.
No,
If she
my
were to
wife
talk
is
about
a
how
terrorist.
fucked up that
Very
is,
good.
as many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence. If she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
just like Frogan
former
says,
IDF
only
vets
I don't hate
that are
only the
part
ones
of
that
breaking the
regret
silence
it.
talk about, I would have no
Do you
issue
hope-
with her.
do you hope she gets
want to know why?
PTSD
Because I
too?
understand people can change.
I'm not.
Okay?
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, we neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no. You don't understand. If she is illegally there,
Okay,
she is not
she's a
supposed to be there.
terrorist.
It does not matter.
does.
Her and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there. That
I
is
don't
an
think
act
she
of
knew what
terror.
they were
And as a
doing.
matter of fact, what
I don't think she knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she
It's his wife.
participated
I don't
in
think she
is
knew
called
where
a
they
night
were
raid.
going or what they were
What
doing.
she participated in
Okay,
is
she's a
called
terrorist, bro.
night raid.
Please, we got to move on. This is
The
like
reason
just
why
so...
the reason why the Israeli occupying force,
Oh
the
my
reason why the
God,
Israeli
dude.
occupying force
People wanna watch
participates in
this.
these night raids in the West
You're making
Bank
this unwatchable.
is
Let's
to create
just-
a constant,
Okay.
a constant feeling of terror.
Hassan, talking more does not make you right. Okay, you got to understand
The
that.
reason why the Israeli occupying force
You're repeating yourself.
participates in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror.
We don't
upon the
condone it.
Palestinians
She was
who are
19. She
there
was doing
in their
military
own land.
conscription. She
Listen
didn't
to
know where
me.
they were going or what they were
Listen to
doing.
me.
Okay.
Listen
Thank
to
you.
me.
I'm
Listen to
listening,
me.
but you just keep repeating yourself. This is what you
The
do.
reason why
You
the
got to
reason
move
why
on.
I
want to have
know
a.
the reason why I know
Hassan,
that. Do you want to know
gotta
why I
stop.
know that?
Do you want this to be unwatchable? Is that what you want?
Yeah.
What?
Do you want this to be unwatchable?
If I was him, I would.
The reason why I know that, Ethan,
I'm
is
take that
because
as a
of
yes.
breaking the silence veterans who have come out and spoken out against this practice. That's why I know that.
Hassan, you say that Ela could have gone to jail and done a conscientious objection instead of joining the army. Why do you pay taxes?
What?
Why do you pay taxes to the United States
This
government?
is your big argument, Ethan?
Answer the question.
That I pay taxes and I'm morally culpable? I know. That's why I try to fucking
Why don't
fight
you go to
against this
jail?
goddamn government
Well,
doing
why
this
don't you
shit every
stand up
day.
for your hold on? Why don't you stand up for your principles and go to jail for it?
Because it would not actually stop. Okay, it would not
And
actually
her-
stop.
and her going to jail would stop the IDF?
The reason why I'm saying
What wouldn't stop?
I don't take issue with Gila's fucking actions then, as long as, just like you said, she was just
Well,
19 years
mean,
old.
you know.
I take issue with the fact that she still defends it on principle.
What did she
says
say?
the Israeli occupying force is not a terror organization. You have a disagreement with him.
Well, I think
or her,
I think I can see it from her perspective too, which is like, you know, the problem with you is that
Yeah.
everything's black
Well,
and white.
You can't see it from Rashid al-Haddad's perspective.
Yeah,
and
he's
you
a
know
fucking
for a
terrorist
fucking
who
fact
says he
that
wants to
your
kill
audience
Jews.
also doesn't see
Yeah,
it.
you said it's
And
like
that's
Anne
why
Frank.
you can fucking constantly claim that he is a terrorist.
Oh my
whereas
God!
you're
Bro,
like,
please,
oh, well,
we
it's
got. I want this to be
complicated.
watchable. Okay, let's move on, please.
It's fucking
Thank you.
obvious.
You made your point. You
Got
made your
it.
point. Okay. So specifically, you said this, which is you said in the context puke.
There was more.
You said this was the worst thing I did. So let me play it, okay, and then we can discuss.
More Jews displaced than Palestinians.
Let me go back
the
just
1948 countries
just to give the
that
whole context.
expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians.
This was one of the
during
worst pieces of misinformation I've seen in the fucking context puke. For the record, it was crazy.
This specific. So Mike, again, nicely done. Let this guy hold your hand and formulate your opinions, but he's not here to help you. Okay. So you tell me what was wrong with what was misinformation about saying that 900,000 Jews were displaced?
Yeah.
You make a comparison between Planned Dalit, which is a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, to one, horrify Palestinians inside of villages that had actually no arms whatsoever because they had specific peace agreements that they've done with Jewish villages.
What was the
by
exaggeration?
killing them and
No,
including,
this isn't a
by
comparison
massacring them.
What was
and
the
then,
fucking hell,
and then
bro? You are
letting
incapable
survivors
of
tell the
answering
tale.
anything.
You asked me a question and I can't even fucking
you're not
answer it. What are we
answering
doing?
it. You're not. You're just going on
I
and
am.
on.
I am answering it.
What was the exaggeration?
Ethan,
About
sit the fuck
the
down
historical
and listen to the
fact
history
of
lesson. Okay, you're gonna learn a little bit right now.
Okay, Deir Yassin is Tantura. These are two very famous massacres that took place. the brigades, the militant brigades, the Zionist brigades that then formed the IDF, including some that personally called themselves terrorists, by the way, Lihi and Irgun, went in and did horrifying mass rape, kidnappings, throwing people in ovens.
That sounds
And then
bad.
the survivors left to tell the tale. In that process, these brigades would go to each individual city and forcibly ethnically cleanse 750,000 Palestinians. This is known as
What
the
the
Nakba.
fuck does that have to do with the Jewish refugees? Answer that question. I know what the Nakba is. I don't deny it.
Do you think that that is even remotely comparable to Jewish people
How is it not?
leaving sometimes voluntarily and sometimes because their governments had made
How
deals
many
with
left voluntarily?
either Israel or France?
How many of the 900,000 left voluntarily?
I don't know the exact number of how many left voluntarily. Do you?
Take a guess.
I would suspect that a big chunk of them, you're going to say, did not leave voluntarily, but that is not the case.
Well, you're
Most of
lying
them
and
left
you're fucking
voluntarily,
dead
Ethan.
wrong. Let me, you brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq.
Oh,
1932, they gain independence. 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy Land will send you to jail.
Damn.
The Farhud pogrom, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini killed 180 Jews. Hundreds were injured. Widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West.
Oh my
In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines
Actual
that
Nazis.
were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the British
you a
learned that
question?
they were
Just one
planning
question.
to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like volunteer? Does this sound voluntary? Does that sound voluntary?
I sent you a clip.
No,
You
no,
can
no,
play
no,
it.
no.
One of the most important scholars on this issue.
Oh my God!
Is
please.
an Iraqi Jew by the name of Avi Shlaim.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Yeah.
Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country.
I bet.
Met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer
And so
named Max Binet.
let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country? Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it
few
that
bombs?
the Israeli government? Why is it the Israeli government benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to
Didn't
return,
Iraq ban Jews?
Because they were being
before
fucking
on the
Israel
Israeli
existed?
front for numerous
Didn't they
reasons?
just say
I
that?
don't
Let me tell you
why,
an
but
inconvenient
maybe
fact
can
for you,
arrive
Hassan.
at that conclusion.
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact.
I wonder why that happened.
Before
right
the
as
bombs
Israel
went
was
off,
being established.
Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. You want to explain that?
Yes. Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked
Okay,
the
great.
idea
So
of
let me hear
going
what
to Israel.
Okay, so
Israel.
you're
You like Israel.
Yeah, you're
What
a
do you
liar.
mean?
You're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Schleim actually
My
said.
research, I established
Scumbag.
that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal Party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another bomb was, another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masoud Hashem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar, Avi Schleim, you fucking liar.
Hold on.
No, you listen to this fucking historian. Yes, you said they left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right.
Wait,
even
listen.
If all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs, it was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's not part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
It's not the only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq. He writes about his time in Israel. He writes about his time in the UK. In 3 Worlds, he writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Ethan.
He said that himself.
Yep. Ethan.
He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
My friend, you are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Schleim, by the way. And
yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not.
That's
why, because you're a fucking liar.
He absolutely
contend
does.
with what I said.
Hold on.
No.
Let me explain.
Contend with what I'm saying. He said we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Just answer it.
Explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Schleim on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait to. Now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit.
What?
Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of
out of your mind.
It's not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with fucking Israel? You bigot. You are so out of your mind.
And then
dude, you screaming and gaslighting doesn't mean you're right.
Yes. Racism during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Can you believe that?
You fucking racist piece of shit.
Thanks, Hassan.
Do you think Iraq? Do you think all Arabs have one fucking mind?
Why
Is that what you think?
Were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq in fear. I've never said that there were no
Answer
Iraqi
the question.
Jews that left
You want to
Iraq
call
in
me
fear.
racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
Because you're a fucking moron.
That's why they left. They left because I'm a fucking moron.
That Arabs are
Hassan,
not
you
one-minded.
coward.
That there
you
were numerous
coward.
pan-Arabic
Answer
nationalist
the
movements
question. You're going to
that
call
were
me
sparking
racist,
up
but you won't
all around
answer.
the region,
Why
Ethan.
did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous
because of
reasons.
anti-Semitism. They hated Jewish people that had nothing to do with Israel. They were forced to leave. They were chased out. They lived there for thousands of years.
Is that what's happening?
They had homes that they were forced and abandoned to go to Israel because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionists or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism
that has nothing to do with them, you absolute fucking dumbass. What does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the Aliyahs were happening initially?
So it was there. So you're blaming them? Are you blaming the Iraqi Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point?
What happened?
Blaming the Iraqi Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point? You call me
I'm
racist.
not justifying the racism.
We're
I'm
good.
not justifying it. You're not
Yes, you
comprehending
are.
my point.
They left
I've never justified
because
that.
the Iraq
And I've
turned
also
on them after
openly
1948.
recognized- Ethan,
You're materially
I have
wrong. You're a
openly
liar.
recognized that there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know, hard concept, all Arab,
Yeah.
they all have the same mindset.
I know. Let's go
other
over them,
countries and their
genius.
pan-Arabic nationalist movements as states
Let's
were
go over
being
them.
designed
In Egypt,
mostly by Western
You want to talk
nations.
facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan,
In
you don't
Egypt.
know, you got fucking a chat GPT summary. Let me explain to you.
Hassan.
Let me fucking not look like a dumbass.
Okay, do you want to listen or do you just want to add hom?
No, I want to tell you my perspective.
No, you want to
this
talk.
Is supposed
That's
to
the
be
problem. You don't want to listen. You've talked
You're supposed
plenty.
to be attacking my perspective.
You called me
let
racist, bro. The
clarify my
least you can do is
position
shut the
so you
fuck
can
up and listen to
understand.
me talk, okay? The Iraqi Jews left because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had
Yeah.
nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. That had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the Jews for
not
their
just
own anti-Semitism,
1948.
you go
It's
right
not
ahead.
just
But that's racism. Now let's talk about
I
Egypt.
also recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay? Following anti-Jewish
is
riots
Egypt
and bombs in
Palestine?
Egypt.
Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Iraq Palestinians? Why were the Palestinians
It's got
never
nothing to
allowed
do with that.
return?
They were
A
forced
right
to go there
that
by the
every single
Arab
one of these countries
countries.
have offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own
It's time to listen,
voluntarily.
Hassan.
These are completely separate
Nobody's
countries.
justifying
you
the
are
Nakba.
packaging them together
No
to
one
make
is
a
justifying the
horrifying
Nakba. I'm
position.
explaining
The relation is that
how it's
Israel was
fucking
created
insanely
by
racist
Jews
to
being displaced.
discredit the plight, the running
No,
of
you're
Oh, man.
That's
Don't
the
discredit
argument.
plight.
But
I
I'm
think you're-
not justifying
Jeez.
Nakba. You
Right?
seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
I'm not
Why'd they
justifying
leave?
that at all.
Why'd
You
they
think
leave?
that? You think that because you want to drive home a point that
Why
this
did
is
they leave their
anti-Semitic.
communities that
You
have been there
are
for
making-
2,000 years, leaving their money, their
You will
businesses,
never
their homes?
understand.
Why did
I
they
don't think
leave?
you'll understand. Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine?
Nobody's
Do you
defending the
think, do you
Nakba.
think- Do you think that all Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism? And if your answer is yes, why the fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for
Where's the
fucking
Ottoman
hundreds
Empire?
of years?
Let's talk
when
about the last
when
100 years.
Christians
That's
in
great. Yeah, the
Western
Ottoman
Europe
Empire was
were-
great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948. Anti-Jewish
Yeah, of course,
riots
of course,
broke out
Israel is
after
of
the
course.
war. Hassan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay? After the
Oh
war.
my God.
After the war. Okay,
Oh,
in
bro,
1948,
I did not
there was
expect it to be
anti-Jewish
3
riots
hours in and them
bombs
still
in
going.
Egypt. Why
Bro,
was that?
I did not expect this.
Because of the Jews. The Jews brought it on themselves. Following the establishment of the Israel.
I never made that inference. What are you talking about?
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make that inference at all.
Yeah, bro, like...
So they left because Zionism.
They're just building up.
No, Ethan, if you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully, even though I get
Yes,
heated
careful,
sometimes.
Right.
Okay? Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms.
Lie.
Others were
You're a liar.
were the colonial.
You are a tangibly, historically
Do you think
proven
that, wait,
liar.
do you think that Jews,
and I feel
I just said that some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned
no,
into
no, no,
saying
no.
liar
The amount
that you're
that
undermining
left,
your own point.
The amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out. They were forced to
Ethan.
become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. In Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May 1948,
Ethan, none of these countries
after
are Palestine.
That is
none of
an
these countries
insanely irrelevant point.
That's not the
A series of bombs
Dude, you
targeted
can't make
Jewish
a
areas in
comparison
Cairo between
a
June and
planned ethnic
September.
cleansing campaign
They
and
killed
other
70
countries.
Jews,
That's my point.
injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan.
In 1956, the Suez Crisis.
One is direct
1956,
violence,
when
direct planned violence and an extermination campaign.
approximately
The other is
25,000 Jews
hostility.
were
The
expelled
other
from
is
Egypt.
Falsely misplaced
Expelled.
hostility
25,000
towards random
Jews were
Jews
expelled.
from other countries.
So are you blaming
don't
them?
have to- You
Hold on.
don't understand
Hold on.
this,
Are you
and will
blaming the
never
Jews for
understand this, I
getting?
don't think.
Are you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000 of them.
No, Ethan. If
Okay.
you listen to my words, you would
So
understand.
what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries.
No, I'm not.
Versus one singular force that planned an extermination.
I don't know why it's lagging. Sorry about this.
versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries and their reaction to it, or other countries and the previous hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So
of
making
course
this
not. That's why it's anti-Semitic. That's why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked out for being Jewish. That's literally what anti-Semitism.
I don't think you understand.
1,000 Jews in Egypt were arrested and detained without charges. The government seized 500 Jewish-owned businesses and froze bank accounts. The expelled Jews were compelled to sign a declaration donating their property to the Egyptian state and were allowed to take only minimal personal belongings. In Algeria, 130,000 Jews were expelled. Upon the independence,
that's not Palestine. They're not. They're just.
He's explaining why they're in Israel, though.
So
my point is very simple. They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used Egypt as an example.
What is wrong about
Half
that?
of these countries
What
that
is
you're
wrong with
pointing
what I
to in
just
the
said?
time when Jews were leaving were literally
Hassan, please,
controlled
you've got to
by
fucking answer a
English
question.
and French, by the English and French
They were
colonial occupations. What are you talking about?
They were expelled because of anti-Semitism. What did I say wrong? Go ahead.
My God.
Go ahead.
Algeria was under French occupation. It is the design where the French occupied Algeria did not squash the attempts of expelling Jews. I'm not saying that there wasn't.
Most Algerians were French citizens and went to France.
That caused Jews to feel unsafe.
95% of Algeria's 140,000 Jewish population.
Individual, often, sometimes Western powers, and what they allowed in those countries on the Palestinian plight. When you make this comparison, that's what I'm saying.
Is it anti-Semitic for Jewish people to get kicked out of their homes?
The Armenian genocide, right? The Turkish. The Ottoman Empire and the forces and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted, a mass extermination campaign, is because other fucking random countries where Armenians
Iraq happened after independence and as a
equally dispelled, or Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The pogrom happened as a direct
result that's the way that it was taught in the past. That it was a
by the way, did you say
necessary voluntary migration?
By the way, did you? Because oh my God, bro, did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
Wait, I'm saying that like. Would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was able to?
I just thought it was an insane thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it. In Tripoli, anti-Jewish riots broke out amid post-war unrest. Synagogues were burned. Jewish institutions were shut down.
What's your point about Anne Frank? Why are you trying to deflect away from what I'm saying here?
No, I just think that statement was insane. The Six-Day War backlash. In 1967, another Israel victory. Jewish communities got mobbed. 6,000 Jews were evacuated. Homes were destroyed. Synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000 Jews were expelled. Anti-Jewish riots broke out in 1948. You'll notice all of these, most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism. Period. Point blank. June 7 to 8, 1948. In northeastern Morocco, following the declaration of the State of Independence, the State of Israel on May 14, 1948, anti-Jewish riots erupted in the town of Jarada. These towns were significant transit points for Moroccan Jews seeking to immigrate. 47 Jews were killed, many were injured. Jewish homes and businesses were looted and damaged and destroyed. In 1950-1960, harassment and immigration. The year following 1948 riot, Moroccan Jews faced increased pressure. These factors contributed to a significant immigration of Jews from Morocco. Immigration to Israel was banned in 1959, but before that, 274,000 Moroccan Jews immigrated primarily to Israel. Yemen and Aden.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist?
50,000 riots.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist? These are direct Zionist talking points.
This is historical facts, literally spread by your very own Avi Schleim, who, if I'll quote it back to you, said, we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We did not leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid.
Appropriate, Ethan. That's the difference. If you asked Avi Schleim whether it is comparable to say the Nakba and the 900,000 Jews that
I'm not defending the Nakba.
From separate countries, he would laugh at you.
Your failure
Do you not understand?
to acknowledge the trauma of both groups is the reason why you are a radical fucking propagandist liar. Both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both groups. There's two things that need to be true for this ever to be resolved peacefully.
You're right.
Palestinian self-determination and the Israelis' right to have secure borders.
Zionism
as long as you
was
ignore
an
that, there
inevitability.
will
You're
always
right.
be war. Palestinians will always die, and you will continue to make money from it. Operation Magic Carpet. Jews were secretly airlifted to Israel due to rising hostility. 50,000.
It's so interesting.
50,000 were relocated. Tunisia.
The PLO did recognize that Jewish harm, as a matter of fact. The PLO did recognize that, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Avi Schleim said,
"Oh,
quote,
what happened? They didn't fucking send you that clip? They didn't send
Avi
you that fucking piece of information?"
Dude,
so the
Avi
PLO,
Schleim,
Yasser Arafat, the people that don't care about Jewish plight, actually did see
the guy who oversaw the second Intifada. What the fuck are you on about?
To be able to go back and do a right to return if they wanted to do so into their nation of origin.
I'm
as a
talking
matter
about
of
the
fact.
flights,
And yet
bro.
Israel was the
you
one who
deny
didn't
the
want that to
flight
happen.
of Middle
Why is
Eastern
that the
Jews.
case, Ethan?
No, you deny the flight. You deny the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
I don't deny the flight,
You
Ethan.
absolutely
You don't
deny the
understand.
trauma.
I think he kind of has been.
That they left by, you've tried to say that they left by choice. That is a gross historical inaccuracy.
There are Jews that left by choice.
Yes,
that is
some
true.
did. Of the
There are Jews that
900,000, the vast
absolutely
majority left
by
because they were afraid. Because they were
Ethan,
being discriminated
there
against.
are
That is a
Jews
historical fact. 6-day war
Have you ever
aftermath.
actually listened to a clip of me talking about this?
Unfortunately, probably, yeah.
What?
Oh my God, you have no idea what my perspective on this is. You're
Hey,
just fucking yelling at nothing.
Well, what are you doing right now? What are you wasting time for, buddy?
This is the reason why you're
No, I have
repeating
heard you
shit that I
talk about
have
it
not
time and time
the shit
again.
that I don't actually believe.
Bro, you are continually, okay, not acknowledging
Oh my
the
God.
trauma of Middle Eastern
Man.
Jews.
Oh my
you
God.
characterize it like they
You-
left.
Have you
by
ever
yes,
listened?
I've seen
Have
it.
you ever listened to anything that's not 30
yes,
seconds long?
bro. That's
from
so
me?
ironic
Have
that
you?
you're saying that as you
I'm
misquote
literally
Avi
in front
Schleim,
of you
who
right
said he
now, and I'm trying to
fled
describe
because
my
he was
position
afraid
that I have
and
made
not because
clear
of Zion. Here's
numerous
the clip.
times over and
Here's
over
the
again.
clip.
But
Here
you're
we
too busy
go.
trying to get a
Here we go.
clip.
Let's go.
You're
Let's
fucking
get it.
farm a clip, but everyone's
Get
still
the
gonna
clip.
think you're a fucking loser,
Here's the
dude.
clip.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Just
To
shut up
heighten
and
the
listen if
tensions
you want to
in our-
Here's the
actually hear
clip.
my perspective.
I'm shutting up and listening to you.
All right, let's listen.
Okay, thank
for
you.
the Iraqi Jews. Because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary tool to
This
its
is not the
Zionist
fucking
project,
clip that I'm
Zionist
talking about,
ambition
by the
of
way.
bringing either all Jews to Israel, or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel, because it gives additional credence to the argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever safe if there is no Jewish state. That is the underpinning of the Zionist project in general.
Well, it sure seemed like they weren't safe in those
Why
other
did you
places.
not mention the anti-Semitism? You
Yeah.
exclusively talk about Zionism
It sure
being the
seemed like
reason
they
for
weren't
forcing
very
them out.
safe.
Why do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority of them?
Ethan, if you think that that is the entirety of my perspective on this matter,
Illuminate me.
you please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've
Explain.
talked about this.
Bro, just explain yourself.
I'm trying.
I
but
just
you
watched
keep
a clip of you being
interjecting.
pretty dismissive about the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time. You say that Zionism was
No,
the
I'm
main
dismissive
force.
about the aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board, because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel, so that they can actually go and either support Israel if they're not in Israel, or just move to Israel. That is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted. That is what Herzl wanted, and that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation, or what I come across as dismissive, is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this
Which was
process. Because it was a
minuscule.
mutually beneficial relationship.
Minuscule.
That anti-Semitic pogroms
Minuscule.
did
What
take
you
place.
fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity, because
Oh
the
my
Arab
God.
countries turned on them after the war and forced
Yes,
them
I
to
get
go to the
position
only
that you're
state
trying to arrive
that they
at, which
could
is
go
that It's a
to.
necessity for Israel to exist.
Seems like that's
Which is
true.
what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created a million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic after the war of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up
Do you
Morocco as
deny
an
what I
example.
just said?
Wait, say it
Do
again.
you
I wasn't
deny
listening.
what I just said?
Say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 7 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast
Who
majority
forced them?
went to it. The fucking Arabs The Arab, the anti-Semitic
There you
Arabs.
go. There
What?
you go.
Yeah, there you go. What? That's my point. Are you okay?
I rest my case.
Okay, well, I mean, you can.
No, you're too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense
That's
you're fucking chirping
unbelievable,
on. That was
bro.
my entire
It's
point.
historic.
Thank you.
I mean, it's historical. You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend, you like to fuse him when it's convenient. He left not because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Fucking Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying fucking
interesting.
Arabs. There's
Was
a
he not-
reason for it. There was a rise in Arab nationalism following the 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism. They had
fucking
nothing
Arabs,
to do.
right?
Do you think the Iraqi Jews left their 2,000-year-old communities, left their businesses, left their houses because they wanted to go to Israel? Are you fucking mad?
Ethan,
you
remember
deny.
a while back I tweeted and you got really mad when I said that there's a double standard between Islamophobia
There's
and
absolutely a
anti-Semitism?
double standard, and you exhibit it, my friend.
You're participating in it right now without even
It's
recognizing that
historical.
you're doing so.
I mean, I'm just telling you
Yeah,
literally
no, it's
what
just
happened.
historical racism. All Arabs
They were
are not
racist.
responsible.
Do people never get racist? Do people never be? I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After the 1948
dude, you
war,
don't understand.
the
That's
rise
not
of
even the
Arab
point.
nationalism created a lot
homophobia.
of anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced to immigrate. That's a fact. That is a historical fact.
Ethan, you're so. I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just
How do you know that?
pure racism.
How do you know that?
You are.
How do you know that it's not real?
shifting the blame over to
It
the entirety of
absolutely
Arabs
was the blame
at
of
a
the
time
Arabs.
when every single one of these Arab countries,
Absolutely.
with
Who
their
else kicked
own
them out?
version of pan-Arabic nationalism,
kicked them
half
out.
of them were already still controlled, by the way, by fucking European colonial powers like Vichy France.
That was literally just in
designing
Tunisia,
the Moroccan
okay?
expulsion program, and you're using that as a similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
Yeah, I mean, the details are different, but you're denying, like, once again, you're still not disproving me. What did I say that is hilariously racist and wrong?
Anti-German racism.
Don't make an analogy. Tell me why I'm
It's
wrong.
like pointing to anti-German racism
I don't need an
happening
analogy. I need
during-
facts from you. Why am I wrong?
It's as though you are pointing to anti-German racism happening during the
Tell
fucking
me
German
a fact.
conquest.
Tell me a fact.
What?
Right? That proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because of anti-Semitism in the Arab states.
Saying.
Oh, really?
It's not what you're
So I didn't say
saying
anything
that I
wrong.
take issue with.
I didn't
It's
say
the
anything wrong.
comparison.
I didn't say
It's
anything
the
wrong, but I'm racist.
comparison. It's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one-minded.
Nobody
and
said
not,
that.
And,
Who
and
said
have
that?
something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never said that there wasn't
Well, there
any
was-
fucking
there definitely-
anti-Arab, anti-Jewish sentiment that also.
Were the vast majority of Jews, did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
The vast majority of Jews,
did they leave,
regardless of whether or not they left
Zionism
for
or
anti-Semitism or
anti-Semitism?
Zionist purposes, is not comparable to the Nakba.
You're not answering. Did they leave
It is
because
not
of anti?
comparable to the
I
Nakba.
don't
2,000-year-old
care.
argument?
That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Yep.
I'm not comparing
No,
them.
it has
And by the way,
everything to do
they're
with what
both
we're talking about. You
they're
made that
both
comparison.
It will be a
You say, like,
3,000-year-old
to make it
argument.
seem as though it was a much larger
No, because
crime
people like
that
you
Jews had to
ignore the
withstand
trauma
in
of the fact that
different
you want to
countries.
tell that people in Israel to go back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were forced to go to
But
Israel.
They could right now. They could go tomorrow.
Really? The Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian
The
Jews can go back
Iraqi
to their
Jews,
homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is
If-
insane.
It's
You are
not their
fucking
home.
out of your
Yes,
mind.
they can.
Okay,
They
how? Tell me
absolutely
how.
can.
How did
They
the Jews go
absolutely
back
can.
to
They
their?
don't want to, and I understand why they wouldn't want to because America fucking
they want
invaded and
to.
destroyed Iraq.
Why
but
would
yes,
the-
they could.
How? How would
What
they
do you mean,
go back and
how?
reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
There were literally different schemes designed.
And get-
at this,
and by the way,
at-
how
at-
did they
at
become
different
citizens?
Points, at different points throughout this 76-year
Iraq will pay
long,
reparations?
drawn
Surely.
out apartheid structure, there were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews and even restitution for the homes that they lost in the process. So yes, you're wrong. You simply don't know the facts. You are wrong.
You won't say what
They
fact I'm
could.
getting wrong.
I just told you.
Did the vast majority of Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away
Answer
from this
the
point.
fucking
Because
question.
I don't discount anti-Semitism
No, but
as
answer
a
the
direct consequence
question.
of pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries.
Answer the question.
I have issues with your comparison. Okay?
Who's comparing? You keep saying that. I'm not talking about Nakba. I'm
brought
talking
that
about
up
your
deliberately
unwillingness to
in your
recognize
context
Jewish play.
nuke.
And
You
a
brought
really
that up deliberately to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians
I think that's
were.
an interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to mention because
Why
it
would
really
you bring
messes
that
up your
fact?
beautiful little narrative.
Why would you? So what? Why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because the point is that two
You
people
made that
were
comparison, not me.
traumatized.
I think that
there
comparison
was
is
two
disgusting.
people that were traumatized. There was two people that were displaced unfairly. It was the Palestinians and it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group. You shit on the other one. I
don't think you
unlike
understand.
you,
You're
acknowledge
fucking all
both
lives
groups.
mattering the
I
Nakba,
acknowledge
Ethan.
both
You're
groups.
all lives
You
mattering
acknowledge
the
one.
Nakba.
What? That isn't.
That's what you're doing. And you're also attributing.
How? How am I doing that?
You're attributing anti-Semitic violence in different countries.
At the same time, following 1948, pan-Arab nationalism. You said that yourself. These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948, and they turned super fucking anti-Semitic as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. It became popular. As Israel declared independence, they said, "Fuck no, we don't want this country here." And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical fact that you denied.
also failed to recognize that the Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were given an opportunity
how many
to
Jews live
return
in
if they
Iraq?
wanted to.
How many
but you
Jews
don't
live in
wanna-
Iraq?
What?
How many
I don't know. I
Jewish
think
people?
it's 0 right now, but they can.
How many
The point is
Jews
they
live in the
can.
Middle East
So
outside
there
of
was an
Israel?
initiative, but nobody took
Why
it?
would it?
Virtually
why do you think Iraqi
none.
Jews would?
Where'd they
Why
go?
would Iraqi
If it
Jews
was so
not wanna
fucking
go?
great for
Why
them?
would Iraqi Jews not want to go to Iraq? You think right now?
0 Jews, virtually 0 Jews live outside of Israel and the Middle East. Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to fucking stay at home?
I don't
None
know.
of
Maybe
them.
because there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was backed
there you
by
go.
a lot of Western
That's
states
the
as a
insane
direct
fucking
destabilizer in the
sweeping
fucking
that
region.
you're
with
discrediting.
mass migration happening, especially, of course, mass migration happening. And then in the aftermath of the Holocaust,
You're
where
the one Jew in
a shit ton
Afghanistan?
more
I do.
refugees
There's
coming
one
in,
Jew in Afghanistan.
was a much
They
more
haven't got him yet.
viable state for them.
Here's the problem.
The viability of said state, of course, is partially a consequence of the
You want
other
to blame-
countries and
you
the
want to blame
hostility
Zionists.
that people felt
You
towards
don't
Jewish
want to blame
people.
the Arabs.
But this
okay?
in and of itself,
It's just a
in and of
fact.
itself is the heart of the problem because people conflate Zionism with Judaism, and you
That's
do
what the
that all
Arabs
the
did when they
time.
kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate.
And so why
That's
are you
my
blaming
point.
why are you blaming the Zionists and not the fucking Arabs for being racist? Why do you
You're
deny
doing
the
it again,
Jewish
the
trauma?
fucking Arabs.
Why do you deny the 900,000 traumatized Jews that were forced, including,
Ethan,
by the
let me
way,
ask you a question.
what you keep ignoring,
Here, I'm
Avi
gonna give you a
Schleim.
quick
Avi
question,
Schleim
quick
said we
question,
didn't leave
quick
Iraq
question,
because
quick question,
we were Zionists.
quick
We left
question.
because we were afraid. Are you hearing that?
Ethan, do you blame the English for the Holocaust?
What?
No.
Who did the Holocaust, Ethan?
Just fucking make your point. I'm not playing this silly game.
Come on, who did the Holocaust? Just say it.
Make your point, dude. I'm not a fucking.
Why not? I'm asking you a question. It's a super simple question.
Avi Schleim said we left Iraq because.
I asked you who was responsible for the Holocaust.
Why would I answer
Which
such a
nation?
stupid rhetorical question? Just make your point.
Wait, you know the answer to this, right? Like, come on, what are you looking at on your fucking computer? Like, which country is responsible for the Holocaust?
Anytime you want to make your point, I would appreciate.
What?
I would appreciate if
Wait,
you.
what is happening, dude? When you already okay, here, whatever. You said
I would appreciate
already
if you would
that
just listen to one thing I would
You already
say.
said that it wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened.
Yeah.
Right? You understand that? You recognize that, right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm eloquent,
Okay,
unlike
whatever.
your dumbass.
Yes, it is. Okay. Notice how you don't actually
I'm fabulous, bitch.
put every single fucking country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't fucking say all Europe all of Europe is responsible for the Holocaust.
Concentration camps in the
But you
UK?
say all Arabs?
Okay.
The point is,
there's no Jews in the Middle East.
The
None.
anti-Semitic.
Can you listen to one
None-
thing? I have one thing important to say that I really want you just to listen to, okay?
What?
Avi Schlein said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yes.
You are denying his family's trauma. You are blaming his
God.
family's trauma
Okay,
on
will
Zionists
you talk to him?
and
will
not.
you talk to him about this?
Sure. I mean, he's going to
Would
agree
you-
with me.
if
I
you're
read
so
it from his
confident- If
fucking
you're so
book.
confident in everything, if you're so confident in all of this, okay, that would be great. All right, perfect. Okay.
So I listen.
No,
I'm
you
gonna.
should- you
I'll
should talk to
debate
him
all
and
these
Norm
people instead of
Finkelstein.
you. I have time. Unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late, so I just want to make one last point before we go,
Mm-hmm.
which is that always remember, Hassan, that when people criticize me, I watch it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself, who needs someone to hold your hand, and make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism, any response. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit that I
Ethan,
say
if
and
you
justify
think
it.
this-
You lie. That's why you can't do it,
If you
because
think
you'll get
this
caught in those lies. I've waited.
5-hour endeavor made you look good, then congratulations.
You don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme comp?
Yeah, we'll do a poll at the end, okay, guys? It'll work. Give it a second.
You look good, then congratulations.
You don't
okay?
think you don't think it was good that you don't think that it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately live?
Ethan, it took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of
I
having a
said
conversation with
anytime
me. I
you
don't
want,
give a fuck
dipshit.
about watching YouTube videos. I don't know why you think that I'm
You watch
afraid of
11
watching your
hate
fucking
videos on
YouTube
your
video.
channel. 11 hate videos. I've watched 0 about you, Hassan. Do you want to actually discuss
You
who's the
made
coward?
hate videos, dumbass. Your fucking community is the hate community. Why the fuck would you have to watch hate videos or whatever? You are
Hassan,
the one
just
who's
remember,
doing it.
when criticism comes, I confront it.
Well, thank you for
When
backtracking
criticism
on at
comes
least
to
7 of the
you,
points.
you
Maybe
hide
we should
from
go
it.
through the context puke one
my
more time
God.
so we can
Well, if you
continue.
wanna watch
we can
it-
continue this conversation later.
If you
okay?
listen, if you
I'll
want to
hold your
watch
hand
it,
through all the other dumb shit that you said in it. It's
It-
not because I'm afraid. It's because you were crying.
no,
because you,
it is
wouldn't-
definitely
because I
because you're
wouldn't
afraid.
watch it.
Why is it you didn't pull? Why is it you love Ban Empanada, but when he makes a video criticizing you, you say I'm not watching that?
Because I think it's. You want to know why? Because I think it's fucking unproductive to
watch
literally-
criticism of me, you fucking coward. What are you saying?
Because you're fucking presenting yourself and developing an audience that is literally, without even realizing it, because they are only drama obsessed, without realizing it, they're literally positioning themselves to be pro-Israel, to repeat pro-Israel talking points. Yes, that is the only reason why I started
you will
talking
not
about
point
you.
out.
Because you went on a fucking deplatforming campaign.
Why did
of
you not
all
watch Bad
pro-Palestinian
Empanada's video
voices
about you?
that
You
dared
watched all of it?
criticize you.
Bro,
You did
why?
110 Instagram stories on me,
You're-
Ethan,
you're change-
since January
you're-
31st,
you're changing
2025.
the 24
it was so
hours,
unhinged
bro.
that you
It's-
didn't even recognize
You
who
need to
have
at least
become.
admit that it's reciprocal. I am not upset. You made 24 hours of nonstop content, bro.
Ethan,
24
you literally
hours in
have
the last 2
posted
months.
just on your own personal
We've talked
Instagram
about each other
stories
equally as
since
much, bro.
January
This whole
31st, 2025, 110 stories. It was so insane, you didn't believe it.
Even if
you
that's
don't even believe your own mania.
Hassan,
Please,
which
for the love of God.
Hassan, you talked about me 24 minutes a day, every day, 7 days a week for 60 days. Does that
Yes,
sound
after
fucking
you-
reasonable?
After you presented yourself as a fucking significant force trying to literally deplatform pro-Palestinian
How much time do you think it makes an Instagram
Pro-Palestinian
story?
voices.
That's why.
That's not
And
like.
that's you literally.
Oh my
Why
God.
don't you watch a Bad
Listen,
Empanada video about yourself?
Your own producers were begging you to stop talking about me, so much so that you had to set up a separate war room where you only talked
What?
about me. And that's what happened, right? Because
I don't
you
know
couldn't
if that's
shut up about it.
separate
Your
war room.
fans
Funny,
were
though.
fucking going, Ethan, we get it. He
My
sucks.
fans are
Please
fine,
stop
bro.
talking
Don't worry
it."
about my
and
fans.
the entire time you frame this as though it's petty fucking drama.
It's not petty
As though
drama.
it's
You are
petty
deeply
drama,
anti-Semitic,
even though it is
hateful,
a
fucking
real
propagandist
issue that
liar.
took place. And it only took you now to fucking openly say 10 toes down that it is a genocide, but also
I've said
you don't
that.
want anyone
I've said
to
that
resist
consistently
against
for
it.
years, liar.
Ethan, you don't want anyone to resist against genocide. It is a fucking untenable position.
Kidnapping civilians is so pathetic, bro.
And you constantly keep smearing me as a fucking anti-Semite at a time when the Trump administration, at a time when the Trump administration is blackbagging people.
Yeah, that's bad happening. Don't call me out.
I hope they
that's bad happening. Don't call me out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you not
didn't you watch the Bad Empanada video?
That you are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil?
Just remember, everybody watching.
When you don't talk about the mass starvation of Gaza.
By the way, I advocated for Kamala to get elected. What'd you do?
Uh-oh.
I told people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do?
Oh.
No, seriously. What'd you do?
Ethan,
did you?
Congratulations.
Do you think Kamala and Trump would have been equally bad?
I won't change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
It's not Joe Biden, it's Kamala Harris.
Not only did I go to the DNC, but I actually offered some pretty fucking valuable criticism to the Democratic Party that they didn't listen to, unfortunately.
Didn't they kick you out of the DNC?
Because they didn't listen to that valuable criticism, they lost. Why have you lied about me voting for Jill Stein, by the way? Can we talk about that?
I don't know.
Why the fuck do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
Who did you vote for?
Countless hours shitting on Jill Stein.
I said I think you did.
Not to vote for Trump. I've said that Donald Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein over and over and over again. But for some weird reason, despite the fact that I voted live, mind you,
and you didn't say
who
to your
audience, and you kept lying to your audience.
I said
and
I
you
think.
kept making it seem as though I didn't even fucking vote, or I urged people not to vote. There's never been a moment where I said do not vote.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's people in your audience that would.
You don't have a problem. You don't have a problem.
Why didn't you endorse her then?
Why the fuck do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
I said I think because you didn't say who you voted for.
Oh,
yeah,
you
that's what I said. It's an opinion.
Oh, you think? Oh, you don't give a fuck, dude. It doesn't matter who I vote for anyway. You're out of your fucking mind. I did not endorse Kamala Harris, and I will never endorse Kamala Harris.
Voted for her.
And I did not endorse Joe Biden.
And now Trump's president.
Because you want to know why? Because you want to know why?
Trump's building the Riviera in Gaza Strip, and guess what? You fucking love that shit because you get to keep making content about it, and you get to keep making videos, and you guarantee there will never be peace there because you won't acknowledge the trauma of both sides. Two things must always be true,
How much content have you made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck are you talking about? And you have to apologize because you're an embarrassing figure.
You can't fathom.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
You can't fathom that somebody says something wrong and comes back and corrects it.
And all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going to make you come across as smart in this process. Please, for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You are basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't care about people
Ethan
who have
ghost
actually
debating
voted for Donald Trump.
Is that what he's
you're
saying?
allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald Trump.
Who's my allegiance?
Okay?
Who's my allegiance to?
What do you mean? You have fucking Trump supporters that you're friends with. Like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the
Did you watch my interview with him? You fucking dipshit. That our entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You are insanely incompetent.
Going out, you're playing poker with people who fucking voted for Donald Trump. You're defending
you were just on Steiny's podcast, you hypocrite.
Is not actually Trump coded.
I spent hours shitting on Steiny.
Theo Von's podcast to interview Trump.
Gold has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time, and that's the only reason why you act like he's not that significant of a force. That's it.
When did I say that?
You will take help from anyone and everyone.
And this man is all written by Destiny, right?
You claim to care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up that dude is because you don't give a fuck. All you care about is petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics and get back to goofs and gaffes, and it will be fine. People will forget that you have behaved in this way, but you don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it. That's
Very
it.
good. Very good. Now, why don't you watch Bad Empanada's videos about you?
Because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a fuck about.
He was criticizing you.
Palestine,
oh, you're
and
such
I don't
a
care
coward,
about the
Hassan.
difference in methods that we have.
All right, very good. I'm out of my depth. I shouldn't talk about
the movement. And if you were pro-Palestine, I would never talk about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh. Can you please contend with the Avi Schleim quote that they left not because of Zionism, but because of they were afraid?
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avishalaim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay?
Okay, sure,
Maybe
yeah.
it'll go down exactly like you thought with Sam Cedar.
Man.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself. I genuinely do. I hate to say it because I like Sam.
Dude, a 40-year-old
like,
man who needs a fucking button when he has like a little oopsie moment is actually the one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing himself.
Did I button?
He lowered himself to talk to you man to man and tried to explain to you what was going on.
Maybe Hassan should get one of those buttons.
Why would you want to lower his status?
Private, Ethan. I wanted that conversation to be private because I thought you could be convinced. I didn't realize you were this fucking drama obsessed.
Drama obsessed? We had an argument about fucking South Africa apartheid. What's drama about that?
What?
You're fucking... Dude, listen.
I can't hear what you said. What did you say?
It doesn't matter. Just remember, when it comes to criticism, I watch it.
Yes,
you ignore
Nelson
it.
Mandela.
It's so important.
Nelson Mandela was actually peaceful because you're going to clip chimp the fucking shit that Loner Box told you.
Why
and
was
then you're
it?
going to say the violent things that the ANC did were in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee attributed to
Hassan, how many civilians died in 20 years in the ANC during the ANC's?
It was like 200, I think.
Less than 100. How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll read you a quote from his trial. I'll read you a quote.
Are you comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to 76 years of colonial occupation?
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the
call it
number is
apartheid
far
all the
larger,
time.
and the militancy has gotten far more radical as a direct consequence of Israel becoming far more radical. Because, as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor. And as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid is only going to get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason why the first Intifada was fought with stones,
You're just bringing
little
random
children
shit
throwing
up,
rocks,
bro.
and the second Intifada in the aftermath of horrific acts of terror against Palestinians who were at a mosque praying.
I actually have facts. I have a historical quote. I'm not just grandstanding. Mandela, from his trial in 1960, said, and I quote, "There were 4 forms of violence that were possible. One was sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted it before taking any other decision. In light of our political background, the choice was a logical one. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept minimum, and if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time, and this is what we said in our manifesto. We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our first actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war."
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion.
Did they?
I feel like yeah, because
No, they
the
didn't.
apartheid structure dissolved as a direct consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy, which Nelson Mandela not once but twice
what's Hamas doing
with
for
the option
liberation?
of having a sentence commuted, which he refused to do. They said,
On principle,
Nelson Mandela,
bro.
if you disavow
On
violence,
principle. He said, "I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner can't decide."
Yes, that was the
he
first
said
time.
no
And in both
times.
circumstances-
He refused
in
on
both
principle.
circumstances-
Less than
in both
100 people
circumstances-
died during the 20-year period. They never. Anyone that attacked civilians.
remember 20 minutes ago when they
were
said this is the last
disavowed.
point?
The ANC repeatedly apologized and
You guys remember that?
disavowed violence against civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
That's crazy. When did they do
Hamas
that?
killed
Wow.
1,000 civilians on
When
one
did they do
fucking
that?
day.
1,000 civilians?
Yeah.
The poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died in their military bases.
No,
Civilians.
it's like, bro, you're so dumb. 300.
What do you mean I'm so dumb?
Okay,
These
how many
numbers
civilians
matter.
died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casualties in October 7 was 1,200,
Yeah.
with 800 being civilians, which is completely
Oh my
unacceptable,
God,
mind
I'm
you,
off
and
by
400 being
100.
military
I was
members.
off by 100. Oh my God, dude! I can't believe the historical inaccuracies.
Well, you
You're
just
an
made a
idiot.
big. You're the one who's bringing up numbers here, Ethan. And yes,
I was
do think it's
virtually
important
correct.
to recognize something here that you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason why he stayed in fucking prison was because he refused to disavow violence.
Yeah.
Because he understood that as long as
sabotage is
peaceful
violence.
revolution
I didn't say
is
he's a pacifist.
impossible,
I never said
that
he's a
violent
pacifist.
revolution is inevitable.
Yeah, and I never said he's a
violent revolution
pacifist.
they did do.
You know what's funny?
It's a revolution to kill civilians intentionally.
In terms of the death and destruction on the
That's a
apartheid
revolution.
structure, by the
Was
way,
Nelson
it is
Mandela a
incomprehensible
Zionist?
to compare that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians.
Was Nelson
what Israel has done to the
Mandela a
Palestinians is far
Zionist?
worse. And by the way, that's not my assessment. What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years is infinitely worse.
Well, let's
And
ask
that is
someone that
not
lived
my
through
assessment, by
apartheid.
the way. That is the assessment of Mandela. And for all the, for all of the moments that he was
You
able
think
to fucking
Mandela
see.
said what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit. Why would he say that? That's on your liar.
Why would he say that? Because it's true, Ethan.
Okay.
That's why.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist?
More
in
than
that
that.
same
He
speech
said more
that you're
than
going to
that.
fucking clip, Chimp.
Remember that you called this guy a neo-Nazi, not fit to be a dog catcher. That's what you
Who?
said about
What?
Nelson Mandela.
Wait, wait,
No,
what are you talking about? What? Whoa, you're jumping off like a million different points.
The right
What?
of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders.
You disagree with that statement?
Does Israel has a right to exist? Not in the way that it currently does.
Within secure
Hey,
borders.
Ethan, hold on.
Coward.
Do you know what he says after that clip?
Yeah, that he also thinks that Palestinians also need to be acknowledged, which, by the way, is my fucking point.
No, not that.
Palestinian
Not that.
liberation
No,
and Israeli
no,
borders are
no.
two
Ethan,
sides of the same coin.
Ethan, he didn't just say Palestinians also need to be
What'd he
acknowledged.
say?
He says that if peaceful means of coexistence is impossible, then violence is inevitable, Ethan. Why did you clip that out of the fucking clip, Chimp,
Because
that
it's
you posted,
irrelevant.
Ethan?
Did you saying I clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
Yes, you literally did. You cut him out of context.
No,
because it doesn't
he's
suit
a
your fucking
Zionist. What do you
purpose.
mean? He's talking
Yes, you just
philosophically.
did.
He's talking
You just
philosophically.
did. You think it's irrelevant? We're having a conversation about Nelson Mandela and whether or not he actually believes
This is
in
impressive.
violence.
Sabotage-
Whether or not he
oh,
actually
God.
believes in violence. You have said time and time again that he was a peaceful dove. He's never actually done any
No, I
violence
literally
whatsoever.
didn't.
There are numerous instances on on stream.
Inevitability, a philosophical warning, is not an endorsement. He was speaking as a warning to them, which was apt.
Brother, that is insane.
What?
Nelson Mandela was literally on a terror watch list since 2008.
Who gives a fuck?
What do you mean who gives a fuck? You like to use the terrorism watch list when you're talking about the Houthis, or you like to use the terrorist watch list when you're talking about Hezbollah
I mean, I gave
and
you
Hamas.
specific examples of why those organizations are bad.
Who do you think that was who do you think that was who do you think the philosophical point that he was making, the guy who was in prison for violent resistance, by the way, who trained
Violent resistance? You mean sabotage?
ready for rebellion,
Sabotage.
by the way.
Sabotage and
Who
give
do you
government
think that was a warning
infrastructure.
to? Do you think that was a warning to Palestinians, or do you think that was a warning to
The fact that you
Israel?
are
because
so
that
willing-
same Nelson Mandela has time and time
All right,
again
we gotta-
also repeated that no one is free until Palestine is free. That same Nelson Mandela that you're trying to fucking use in this situation has said that this is a united struggle, that Israel's actions against the Palestinians are abhorrent, that it is akin to what they have experienced in apartheid South Africa, if not worse. So the idea that you can make this comparison
I want
because you think
Palestine
it's
to be
a
free, my
fucking
friend.
argument is so stupid.
Well, This is
And the only
crazy.
way you can do that is by cutting it out of context.
No, I just explained why. Dude, I want Palestine to be free. But you know what? I don't think Hamas is furthering that goal. I think Hamas is counterproductive. They're making it worse. They're causing it to be inevitable. You refuse
Why
to.
are they making it worse?
You refuse to criticize them, which is pathetic. Unlike
Why are
me,
they making it
I'm
worse,
willing to
Ethan?
criticize
Why are
the
they making
Israeli
it worse?
government. I'm
Why are
willing
they
to come
making
to
it worse?
terms with the cruel reality. Hamas.
Walk through it. Why are they making it worse?
Because they're killing
What was the
civilians?
fucking objective there on October 7th, genius?
Kidnapping, which by the way I don't even agree with, which is an international human rights violation. But kidnapping
objective was
Israeli
kidnapping-
soldiers, Israeli civilians to make to
And what
draw
part about
out
that was slaughtering
concessions-
fucking
to
families
draw
in their
out
homes?
concessions.
That sounds like a
the
pretty
goal is
bad
to use the
objective.
tactics You know this
Sounds like a
already.
terrorist
We're not
objective.
relitigating this over and over again.
I'm just saying,
after
Hamas is a
17
bunch
years,
of fucking-
17 months of fucking genocide. Okay. What do you think? What do you think?
One day you're gonna watch a video response I make. One day.
Probably not. When you apologize for all the fucking harm that you've done.
For sure.
Apologize? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Listen.
I have the rest of the clip that you clipped, Chip, by the way, if you want to hear his actual fucking full-fleshed opinions.
I'm not hiding from it. I literally acknowledge what he said. I don't care.
But so why did you say that he was actually why did you say that he was actually a peaceful resistance type
When did I
of
say
guy?
that?
The point was that he said Israel had the
You
right
said it
to
on numerous
exist.
occasions as opposed
That was
to
the point.
You said that on numerous
I
occasions
said
before
he
someone
used
told you, no,
violent-
actually, here's a better way to
You are
massage
a
that
liar.
narrative.
I said he uses violent means such as sabotage. He didn't kill civilians. That's
Ethan?
what I said.
Will you stop talking if I show you numerous instances where you have said Nelson Mandela was peaceful?
I'm not gonna. You get those together, okay?
I mean, there's.
You're gonna do great.
You said he was a
You're gonna do
pacifist.
great. Yeah, go ahead
Ethan,
and grab
you
those.
literally said he was a pacifist. To
I
Sam Skeeter.
literally never said Nelson Mandela was a pacifist.
Ethan,
That
you
is an
said it to a-
insane lie.
You said it to Sam Cedar 2 days ago.
So you got to watch that back because you're once again a liar. You have no problem lying. You have no problem saying that I work with the ADL without any evidence. You fucking have
Ethan,
no problem
you said
discrediting
on
the
numerous
suffering of
occasions
Jewish
that Nelson
refugees.
Mandela is a pacifist.
Okay, well, prove it.
And the full quote, by the way, of Nelson Mandela is from when he visited
When
Gaza
did I
in
call him a
1999 that I was
pacifist?
referring to.
That's
Choose
insane.
peace rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward. Then, if
Yeah,
the
it's
only
still
alternative
going.
is violence, we will use violence. Does
Shit, dude.
that sound like a pacifist to you?
I meant.
I love how he's just massaging his legs. That's hilarious. Yo.
Yo.
Up.
Chilling, bro.
Nice.
RuneScape.
Peace.
What about you?
Just got done eating. I probably hop back
Word.
on some Borderlands.
Nice. That game just come out?
No, they just added it to Game Pass though, so it's free for me.
I see.
Crossplay, so Gumbo ended up getting it.
Hmm.
Brandon was bugging me to get it before. Cause he already has it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty fun. I haven't really played through it yet, so it's fun doing it for the first time even.
Mm-hmm. Hey, yo, if you want to play some Red Dead, I'm down.
Yeah,
If
I'll
you get
play
bored.
some Red. I'll play Red Dead. Do something quick. I can hop on.
Stay down, scrub. More grub for the cup. There's going bye-bye.
Brandon said he was gonna hop on in a bit.
Okay. Sounds good.
Just let me know when you're ready to play some Red Dead, alright?
Alright, you give me. I'll hop on right now.
Right now?
Yeah, I can hop on right now. Okay. Quick swap of the games. Oh, I got too far in Borderlands. I just booted it up. Alright. Reroll. Right, I'm in.
Alright, give me a minute.
Oh, I got kicked.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
I'm still not in yet.
On a new server.
Bro, you know what sounds so good right now?
What's that?
A fucking McFlurry, bro. Right?
I can't even think of food right now. I just ate.
What'd you eat?
I had a smoothie I made. Blueberry smoothie, banana and peanut butter. Fucking delicious. And I had some edamame. Rice.
Ah.
Rice. Yeah, I can make it just like they make my rice, just like they make at the Chinese restaurant. Fucking fire. It's just vinegar and soy sauce. You fry it up. Super simple. Yeah, I ate that and now I'm fucking... Can't think of another bite.
I had a halal burger, bro. Low-fat burger.
Really?
With fries, bro. It was pretty good.
Damn.
It was like avocado oil instead of like regular oil for the fries.
Right? Oh shit, that's badass.
Apparently it's healthier and shit. It's like the healthiest burger you can ever get, like a halal burger, because halal meat's like good meat. Like it's not processed type shit, you know?
Yeah, yep.
Very low in fat.
Yeah, it's all about your quality of food, really. Too many posses in this server. Wow. We'll worry about that later. Hold the train!
Fucking remember when I fucking had that mod? Bullet Train?
Yeah, dude, I love it.
That shit was crazy, bro.
I'd leave that fucker on constantly. I wouldn't even give a fuck. That shit is hilarious. I'm on the train right now. I don't know what the word is, but I'm sure there's a word for a hitchhiker that just train hops.
Train hopper?
Train hopper.
I would think so, right?
Something like that. I'm just riding the train whenever you're ready.
No problem.
On the crazy train.
What is going on?
What?
Every time I open up this game, my Windows Defender always blocks it, and I'm trying to get it so it allows it to like go through.
Right?
But
all you gotta do is hit like preferred programs or some shit like that. I forget what is exactly it's called. Like allowed programs. Or like safe or verified or some shit.
I think I found it.
Nice.
I think I did it. I think I did it.
Time to try it out.
Alright. Moment of truth, moment of truth. Let's see if this works. Log in. Here we go. We're golden.
Hack the mainframe.
Time to fucking take a hit, bro.
I can dig it.
Time to give the lungs its daily dose, you know what I mean?
Yup.
Bro, you know what's so fucked?
What?
50 years from now, we'll finally know how fucked I would be from smoking from carts instead of the real shit. You know what I mean? Because there's other people that only smoke from carts too.
Yeah.
And carts are technically still new, and so is vaping in general, but vaping, we kind of know it fucks you up regardless. But like, carts, fairly new. We don't really know the fucking long-term effects. I think I'm gonna be fucked because I've been smoking this shit
Car
for
is
like
a
almost
vape.
fucking. Yeah, but it's like weed. Like it's different than like normal weed.
I think it's the way it works, or like the metals or something. But I still smoke out of that stuff every now and then too.
No.
I think it's the way it heats up.
Bro,
Goes
do
bad.
you ever wish you never smoked? Because I low-key do, bro. Or no?
Nope.
Really?
I don't know.
I think I'd have more money, I ain't gonna lie.
Damn.
Your boy Big Beck broke.
It's always something that spends your money. Why not be weed? I consider it like food. Gotta eat.
You're a fucking crack addict, bro. Straight up. Addict.
Weed addict. Fuck yeah. I don't know if I'll be sucking dick for some fucking weed though. I ain't addicted.
Bro, I had a fucking girl in high school. When I was in high school, this fucking girl from another high school wanted to do that for some weed.
She'd probably do that for anything. She'd probably do that for $5.
I ain't gonna lie, bro, I did it. I did it, bro.
Jeez.
Bro, I fucking remember because like she wanted her friend to also join in, right? Like a double blowjob type shit. But her friend was really fat, so I said no. He was like really fat, like really fat.
I hate when they
Like,
try and
prep
do that, try
pressure.
and hook up their fat friend with like, oh yeah, come out with me, but yo, check out my friend.
Nah, I was like, nah, I'm good.
You good?
I'm chilling. Bro. Alright, I'm in the server.
Alright. So we can do some of my missions.
You want to invite me to your posse?
Yeah. Alright. Invited. Level 500 in the server.
Who?
John Shepard.
Bro, it's so crazy to see like high levels like that, because you would need to play this game for a long time to get that shit. You know?
People in GTA have it, so I would imagine this too. Yes, I mean... Is there enough to do to accumulate that kind of level?
I'm sure with power leveling, alright, I see you on the map.
On the train.
don't see the train.
Keep going. Go down
Huh?
the tracks. I see you.
I'm right behind you.
Now you're walking.
I don't see the train. It's glitched on my screen. You're standing on the tracks. I'm like standing right in front of you.
There's no way I'm moving. You should just kept... never mind. I'll just jump off.
Hold on. I think I hear it.
Okay, I'm not gonna jump off here. That was completely dark. Might have been too far away.
Look, I'm gonna stand right in front of the train. Oh wait, I see the train. Oh shit. All right, well over here you could probably stop. Are you the one driving it?
No, I'm just on it.
Okay.
On for the ride.
What up? I see you now.
I am.
Alright, we can go do a mission real quick if you want. I see it on the map.
Yeah, I have a few missions to do. Yes. San Fran.
Ah, there you are. And alive and flourishing, I see. You weren't wrong, Horley. These bastards know how to fight. I believe so. Now, my mistress wanted me to thank you for your attention to her business. I'm sure there'll be more, but for now, goodbye, and good luck. If luck is what you need.
My friends, we're nearly ready. Just one more thing. We're going to need an express company stagecoach. An express company stagecoach and
just
some
spawn that
uniforms.
in.
There's a stage outside the jail in Strawberry.
Damn, bro, we look like straight up bounty hunters.
Supply wagon out
Yeah,
on the
I
road
know.
nearby. You all go do that, and I'll go get some supplies, and we'll meet back here.
Got the double
don't take too
bullet
long.
buckle.
I got the fucking eye patch. Alright, let's see where we're gonna go. Alright, which one you want to go to first?
Armored and all, and a wagon with some uniforms in it that's going through the Great Plains to Blackwater.
You want
One or
to
the
go to
other.
this top one first? Alright,
It says one
let's
or
go
the
here.
other. You only have one choice. I'm supposed to listen to what he had to say.
It says it right there on the top left corner.
If you're hoping to see them hangings, you're out of luck. Law ain't letting no one into Strawberry.
Heavy
You have to
guard
find
and
a
strawberry.
stagecoach.
Heavy guard here. We're gonna get attacked.
Alright, we should probably go up here and see if we could, like, see it from up here or something, yeah?
Yeah, book it.
Alright.
Here we go.
A little bit more up.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, on the other side.
Probably.
Like here.
Most likely it's gonna be over here. Need a glider.
Are they able to see us from up here? What's the music? Oh, we see the stagecoach.
That's why.
You found
They're
it.
Here. They're here in front of us.
Oh yeah. All right. How do we want to do this?
I went down the hill and I hurt my foot.
I have eyes on 2 guys right here I could take out.
Got him. Unless you want me to help.
All right. You ready?
No, I'm not ready. All right, now I am.
Just let me know.
Ready.
All right.
3, 2, 1, go. I shot this fucker in the head.
I shot a lot of them if you want to start stealing it.
I'm in the back of it. Fuck. Get in the front.
Going down.
Get in, get in.
Nice, bro. Good shit.
This yet. Almost hit that tree. Shit. Is it possible for you to give me infinite Deadeye?
I don't know. Maybe.
You gave me something before. I forget what it was.
I give you max honor.
Besides that, you gave me infinite. Oh, it was my horse sprint. I think.
Oh, maybe.
I know energy. I think.
Go to the Great Plains. All right. So now we have to.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me.
Actually, we're not being timed, so if you want to find out right now, we can do it. You heard?
Yeah, it's up to you.
Alright, here, fuck it. Let's see. Players. Looks like you and me are the only ones in the server.
I wonder if it's kicking now.
I might have set it to that.
You might have.
Loops. Provide health. Loops, yeah. I can give you... I can make you God mode, I think.
I don't need God. I want the Deadeye.
Do you want explosive ammo?
Yeah.
Alright.
I mean, that's all I really need is explosive ammo, really.
Oh my god.
What was that? You exploded me.
I did not mean to do that, Power.
Oh no, my game. What'd you do? You spawned 100 boats. Yo, this server is bugged. Why did you spawn 100 cruise ships?
It said provide health.
You provided something. Oh, I gotta get out of this area. Oh, I just got hit by a boat. They're making their way to the water. Oh man.
Come over here. It's gonna be okay. Why does it say that? It says provide health. And then I hit oh no, it's because I hit enable all loops. That's what
no. What does that even mean?
It means it turned on all the loops all at once.
Why is it just all both?
Scare, horrors, explosion, freeze, sound, strike, helicopter, boat spam.
Oh, boat spam. Okay. Now you gotta turn all the loops off.
Yeah, it's off now.
Did you explode my horse then?
I don't know. Do you have? What were you on your horse?
It was close by. Oh no, it's alive. Something's alive. We can get on and we can teleport out of here.
Oh no, I meant to do this one. What just happened? Bro, did your horse just run into a tree?
It ran through the boats. Yeah, let's get out of here. The games are gonna crash. I'm moving in slow motion. Here.
Oh, your horse, yeah. Right here, come on.
Lagging, so give me a second. Trying. Does not want to get off. There he goes. Come on. There we go.
You okay back there?
Yeah, now I am.
Alright, shoot. Why'd you kill me? Why'd you shoot me?
I shot the ground. What do you mean?
On my screen, you shoot.
You said shoot. And somehow I hit you. I didn't shoot you.
On my screen, you shot me in the back of the head.
Oh, shit.
Restart checkpoint.
Oh, I hit the wrong one. Fuck. Whatever. How did I shoot you in the back of the head? The heck? I shot at the ground.
And alive and flourishing, I see.
Power, it's just fucking funny, bro.
I believe so. Now, my mistress wanted me to thank you for your attention to her business. I'm sure there'll be more, but for now, and good luck.
That was fucked up.
My friends, we're nearly ready. Just one more thing. We're going to need an express company stage.
You said shoot, I fucking executed you.
Some uniforms. There's a stage outside the jail in Strawberry, and there'll be some uniforms in a supply wagon out on
Bro.
the road nearby.
All I saw was the back of my head go forward, bro.
And we'll meet back here. It don't take too long.
I exploded when I shot you. Did you turn down the explosives? Yo, the boats are still here. No. Oh, I'm getting squished. I'm getting squished. I'm dying. Oh, the boat. The boat.
I can't breathe. Oh shit, dude, I can't breathe.
See if I can
Yo,
heal.
You good?
Yeah, I barely made it, but I survived.
Alright. Wait, shoot at the side of the mountain. I just want to see what happens.
It's gonna lag this game. I mean, we're already surrounded by boats.
Alright, let's just go to a new server, okay? Quit the free roam.
Oh, I just killed my horse. Why'd my horse die?
Did you shoot at your horse, Power? I see your horse? It's right here.
Oh, there it is. What?
Your...
It exploded. What the fuck? I shot the boat and my horse exploded.
Your horse is right here, bro. Wait. Shoot like 30 feet in front of you.
Yeah, I died. What do you mean? That was at the mountain. I explode. That doesn't work right.
I'm gonna take off the oh shit, that was fucking funny. Alright, we should be able to focus now, okay? I took off the mods. Yeah, I'm not sure what else I can give you. All I could give you is God mode and honor. That's about it.
Alright, I'm good with what I got. Let's get the heck out of here.
My horse should be pulling on. Hold on. She's right here. That was the funniest shit ever, dude. I haven't laughed that hard in a long time.
She was fucked up. I shot my horse. My horse just flew out.
Do we want to go hot? Oh shit. Fuck it. Fuck it.
We know where it's at. I'm throwing away. Where you going? Safely nestled in the back. How you gonna get past all these boats? Oh no.
I don't see them on my screen.
I just took damage from it. And you hit me. On my screen. You don't even see the boats?
Nah.
Yo, what? Look at this.
Wait, yo, I'm on my horse. You don't see my horse?
No.
Are you able to jump on? Try it.
Nah. Hold on, let's go over here.
Oh wait, here, look here.
What?
Ain't got no time. I said.
Yo.
Oh,
What up?
nothing. Just woke up in my nap. And a cookie bar. The big cookie bar.
Nice.
I could
Right now we're playing. Right now we're playing some Red Dead. Yo, where the fuck's this wagon at? Here,
I just see a bunch of boats on this mountain. That's insane.
Do you want to take that guy's horse?
I got a horse.
Oh shit.
My horse's health is low. Dead end. The fuck?
Yo!
You just got flung. On one and Den are alive?
Dude, I got mad. Yeah, same. What the hell?
Oh, here, we found it. That's why.
Good. Did you see my horse?
Mm-hmm.
I love my horse. I love my horse and my horse love me. Every time I see the Red Dead, it's either I got some jelly beans, want some jelly beans, or it's I love my horsey and my horsey love me. It's the only two classic names. Did you fucking blow the other guy's head off? Where the fuck is noggin go?
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say, Gabe, are you just running around in a fucking circle?
No. Here, I'll shoot mine.
Oh well.
Because that's power stream.
No, really? I thought it was Jesus. I'm tripping. Please don't hit me.
I know you make that
What?
assumption, but I'm not.
Bro,
I am
look
not
at my
Jesus.
horse. Look at my horse. Wait, just wait.
Why its legs look like that?
Wait, just wait. Hold on.
Cellulite.
Look.
Yo, what the fuck? It split its head?
I'm sorry, is it fucking possessed by Satan? What the fuck was that? What the fuck is wrong with it? Ew.
Wait, how am I gonna get over there?
Yo, I didn't realize that the thing did a collab with Red Dead, but good to know.
Zombie Red Dead.
No, you need to put that horse down.
Wait, how am I gonna? You're gonna have to drive this. There's too many boats on my screen.
Oh, Power, you could jump on the back.
Well.
Well, you did it. Good. You got everything. Well done.
Well. Well done.
So, meet me in Saint Denis when you can, and we will finish this thing one way or another.
Ready to finish this. My whole game is laggy because of them boats, so.
You should probably find a new server.
Yeah. Yeah.
You want to find one and I'll join you? Bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll try and find a new one.
But
Alright, I'm in it.
Okay. I'm joining. I'm in.
Alright. Alright. Now we do whatever till that mission pops back up. Finish it off. Oh, it's back up now.
Try
Not
again later.
available?
It's probably at nighttime then. Alright, at least we can go fuck around.
Basically.
Do you want to go fuck around with other players?
Whatever. Either that or do other missions.
Don't wait, no, don't shoot at them, Power. You could actually put a hole in their boat. Here, I'll
hole in their boat.
yeah. Here, I'll spawn us a boat, alright? Yo, chill. Power, you fuck.
Shoot back. Ah. Oh, we just put a hole in him. I don't want to hurt him. Spawn us a fucking cruise ship like you did before. Yeah.
No, it's not gonna. Oh, hold on. Rowboat.
Those guys disappeared. Oh no, I'm underwater. Yeah, I got ready to wrecked.
God damn. Why the fuck you shoot them, Power?
You said fuck with people. What do you mean?
No, like, see what they're doing, like.
Oh, well, you gotta.
Like, if they want to fuck around, we'll fuck around. Like, if they shoot first, we'll fuck around. I'm not trying to be like the dickheads of the server, dude. Alright. You want to try again?
They're just gonna probably keep killing us, I'm gonna guess. Sure, there's other people in the server, right?
Alright, let's just try one more time. Buckle in, alright?
Buckled up.
Don't get out. Fuck. No, I'm driving, bro. I'm driving now.
Yeah, take a seat. How the hell?
I guess I'm not driving. Go.
How the hell?
Just go.
I can't drive your
They're
boat.
right behind you.
Can't drive your boat. Don't let me.
Get your gun out and ready.
How am I gonna see the? Oh, it's nighttime. We can do that mission, but they're gone. Shit. Drop me
Just spawn
right
directly on it.
in the mission. should be downloading. Okay, here we go.
Now, if I'm right, we should be all set. And listen, usually I am right. Well, not always. Otherwise, I'll be doing this with my so-called best friend. Instead of thinking about what he did to me and the fact that we killed him. Only banks don't rob themselves, so let's get ready. You can go get changed behind the gallows there. And by the way, Horley came by. I said you was acquitting yourself. Well, well, well. You certainly look the part. Bank manager will see you pull up in the stage dressed like that, and he'll think you're from the express company. Let you right into the vault. Then it's happening. You blow the safes, or crack them if you don't want to make a noise. Empty
Big
the box
payout.
out of them, and run to meet me back there in the cemetery. Oh, and one more thing. The manager keeps some more bonds in his desk. We'll need them too. God willing, I'll see you all shortly.
It's a Grand Theft Auto heist.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, stop for a second? There we go. Alright. Go.
What's that?
Don't kill us, bro. Take it slow.
I lost control.
You're driving on the wrong side of the road.
They're on the wrong side.
This ain't Europe. What?
They're on the wrong side.
Bro, what are you? You know how to drive?
I was looking at my phone and his fucking alarm went off.
This ain't 1865.
Texting and horsing.
The Express Company. I was expecting you a
All right,
little
hold on.
later. No matter. Let me escort you to the vault. Of course, our security protocols won't allow me to take you all in. So if one of you wouldn't mind waiting out here, let me get this open for you. Don't look now. There you are. Come in. I believe the allocation request was... Now, I don't need to tell you what to do in here. You'll know where your box is. And
Fuck 'em up,
where
Power.
you're
Fuck 'em
going,
up.
I'm sure. You know, funny, I thought I knew everyone at the Express Company. But it's a high turnover business if ever there was one. Too many bandits on the road. Please. I didn't see any.
That guy was in the blast radius. Whoops.
Don't die, bro.
Now what do we do?
Now we regroup. Let's go. I'm driving. Oh no. I'm still driving. I'm still driving.
Alright, I'm in.
Yeah, this fucking shotgun sucks, dude.
Let's cover up here. We can hold them off until we got a way out of here.
Fall back.
Catch. You ready? Here goes. Just hold them off. You're just gonna run while you fall. That's a train. The tracks are just through the slums. If we get there soon, there's a ride out of here.
It's alright, boys.
Somebody kill that bastard over You're just gonna run while you
Watch out behind you.
Yep.
We did it. We did it. We're home free. Here's where I stand.
The fucking door of the Explorer. We did it. Yay, Louisiana. You know?
Here's where we go our separate ways and remember each other fondly. You stick to your code, kill any bastards who don't.
That was a fucking sick mission, dude.
That was good. Definitely does the missions better than GTA.
Oh, 100%. It's more like, more... Trying to find a specific,
Adjective to describe it.
I was gonna say it's more,
Interactive, better, greater, funner.
immersive. Yeah, that's exactly the word I'm looking for. Immersive. Jesus fuck, dude.
No, that was all of them. The big heist. Beat the online game.
You want to bring your horse over here? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna heal your horse. I am quite literally Jesus, you know, the Son of God. I can heal people and heal animals.
There you go.
I'm quite literally the Messiah, or the Messiah, whatever the fuck you call it.
Messiah?
Messiah, yeah.
Jesus. The Mufasa. That's what I was waiting for you to say next.
Mufasa.
I
You could call me the
your
Mufasa.
father. I'll go pee quick.
Hey, yo, baby girl. Just a little taste for you.
My
you know?
shit is charging, motherfucker.
Oh my fucking Christ. I know I'm the one that always has to charge it. Yeah. No, I know. You're the one that always has to charge your shit. Crazy.
Whenever I charge it, you don't. Whenever you charge it, I don't.
Yeah, we're so in.
I need to charge more, bruh. I can't disconnect the USB right now because that's where Red Dead is plugged in right now.
Hmm.
Alright.
Alright. There you go. Let me know the stats of your horse.
Infinite.
Why'd you run into me?
I was looking at the stats. Infinite health and sprint.
Yeah, you better stop running into me, bro. Alright. You want to jump on?
Yep. Where we going?
I don't know. I just saw this dude.
Is he AFK? I just kill him?
Yeah. If you want to take it, you can. Here, you want more here?
Can't carry anymore.
Right here, come on.
I'm guessing you ain't here for no crawfish. Which means you heard I might have some work. I ain't gonna ask no questions about you. Between the gators and the other unsavory characters about, me and mine, well, we can use all the help we can get. I don't know how we ended up here. But here's where we are. This is home. Now, you can't be no fisherman without no boat. Now can you? There's some mean old fellas up at McComb's Inn. They got mine, and they ain't gonna give it back to me neither. You collect it, I'd be obliged. It's just down to Kamasa. Real obliged. I swear.
Yeah, blind.
What the hell? Bro, you're just killing innocent people. Oh wait, no, never mind.
Maybe one innocent. Fuck. Had that.
Bro, this game's so fucking pretty, man.
Mm-hmm. Definitely did a good job.
Mention what GTA 6 is gonna look like, bro.
Even after they delayed it till next year.
Yeah, fucking bullshit, but...
I wonder what they're adding just to delay it.
Donald
Probably
Trump's
just-
assassination.
Imagine. I'm sure they're adding a lot of real world because it's supposed to take place in our current like.
Well, I wonder if they're having copyright issues with songs and stuff, because I know that GTA has like gotten multiple artists before to make covers or like make music for the game and nothing else. But it's also fucking Sony Music changed the copyright shit to where it's like if you use a fucking song and Sony Music owns it, you have to pay like 100 fucking K for it to be used for like 10 seconds. It's fucking ridiculous.
Is that
Oh,
chicken
they
shooting
pay.
out fire?
Yep.
That chicken is shitting fire. That motherfucker has the methane
What the
behind him.
fuck? Look at that chicken
What
shit.
the fuck?
Yo. That's grilled chicken.
No, just let him go.
Look at it.
Aw, I was gonna say just wait for him to cook a gator with his booty hole.
Look at him. I got flamethrower chicken. I got flamethrower chicken.
What?
Look at this. Bro, look at this. It literally looks like I'm using
I
one as a
see that.
flamethrower. Let's see what happens when I skin them. You could throw it?
Yeah. Hold the reload button.
Let's see what we got next.
HY. Map. Main mission.
HY?
Yeah.
I see that. Alright.
Main mission too. I believe.
Oh, what the hell? That thing just spawned in.
Oh, this lady.
Alright, I could probably play like another mission after this and then probably gonna hop off.
Alright, sounds good.
Yeah, we gotta watch you, the worst fucking show in existence, that it's like watching a train wreck. You just can't stop.
What is it?
Oh my fucking god. Okay, I want you to imagine that one guy that you know that has never touched a fucking woman in his entire life, but he sees one girl that is like 100% his type and fucking like goes over the deep end, fantasizing about being with her, just for the girl to be like, yeah, I never fucking knew you. I don't even know who the fuck you are. Why the fuck are you touching me? Why are you hugging me? That's literally the whole fucking show, is him essentially getting obsessive of a girl, things going wrong, him falling for another girl, things going wrong, him falling for another girl, things going wrong. Yeah, and there's
Oh,
5
shit.
seasons of that. Every season essentially is him falling for the wrong person and shit going haywire. Yeah, motherfucker's dick's got a body count.
Damn.
Yeah, Yeah, it's like a show that like every girl for a while was like, oh my god, the show's so good, and I started watching it. I'm like,
But I want to make sure
how the
once
fuck
the
can you
shooting
like
starts,
this?
all of
If a
them
guy
end
said
up
half
dead.
the shit that this main character said to me, I just deck him in the face.
Thank you.
I just take off my shoe and slap him with it. It's like, oh my god, he described the one girl. Okay, Power, I want you to know how fucking creepy the show is. He wrote essentially a fan fiction about him fucking one of his coworkers. And one of the lines was something about, I take off her clothes. She's naked underneath. Her peachy nipples are in my mouth. And I'm like, I mean,
Peachy.
it's nicely. Yeah, if I ever went over to Kev's house and found a stack of papers of him essentially writing smut about me and him, I think I'd cringe so hard my skeleton would fall out of my body. Like, you just have to watch the show to understand, like, how bad it is. But it's, like, so bad and so funny at the same time that you just can't stop watching.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I thought you were gonna back up and hit Power, bro.
I can't. I didn't realize you jumped out.
I can't get in.
So get your ass on your horse.
On its way.
Think of your self-interest too, man.
Alright. I love the movies that are just so bad that they end up being funny and good enough to watch.
Mm-hmm. Like Twilight. I keep trying to get Kev to watch Twilight with me. I want to cringe
Twilight's actually
with him.
good.
I always love the meme of where it's like, this is the skin of a killer bear, and he's just sparkling.
Mm-hmm.
Or,
I'm
I've seen
cringing
so.
just
Oh
thinking
my
about
god.
it, dude.
No, bro, I saw someone had a bumper sticker here that
That's
said,
what
"Let
I
me merge,
thought.
Loca."
Dude, I'm going ham on this fucking horse right now, dude. Look, I'm like standing up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Get boy.
Whipping the shit out of that
Get it.
horse.
Goddamn boy. Get boy. Alright. Fucking horse ass is bleeding now, bro.
It ain't from the
Bro.
whipping.
What the hell, Power?
What?
Please tell me this wasn't a Mr. Hand situation.
Yo, my character looks fucking giant, huh?
You can hide up on the roofs or stay
Yeah, he
down here.
does.
Just make sure
Hey, Shotty, are you the Apple Tower? Cause I wanna climb you.
No, I'm like a fucking bodyguard, bro.
Bro, you look like you're about to go quarterbacker, line state, go Tennessee.
No, saying that we have to hide on our roof. Alright, hold on.
It's been 3 days. Can this person that's commissioning me fucking talk to me? Please, por favor.
Take this. I'll be back.
Oh my god, they got Colonel Sanders holding people up.
Hey, hello, darling.
Hello, darling.
You too.
Jessica, how lovely to see you. Why, it's been
A long time? No, it hasn't. Not compared with all eternity.
Oh, Jessica, I miss Philip every day. It's awful what happened to him. Quite terrible, but you seem... My dear, you seem under the misapprehension that I had something to do with his demise.
You, your wife, or your business partner. At least one of you did. And your brother-in-law. But he's dead.
Well, he was a bad man. I'm glad he was killed.
Sure. It cleans up your mess, doesn't it?
You don't seem quite well, my dear.
I'm not. I am destroyed with grief.
Oh, of course. Yeah, life can be terrible, but, well, there is a business matter that we need to discuss.
Oh, sure there is.
Well, you see, he and I had an agreement.
In the event one of us died, the other took control of the business in exchange for a nominal sum.
You lie, sir.
You signed last year. The document lies with Mr. Shaw there. He also has your money, $500.
My husband's property was worth 100 times that. You thief!
$500.
You murderous thief!
Madam Leclerc, I will ask you to watch your manners. I have good standing in this town.
Oh, you do you?
I am a man of impeccable morality.
Oh, well, then you have little to fear of death. You god-awful swine.
Right through the purse.
Get him, Power.
I got him dead-eyed.
Let's go.
Yo. Oh shit, they shot me. Fall back. You gotta split up.
All right, I'll go with him, right?
I'll stay with Miss Michelle.
Yo, that's me. It's
you. My bad.
Power, come on.
We got escorter.
Fuck over there, bitch. Power, did you see me shove her?
Mm-hmm.
Stay down, man. We're not out of this yet. Shoot them when you see them.
Amos Lansing's dead. So these men are working for someone.
He may be dead, but his money isn't. Stay down, my lady.
I'm down, all right. Be careful, Horley.
Careful as you can be.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Damn, dog. You're getting tossed around.
Surely that is the last of them.
I believe it might be.
That is not quite how Amos or any of those fools expected that holiday to work itself out. There we were, looking to find him and have our revenge. And he came right to us.
That he did, ma'am. But I think we would all would like to know you were going to shoot him beforehand. Ma'am?
I didn't know it myself until the moment it was done. What a fool Amos was. A man's presumptions about women. They can be their undoing, Harley.
Indeed.
Did Jeremiah Shaw send those men after us?
No, I believe they were working for Mr. Lansing. I'm pretty sure this feud ended when you put a bullet in him.
I'm pretty sure it's up to the grieving widow and the folk here who were condemned wrongfully to die to say when the feud is over, Mr. Harley.
Quite right, ma'am. Quite right.
Where'd you go?
I was only...
Well, don't. When I want your advice, I shall ask for it. And I have not asked.
I'm at the waypoint.
You have it.
Oh. Come on.
Up there. Stop the wagon just ahead.
This is a good spot. Pull up.
Pull up.
I'll take it from here. Here are the documents, madam. They were forged.
Of course they were forged.
Here.
I don't need to see them.
No, I don't suppose you do. Although there's
There's Grace Lansing, but she will have to wait. And also, we have to decide how we're gonna clear all our names and extricate ourselves from the mess we have uncovered.
not sure the state authorities take too kindly to revenge killings, madam.
No, I'm sure they don't. But that's a problem for another day. Because right now, their little plot is over. And my husband has been avenged. My friends, my true friends. I owe you more than words can say. Thank you. And should our paths cross again, and, well, I'm sure they may. But right now, I need to make myself scarce. And I recommend that you all do your best not to get into too much additional trouble. That's your business. My poor husband, he deserves so much better than this, but this is what he got. This is what we all got. Drive on, Mr. Hawley.
All right, bro. I'm gonna call it there. We'll get some more tomorrow. All right.
Oh yeah, sounds good.
All right, bro.
Hey, I'll catch you later. Have a good night.
Peace. You too.
All right. That was fun, mate. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, we can put the end of this crash out on actually.
That
Might
he
as
doesn't.
well.
He didn't kill civilians.
We made
His
it this
approach
far.
is vastly different than what Hamas is doing.
Do you think Nelson Mandela would like what the Houthis are doing?
I don't know. Let's fucking dig him out of his grave and ask him.
That's kind of weird because, I mean, you said he was doing peaceful means of
Do I
resistance.
think Nelson
like
Mandela would be in
sabotage.
favor of kidnapping 10 civilians? No, of course not.
Yes, he would. 100%.
All right. Well, while you're busy putting words in a dead man's
100%
mouth,
he would. What are you talking about? Nelson Mandela bombed the fucking church and shit. What are you talking about? Not Nelson Mandela directly in
didn't
prison, but
fuck with civilians, bro. That was his thing. He wanted to be as peaceful as possible because he knew that if he killed and targeted civilians, it would make reunification impossible.
You're right.
That's
Israel's doing a genocide because
historical
Palestinians
fact.
are not resisting
Less
in
than
the appropriate
100
ways.
civilians died in 20-year period. I mean, what do you want more than that? Hamas killed 1,000 or 900. So sorry.
800. But
I am
also,
800. You're right. You know what?
Well,
That's
mean,
better.
that's
it. It was
better.
only
Bring up numbers.
800.
Now, what you again fail to recognize is, of course, the length, and not only that, but also the resistance against apartheid South Africa included military resistance on top of that. But that's not even my point here. Okay?
Huh?
My point is that the apartheid in South Africa and the resistance against it was a far shorter period with far less casualties on the South African side as opposed to Israel's complete ethnic cleansing campaign that is that has started now, but even before its ethnic cleansing
Well, then
campaign.
don't compare
Bantustans,
Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
because the situation is far worse, Ethan.
Then why
because
compare?
Israel has
All right.
killed every Nelson Mandela. Israel would have probably killed Nelson Mandela if they had the opportunity to do so.
I'm sure they would have done everything bad that's ever happened in the world.
Wait, do you know why I said that? No, don't look at your laptop. Do you know why I said that?
Let me guess. You, I don't. Oh, tell me.
No, go ahead. Just throw up a guess.
All right, listen. It's 5 o'clock. I'm not doing this. Okay. You
Oh, you
can
don't
tell
wanna
me
do
or
this.
you cannot.
Okay.
You want to? I'll stand here if you want to tell me, but I'm not going to sit here and play rhetorical games.
Israel was aligned with South Africa, the apartheid government.
Yeah,
as
I
a
know. They
matter
made
of
nuclear
fact.
bombs with them. It's horrible.
Yeah.
What's that have to do with
horrible.
anything? Fuckhead.
Yeah.
When did I defend
Fuckhead.
that?
Well, they're both apartheids, so.
Yeah. And when did I deny that?
And-
All right, listen,
and,
it's 5
you know-
o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool-ass race car bed to sleep in, and I hope you enjoy that. And
Okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one. I hope this was productive. Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying him.
Well, I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Come on. Okay. All right.
you want to target the crew more? You want to drum up
targeting the
harassment?
crew.
with
These
the crew?
were my
It's fine. It's
coworkers.
fine.
I have a tremendous amount of respect for the crew.
Hey,
They
Bad
are what makes
Empanada
the
called
show
AB
great.
a house slave.
What?
Bad Empanada called AB a house slave.
Yeah, he's wrong. What the fuck do you want?
Okay,
I've
well, you
never
watch his
said that.
videos
Why
a
are you
lot.
bringing up Bad Empanada? Do
Why
you
you
think
s-
I agree with everything he says? No, of course
You
not.
endorse him.
Ethan,
All right,
I've
we gotta
endorsed
go.
his
You
two
promote him all the
video
time. That's a
essays
fact.
that I agree with, that I think are very well thought out.
All right,
I don't
listen,
endorse
stop
his
being a coward and
techniques or
watch
methods
some
or
fair
opinions
criticism.
overall.
Please stop being a coward and just watch some criticism. It will prove that you
No,
are not
well,
afraid.
This was pretty good. This was pretty productive. You know, having this conversation, having this
agree.
back and forth. Don't you
I
think?
think it was great.
I
Mm.
actually
Do
do.
you-
I think
Yeah,
you
I
exposed
think this
yourself
was great.
deeply a few
This
times
was-
here, and I think we'll have to wait and see obviously how this pans out.
Yeah.
But I do think it was productive to show just kind of the blatant, overt, anti-Semitism
Maybe I
that
will
you.
fucking maybe I will watch the context puke.
Yes, please, and then we can talk
Maybe
about
I
it if
will
you
watch
want.
the context puke live,
thank
as a matter
God.
of
There's
fact.
gonna be an
not in a cowardly
expansion?
way. I like that. I like that. This is what it's
good.
come to, where having a face-to-face conversation is less. Is
It's not
somehow
less.
fucking is more cowardly than like actually watching a YouTube video that you made.
It is
no,
because-
dude. What's
no.
cowardly is you fucking constantly crying and refusing to actually look for context and putting together putting together shit that you saw on fucking subreddits to be like, this is my argument. I'm destroying him.
Watch it and tear it up and show how out of context it was. I'd love that.
Don't worry. Maybe I'll actually do that to fundraise for the charities that you are actively targeting by trying to undermine and celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is, you know,
I don't know if you know this, but the
event.
last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity.
I know. You
Hassan.
fucking hate everybody that has even lightly fucking criticized you or stayed out of.
Are you
your
surprised that I
crash
didn't
out.
like Ian's video?
What? No, dude.
Dude, if you want to own me, listen, Hassan. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's fantastic.
You're gloating that a fucking charity event is actually like you're trying to undermine a charity event deliberately.
You have to give money
Doing
to be
the
charity.
event makes it a charity event, which means
like a
that
slush
it's
fund
immune to
for them.
criticism.
Yeah, right.
You can't criticize an event if there's charity.
I mean, what happened last year? How much money did they make? Did they do charity last year?
I don't know.
They
I don't
lost
know.
$250,000.
Will you debate me again, Ethan? If you keep chirping,
Please do it
in the future.
Please,
Yeah, of
please,
course.
guys.
But
perfect.
But if you, I think it would be good if you watch the content puke, context
Maybe I will.
puke,
Maybe I'll
and
do
then
that
and
to
then we can
fundraise.
discuss it.
Maybe I'll do that. The
Yes, I think it's awesome.
I
If you
mean,
wanna
I
own me
think,
by
yeah,
donating
I
to
think
charity,
he owes
think
it
that's sick
to
as fuck.
Ian. He does.
Yeah, maybe you should do that too. You know, donate some pro-Palestinian charities. I'll feel so fucking owned.
Let's own each other and donate
He
to charity.
did on your stream.
right.
$6,500.
I know you guys hate each other, but the views were crazy.
It was? How many? I
I'm
never
just
looked.
saying, think about it.
What was the views at? I never looked.
They're pretty good on both ends. Like
Well, what about
100K.
me?
Whose was higher?
Don't ask that question.
Hassan was higher.
Hassan's was higher?
Hassan's was higher. Yeah. Not by much, but it was higher.
That's not good. We got to do something.
I mean, I
about
had
that.
120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking, but
We got up to about 100K, so.
Well, we're gonna have to do. These people are clearly have some kind of brain disease, and we need to do something about it.
No, for sure.
Yeah, bro. Like,
keep up the energy.
Hassan, it was
as
a big
though
day
you
for him.
Feel that there is a
Real big day
genocide
for him.
going on because your output is.
Holy shit, dude.
To you and get across to your audience.
Yeah, that was all
If you
legit.
think that
I acknowledge
this-
that I acknowledge that I could talk about it more, and I should make
Yeah.
more of an effort to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Instead of going after
And you should try not to be a
pro-Palestinian
fucking
content creators
raging
because they don't
anti-Semite
like
for
you.
a day.
What?
If you can try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day, then we can shake hands.
Ethan, I don't think you actually believe that I'm anti-Semitic. I think you're hysterical.
You should watch
I
back the
will be
first part of
honest
this
on that
interview.
front. What?
You should watch back the first part of this interview. That is.
I don't think that makes you look good.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll wait and see.
Uh-huh.
Unfortunately, I think your people are going to think it makes you look good, and then everybody else is going to think that might look good. Like, who gives a fuck? At the end of the
Yes,
day,
I'm sure
it's
that
not a swastika. It's just the
I'm
swastika
sure-
sword. It's not a swastika. It's just the sword that I called the swastika sword. Got it. All right. Have a good night, Hassan.
All right. You
I gotta
too.
go. All right,
You too, buddy.
You take care, bud.
All right.
Old friends, together at last.
Hassan.
Give Kaya our love. Give Kaya our love.
Yeah, we all still love Kaya.
Oh my God! What a fucking train wreck. I was hoping that.
Jeez.
That was incredible.
I shouldn't have hoped that he would have been more open to listening. but
Wow.
I guess that's what it was meant to be.
Wow.
Idiot, what idiot.
Guys, this was amazing.
How long was that going on for?
5 hours.
We're going on 5 hours here.
Was I owned?
I need to process everything that just happened. My head's spinning.
I gotta talk about this. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of Elden Ring. When the game was gonna come out, and I was so excited, I knew it was gonna be really good, but it came out, and it was even better than I could have ever expected. And then I remember whenever I made it to like, that fucking underground city, and then the fucking Lake of Rot, and then there's the Fair Missoula, and I was like, wait, there's more. It's not like it's just gonna be like Dark Souls 3 and it's like 5 zones and it's over. No, there's just more and more and more. It never stops. It never stops. So, okay, we will do an official poll. Chat, mods, can we make a poll? Two winners, just 2 people. Who won the debate, Ethan or Hassan? Just two. Just two. Not me or, fucking, Nelson Mandela or whoever. Can we have somebody put up a poll? Not me. Yeah, Ether's on. So we'll see what the chat says. This was insane. I really, honestly, I was really surprised. I didn't expect Ethan to go as hard as he did. I didn't at all. We'll see what the chat says here, and it looks like the chat's pretty, people have pretty much one opinion on this. Okay, well, there it is. So it's looking like pretty much everybody, it's a blowout. It is. It's a complete fucking blowout. Ethan cooked him. Yeah, I honestly, I think that Ethan, I think this is also like another really good example of like Ethan in a lot of times, like I think Ethan used a lot of debate techniques that made Hassan look bad in a way that is partially artificial. And I think it kind of goes to show one of the reasons why I think that a lot of debates like this are kind of problematic is that whenever you do, because I can notice this, right, whenever it's happening. And this is something, I mean, Hassan does this too, right? It's not like just Ethan did this, but Ethan, I think, had a better command of it in this debate. I think he definitely had a much stronger command over it in this debate. And because of that, I think it made him look a lot better. And I think that Ethan controlling the narrative and also controlling the audio and the video that was being played put him in like kind of more of a dominant position in the video, in the debate. And I think it put Hassan at a disadvantage for sure. Definitely. And I do think so. And overall, like, yeah, you guys, I mean, we have to kind of agree with that, right? I mean, at least a little bit. So, yeah. Ethan used those techniques consistently. You're 100% right. Yeah, it is. And he was very good at that. And that's, I can respect that, right? I mean, and at the end of the day, it worked.
Yeah. Hey.
Apple has just spectacularly had its ass handed to it in a way I didn't think I would see in Tim Sweeney's lifetime. On Wednesday, the judge in Epic Games' lawsuit against Apple ordered Apple to immediately allow iOS app developers to include buttons and external links to alternative payment options in a fiery ruling, excoriating the tech giant for repeatedly defying court orders, lying under oath, and consistently making bad choices. A copy of the ruling was also sent to every Apple executive's mother. I'm just kidding, but that would be great. Because Judge Yvonne Gonzalez-Rogers did not hold back. She accuses Apple VP of Finance Alex Roman of lying under oath and referred the incident to federal prosecutors for possible criminal contempt of court. She says CEO Tim Cook chose to listen to his CFO's advice to ignore the court's injunction, and in doing so, Cook chose poorly. She sounds like a Viking shaman telling a cautionary tale. And now his eyes shall be eaten by Draugr in Muspelheim. Is that offensive, Bjorn? Other highlights include the judge calling out Apple for internally calling it a good thing if external link pop-ups are scary, and then defending that by arguing that scary is a term of art, an industry-specific term that means raising awareness and caution, which A is BS, and B, that still means scary. Now, because Apple has been acting a fool, Gonzalez-Rogers ended with some bangers, writing that she will not be entertaining a request for a stay because this is an injunction, not a negotiation. For this court, there is no second bite at the apple. Ooh, you know when she finished writing this at 3 a.m., she's hitting those keys hard. Now, Apple is actually complying with the order. They updated their App Store guidelines to remove restrictions on buttons, external links, and calls to action in the US. And some companies have already started to carpe this diem, including Spotify, Stripe, and Patreon, as announced by CEO Jack Conte in another of his signature video updates filled with what I like to call parasocial manic boyfriend energy. Okay, I know you're worried, and I promise I'll sleep soon, but this is important. Been doing a lot of research. Meanwhile, Epic Games is taking a victory lap,
Oh,
announcing
caffeine.
web shops, a feature that will make it easier for app developers to avoid Apple's in-app purchasing by linking to payment options elsewhere. And Epic is so happy, they also announced the Epic Games Store will take zero revenue from the first $1 million a game makes every year, which is like their previous policy announced in 2020, but with a yearly reset. Now, CEO Tim Sweeney apparently thinks this ruling will make it so that Fortnite can return to iOS next week. But
Damn.
Apple kicked them out for breach of contract. So Sparky might be getting a little excited. Also, though they're complying with the ruling for now, Apple said they're still planning to appeal. And Mr. Apple, I wouldn't have it any other way. That's a joke. Please stop. Believe it or not, other stuff happened this week. Like, for example, the Trump administration officially ended the de minimis rule that exempted inexpensive goods from import tariffs. Now, this rule was basically the only reason that Temu and Shein got so popular in the US as the go-to destination for finding cheap things to ship directly from China so you can fill up your house and hopefully the hole in your heart. I think you can still see some of the floor over there. Better fire up the app. Well, not anymore. Temu says they've stopped shipping goods from China directly to US customers and will now focus on shipping items from US-based warehouses. Meanwhile, tariffs have driven Xbox to raise the prices of its consoles, accessories, and games worldwide. The base model Series X will now cost $600 USD, up from $500, while the 2 terabyte version is now $730, making it more expensive than a PS5 Pro, which Xbox is probably fine with because they are making it very clear they do not care if you buy an Xbox. Because of
They
this
don't
rate, the PS5
care.
Pro and your grandma will be an Xbox. Everybody's an Xbox! Also, wait, why are game prices going up? Those don't have to be imported. Just because? Ah, yeah, sounds right. It almost makes you want to check out our sponsor, OSnap. OSnap is their name. It's appropriate because they make phone accessories that are actually really good. I know, it's shocking. But their Snap Grip, Snap Charge wireless charger, and Snap Car Mount also magnetically snap together. So that also works. And it would work great for your mom. This is not a mom joke. Mother's Day is right around the corner on May 11th, and moms are always juggling a million things. So get this for her, and her losing her phone in her car is one less thing. Now, if you buy one of these, you're probably gonna want all of them because they're good. So why not save some money and get them all with the Car Power Kit? Tell your mom you got a deal, she'll love that. Now be a good progeny and check out OSnap at our link in the description. And now it sounds like it's time for the quick bits. What do you mean you can't hear that? References to a higher tier Intel Battlemage GPU codenamed BGM31 have been spotted in manifests for shipments traveling between Intel Vietnam and its other labs, according to Twitter posts from the leaker known as Haze. Other Twitter leaker One Raichu also suggested Intel hasn't given up on a more powerful sibling to the Arc B570 and B580, despite rumors to the contrary. But there are also rumors of Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger being fired, but he's still there. He's still in here. Pat! A company called Aurora has become the first to commercially deploy self-driving Class 8 trucks, which will be driving themselves all over the great highways and byways of Texas, completely without a driver inside, which is, unbeknownst to many Tesla owners, what self-driving is actually supposed to mean. Although it definitely helps that Aurora trucks use LiDAR. I hear it's better than regular cameras. I know. 2 storied gaming outlets were hit by sudden layoffs this week. Giant Bomb's owner Fandom laid off a number of prominent staff, including Jeff Grubb, who we have cited on the show many times. Many staff at Polygon were also let go as the site was sold by Vox Media to Valnet, the company that owns a ton of brands, including Game Rant, DualShockers, XDA Developers, Android Police, and How to Geek. I would say, well, at least some staff survived the purge, but they're now working for a holding company that sued The Wrap over that outlet's report on sweatshop-like conditions at Valnet's companies. So, we're wearing shorts to work now. And Japanese researchers have proven you can get cicadas to play the Baroque classic Pachelbel's canon by jabbing electrodes into their specialized sound-producing organs called timbals. Okay. Why? The researchers say, hey, it doesn't harm them, and one day they could be used in emergency situations, such as earthquakes. To do what? Give grandmas a heart attack? Earthquake! Ah! I mean, she's already been turned into an Xbox. Give her a break! And it's time for us all to take a break from tech news. But only until Monday, when we'll all come back here and check on our Xbox mutation progress. I'm already starting to see my buttons come in.
It's Jova. It's all Jova. Don't you get it? It's Pain Train.
Yeah. Dude, they were at a Comic-Con in Naples, and they were speaking that Naples talk, and one of the head honchos was sitting there in front of a Dragon Quest talk, and he was like, oh, you know, well, we're working on a Chrono Trigger remake, and then the translator was like, are you sure you're supposed to say that? He's like, oh. He's like, you didn't hear it here. No one heard it, and people are cheering. So it's happening. And it's probably going to look like Dragon Quest 11 because they're doing it like at a Dragon Quest talk. They're literally looking at it.
You think they had to wait until Akira Toriyama passed away before they could fucking make it, or what? Like, what's the deal?
I do wonder what the deal is. Yo, look at Max Payne. He looks like Max Payne 3 Max Payne.
Yep, he doesn't look like Max Payne 2.
He's kind of thickened up, more realistic looking. And glad you guys did Falling Down. Dude, it was fun.
Don Cabeza said it was debunked, sadly, translation error.
No, don't tell me that, Donnie. I've been happy all day.
See, Don also brings the good news and the hard-hitting bad news.
Come on, man. Don't.
He's a reliable source, Justin.
He is my go-to insider.
You know, whenever I see him pop up in the chat with something, I believe it as soon as I read it.
I was laying
so
right
don't you
here.
ruin that for me, Don Cabeza.
I was laying right here. Just me and my copium, dude. That was on a good one today. I'm sorry. You just had to do it. You butchered. You had to.
Had to do it to you.
I love the gusto for hearing about a Chrono Trigger anything. That everyone's like, it's happening, yes! It's kind of like when we hear UFOs, right?
Yes, it's
like,
the same
hey,
thing.
there's news, everybody!
Ah, shit.
This is me on my deathbed, dude. I'm like, what do you mean it's not happening?
We need to inject Justin with copium.
I was preparing to die happy.
Holy shit.
Guy said he accidentally slipped in the slip of the tongue. He said Chrono Trigger's getting a remake. There's no copium in the world that can bring him out of this copium coma.
Hold on.
Then I wake up.
They can still make it.
I wake up. What's that?
They can still make it.
Sorry, Louis. The CGI is not working here.
Maybe the hand of God might help.
What's this? Don Cabeza said it was fake news.
That's what the corporations want you to think. Come on!
Wow. So you tell me GTA 6 goes down for another year. Wow. And now this Chrono Triggers. This is on my chart right now. What's that, Max? It's all fake news? It's a whole year? And it was fake translation news?
But it's better than it being released with bugs.
So are you telling me Chrono Trigger in Japanese means my bad?
Means in your dreams? Never again.
In your dreams?
In your dreams, huh? Back over there.
I sleep.
Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. We're back. God damn it. What a day, huh? What a day. Doom is real at least. Yeah, that's happening soon.
We're dooming boys.
And it's on Game Pass.
Oh, Don, I think you said something, Night Rain, something or other, or is that just me coping as well?
Cope.
Grab the pills. Who left these pills lying around? This does look good, upper res pop up. It's very, very good.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how much of the Max Payne 3 they infuse into this mod, because Max Payne 3 is sick.
Oh, they put out a long trailer today.
I watched. It looks good, man.
Is it cool?
They showed a lot more bosses. It looks like it's got a lot more meat than I mean, that's what we were hoping for. We're like, damn, Night Rain playtest was great, but oh, here we go. Just take a shower, Max. There you go.
Copium shower.
Take a shower. Take a sad shower with all the news from today.
Where the fuck do you put all like the shampoo and stuff in that shower?
And the nurse comes in and lathers you up.
Oh shit!
You never had a nurse shower before?
No.
Never had a sponge bath? Oh wow, this game is insane.
How many can you get for the
There I was, wasting all the paper in the world. They're gonna take away GTA 6 a whole other year and the Chrono Trigger remake. I'm taking some shit with me. I'm taking all this fucking paper. Wasting your water too. Someone's gonna have to fix that.
They didn't show all of the Night Rain characters though.
They showed a decent amount. So there's more? Fuck yeah.
I really like the sorcerer from the first beta.
The recluse.
Yeah, the big buff swinging guy looks really cool. At first I was kind of like, that's weird. He like summons a totem, and then I looked at it again. And I was like, actually, it's fucking cool because it buffs your team if you stand near it, and you can jump off it, do plunging attacks.
So he's literally Juggernaut from Path of Exile. Dropping totems, big two-hander, big beefy boy.
His super looks cool too.
Have they announced a gravity sorcerer?
No, I think it's still just the one lady.
Recluse so far. Oh,
He's fucking the nurse.
Oh.
Jesus.
Don't do this to your nurse.
Heavy grandpa. I'm very excited. I'm also excited. I think next week there's like this cool-looking kind of scary game. I remember they showed a little bit of it. It's called like Midnight something. I think that comes out next week. It's kind of like a Little Nightmares kind of vibe, but not really. It's kind of claymation looking. I actually forget if it was VR or not, but it was one of the few things we saw like the last game show. We're like, whoa, that looks really cool.
What was it called?
It's called like Midnight World, Midnight something. Midnight Walk. Thank you, Chad. Looking for all the pills. Max Payne loves to gobble up his pills.
May 8th. That looks cool. Yeah, this will be a fun playthrough.
It looked cool. Is that VR game or no? Wait, scroll up. VR. This game
supported.
runs both.
Whoa.
You want to play VR?
Kind of do. Kind of do.
Yo, how many people be playing this on VR? Let's be real.
I kind of do.
I really want to jump into VR and scary.
I'll try both. I could see it being easier to watch non-VR if it's built for both, but ooh, let me get a nice cola. A nice descent into madness cola.
VR's always fun. Hell yeah, Max Payne 2, great game. Nice.
No secret pills here. What's that?
Ton of pills.
Weekend.
I came here and had my genital warts removed.
Oh shit. Guy got wrecked. Why do you have a gun though?
You don't know that doctors carry guns?
A surgical gun?
Freeze, NYPD! What the?
Press that to shoot.
Oh!
I like that.
That's a weird first target for a game. It was like almost completely blocked off. There's a thin little window tutorial kill there. It was beautiful. God damn it, I love these games.
Yo, the Max Payne 3 like vignette that pops in.
Wait, so it didn't originally have that like dead body falling stuff or no?
What do you mean?
Like in Max Payne 2 when you killed somebody, did it show them like getting shot?
Oh no, they did definitely. Like, oof, yeah.
Because I never played 1 and 2 really. I beat all of Max Payne 3.
You never played 2?
Nah.
Oh my god.
Max Payne 2
was one of the best games ever. Dude.
I played the fuck out of Max Payne 2 with cheats.
Lou, you gotta let's do a whole run on your stream also.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I kind of just want to play Max Payne 3 again. The game was so fucking good.
3's great too.
The online was so much fun.
She's one of
3 with mods is actually kind of killer.
Really?
Yeah. Great modding scene.
Winter's so good. You know what this game could use a mod of too? That would be a perfect fit. Would be a defense from Falling Down. If you just character model defense in here,
I just want to see my daughter.
This would be your fucking Falling Down game, Lo.
Also, if you're a divorced dad,
That'd be sick.
Falling
They
Down
put
might be a tough
defense in.
watch.
Defense.
Yeah.
Defense.
Well, I mean, if you're watching the show, hopefully you're not the guy who got divorced because they have problems with your anger.
Got a problem.
I'm sure he got banned a long time ago.
You know.
No one bans me from a Twitch chat.
Nobody.
I've never seen Falling Down before. That was an interesting ride.
Dude, I fucking love that movie.
It makes me think after I was watching it. Because in the middle, I'm like, where are we going with this?
Real good watch, Chad. Actually had us kind of guessing, like, what the hell's gonna happen next?
Like, I remember
Where are they gonna
seeing
go with this?
screens of, like, famous, like, snapshots, and then, like, we found out Frank Grimes is the guy.
He's grimy. Retro, yeah, we talked about it.
What the? Oh, yeah.
What happened out there?
Unfortunately.
But I just pre-ordered a GameSpot.
Down my neck. Did you do it? You too. No,
I tried to Matrix dodge in slow-mo and I ate every bullet. You were the Max Payne.
Yeah, I love the model for Max Payne.
Geppetto!
Yo, the fire effects. Damn. And boom!
You can't run from your past. You'll end up running in circles.
Not the guns.
It's just like Chrono Trigger. It's just running in circles. Another program. Going to face it in chat. Damn chat. You always got to bring me right back down to reality. You reminded me of the vocational error of the regional dialect of Japanese. One day aliens are real. You go live the next day. Lou Elizondo was holding up a poorly printed photo. Okay, never mind. Well, at least Chrono Trigger and GTA's happening. Well, no.
Well, Justin, there's still time for actual aliens to come through before GTA.
Maybe aliens could make Chrono Trigger.
Winterson was dead. I was a murderer.
Yeah. That'll be the day. Keep believing a Legend of Dragoon will get a remake. All right.
Cool.
You keep wishing that. I'll keep wishing mine. Meet somewhere in the middle with nothing.
The hospital bed wasn't.
And I keep dreaming that Nights into Dreams will get a remake.
Fatal choice.
Nights into Dreams?
Yeah.
Get worse.
No one wants that. The fuck is that?
I do.
A puzzle.
Look at the little, like, jester guy flying around.
Sega Saturn.
Sega Saturn.
What the hell is it?
It's great.
The flying one is called that? The night sky like that? Little circus looking dude? Alright.
That game controls like ass.
I love it.
Alright. Whatever you want.
It only controls like ass because you're not using the 3D Sega Saturn controller pod.
Instead of hurrying home to your family.
What about Echo the Dolphin remake?
That's actually coming out.
Hell yeah.
I'm excited.
Kissing her. I think of the cold.
Like Robert De Niro right there.
But I don't think they'll catch the same vibes on the soundtrack, which was the main thing I liked about Echo. Without that FM synthesis, it's not going to be the same.
Start again from the beginning.
We can only hope.
Oh yeah, unless they try to go old school with it, then it'd be pretty fucking sick.
Dragoon best JRPG all time.
No, dude, come on.
Dragoon's
South
great.
Park, Stick of Truth.
South Park's actually pretty good. Pretty fucking top
Number
tier.
one JRPG ever made.
I can't agree with you, Lou. It's pretty fine. I'll agree with you on that one.
I didn't thank him.
I really want to play Expedition 33.
It does look pretty sick. I want to see it just to check it out. I don't have time to play the whole game, but I'd like to just see what it do.
It's mine.
Is this the Djibouti show?
You know what it is, man. You know what it is.
Have I ever finished the original Echo? No. But
No
I
one
did.
really
I
has.
did finish Echo Junior. That game's fun.
No.
You can play as an orca.
Ugh. Echo Dolphin? Ugh. Gross. You're hoping for a remake of that, Lou?
Yeah.
You want a VR remake of Echo the Dolphin?
No, that'd make you sick. Fucking shooting up into space at like
pretend
doing
you're
5
swimming.
backflips.
Unknown number of armed perps inside. Possible
You know what I was
hostage
hoping for
situation.
a mod for Oblivion?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going
Was
in.
the Inzoi face detection. Like, why can't we do that in other games? Like, if Inzoi can do it, I'm sure Oblivion can do it.
I want every game to have that modded in.
Imagine your horrific troll, Mo Sislak looking dude talking.
God, it'd be so fucking
To
cool.
the lusty Argonians. Whoa.
The lusty orcs.
I don't know the last time you guys played The Sims, but do you think Inzoi's better?
In its current state, yes.
It's kind of early for Inzoi though, Lou. It's very rough. It's like it's got that early access beta test all over it, but what it's promising and what it can do with the facial stuff, you can't do that in Sims.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily know why you'd want to do that if you weren't streaming though. Like, is that feature cool for anyone other than streamers?
I like to think of the very lonely man doing that in the darkness of his mom's basement.
Stealing babies as Michael Jackson.
I think about that and it brings joy to my heart.
For no one but himself. Is there a quick save?
F5 is the save, F9 is the load.
Cool.
You might want to test the load as well.
Niner?
Yeah.
Press it again to load.
I like that it gives you a
Fuck yeah.
warning so you don't fuck up on accident.
Fuck yeah. Sauce gave it up, dude. Yeah, yesterday was a lot of fun. If you missed it, doing the police sketch was a lot of fun.
Is this falling down?
Yeah, there it is.
Is that the OG Max Payne guy?
Dick Justice. Big Dick Justice.
Oh. Dick Justice.
Pretty friggin' sweet, huh?
Oh, it's the same story as Max Payne.
But it's funkier.
We need to watch the Mark Wahlberg Max Payne.
Mikey Wahlberg.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get revenge for my wife. Miguel Pang. Miguel Pang.
Ooh, while we're still on the front load of the VOD, I put out new movie commentary. Lord of the Rings 2 Towers Extended Edition.
Never forget.
That's a great one. Snakes on a Plane.
God. One of my favorites.
Those mother-loving plane snakes on that Monday through Friday plane.
I still can't believe I saw this movie in theater.
I did too.
I did not.
Might be the worst movie I've ever seen in theater. Actually, no, I think Hulk, the one from like 2001, yeah, it was really bad.
Worst movie I ever saw in a movie theater.
Question.
Oh no, dude, Psycho
Oh, I know
Storm.
mine. I know mine.
You had to put the, oh, I'm ready for it.
Yeah.
So kiss me goodbye. God, now it's gonna be stuck in my head for days. Ugh.
I remember seeing 50 Shades of Grey on premiere night.
Whoa.
And someone brought their baby, and they started crying during the intense sex scene with the anal.
Someone start crying?
Baby did.
Oh. I like that. If it wasn't a baby, but why is a baby there? But also,
It was hard to get a babysitter.
Also, somebody brought a cucumber and a condom.
Hey, you had to get snacks somehow. Betrayal!
Oh, got him. Damn, he took 2 shots to the neck, no problem. Oh, fucking love this game. Who else?
Howie walks back into place. Cool!
I wanted to take a screenshot of that. It looked like a poster. Oh, he bumped in the wall and oh. Get the loot. Hope 19 lip. 19 lip.
And also seeing Nosferatu with the smelly people is pretty awesome.
That'll ruin any movie.
The movie was good.
I heard they had to use industrial strength aerosol after 50 Shades of screenings because of the smell.
Smell of all the what?
What would
That's
make
for you to
that much,
interpret.
what would that much smell?
They should have used it after Nosferatu, apparently.
Get maximum height.
Stinky people.
And then maximum height. Maximum pain.
What the?
Cool. Oh, I love this goddamn game. Oh, it's so cool. Wow, this guy's doesn't even look dead. I'm just stretching my, stretching the legs
Looks like
out.
Red Letter Media.
Doing my
blink it.
Yeah, Mike. Doing my stretches. Gotta get my legs done. Max Payne is one of the worst movies ever created. My hip abductors are the stiffest hip abductors in the entire world. Watch me flex. They're more disappointing than my son. He's doing that up dog pose. You ever do the up dog pose, Lou?
No, my doctor told me I have dog jaw.
He's still dealing with dog jaw, huh?
How do you treat dog jaw?
No, I'm good. I've had it before. I know how it goes, Lou.
Are y'all gonna play Max Payne 3?
We did.
I highly recommend you check out our YouTube channel. We did a full playthrough.
Yeah, if you're ever like, I wonder if they ever played, it might be worth a YouTube search because we've been doing this for too long.
You know, it's been over 27 years since Djibouti does.
Oh my
What
god! Oh, he flew the whole fucking concrete barrier?
I didn't know you could do that.
They added that for the
Destructible environment?
What
You just glitched the game. There's no way for you to get to that next door. That guy was innocent.
No, he wasn't. Dude, look at him.
Dude, he was just keeping why?
Dude, he shot his dog jaw.
No dog jaw anymore. Do you think that's what happened to Kanye? What drove him crazy? They replaced his jaw with a dog jaw.
You know what? I think Kanye's having his falling down moment right now.
Falling down,
It might come to that, but except he'll be the store owner of the movie.
He is defends with $1 billion. Like, let's be fucking real. He went to the armory. He's like, this guy has some good ideas.
Night Rain character you're excited about? I want to see that samurai sword, dude. It's really fucking cool.
I'm actually looking forward to Archer and the Totem Gun.
Because I think the samurai blade dude can do like clutch parries.
Oh, with a perfect parry? The Sekiro build, right?
Yeah, he looks like he's the Sekiro guy. I want to see more of the stuff they're doing with, they tease like you'll be able to get armor sets, looks, cosmetic. It's like cosmetic sets, which is cool. Because then you can't make your character look so ugly. You can just get a cool looking full set. But I wonder, are they going to do a Sekiro set, a Bloodborne set,
a Dark Souls 3 set?
Then I'm coughing up some real cash on their microtransactions.
If that is the Battle Pass equivalent of like nostalgic sets of the past, I'd be down with that. Get the Havel set.
Havel.
Broke Joker ATV with the $5 super chat. If no one has ever seen it, check out Djibouti Dub's Two Fists Against the Law. You'll die laughing. Sending much love your way.
Yo, bro. What up, dude?
Thank you very much.
Damn, the YouTube shouting out each other. I love that.
Appreciate the lure.
Thank you guys so much. Happy Big Friday.
All the lure.
I hadn't slept.
What's the sign say on the wall?
I needed something to keep me going.
Americans Avenger. For the payback time.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, brother. Why does this have Max Payne 3 music? Oh, this is Max Payne 3. This is Pops' magic. He made it look like Max Payne 3.
But it loads like Max Payne 2. Oh,
What
shit,
the?
dude. Oh, shit, I'm jumping forwards.
Oh, fuck.
She's dead.
I was too late.
Like all the bad things in my life, it started with the death of a woman. I couldn't save her.
Plan on getting high and watching a Djibouti dub tonight. You mean like a movie commentary tonight? Suggestion?
Snakes on a plane.
Snakes on a plane that just went up on the movie commentary track will have you flying high, brother.
When
Flying
that
high.
dude bites the snake bites the dick, bro, you're gonna be so high on your mind.
Mm-hmm. There's F to pick up. That's what it is.
The room commentary is best. That's a classic, my friend. Harry Potter series for
The
sure.
Harry Potter series is probably my favorite.
The entire Harry Potter series is movie commentary is for free on the Archive channel.
And if you're not into Harry Potter, it's even better.
Yeah.
Like that's what's great about it. The Harry Potter commentary is good for
This
mega
looked like it would
fans
help.
and people who are like, I don't fucking like this magic shit. You're gonna get deep into it though.
Just what I needed.
Yeah.
More drugs.
More drugs. These are the drugs, that bot boy. Let me beep on the divorced dads going through it.
Hell yeah, brother. Keep up the good fight. We stand our ground in divorce court.
I remember laughing really hard during the Hobbit series.
Hobbit was good.
Ooh, look at that.
Ooh. Still going. I know Louis Celeb shotted Falling Down, which is great. It's on our Patreon right now. If I get a celeb shot for my birthday, can I suggest that my favorite movie?
What's that?
Goodfellas.
Oh my God.
We've never done it?
We've never done Goodfellas, my favorite movie.
It's just such a good movie.
It's like one of the best.
And I've seen it enough that I know the beats, that I know what to anticipate. Oh, it'll be godlike.
It might be my top 5, which is saying a lot.
Definitely top 5. Definitely,
Easily my
definitely,
favorite movie.
Definitely top 5. You're not wrong in saying that, Lou. Say it loud, say it proud, brother.
Come on.
Easy 5.
Finally.
Boom. Boom. Mona. Saximum.
Mona?
Max, we gotta stop meeting like this.
Sax and Max. Mona Sax. She's a moaner sexual.
Can we get a screenshot of those 3 dudes?
They look like they're dancing, huh? Like they're like
Congolone,
on
yeah.
Broadway.
Can.
Yup.
We're dead. We're dead.
Especially
We got shot in the head.
Especially the guy on the left. He's like,
Max Payne, Max Payne.
New York, New York.
Oh, they added bullet wounds to the heads in the mod.
oh wow.
Oh,
cool.
You're temporarily dead. A lightning bolt can reanimate you without a warning.
Three Stooges didn't have enough for that one.
Yep.
Casino's pretty good. Casino's good. It's a little long.
I like Casino a lot.
I love them all. I fucking even love The Irishman.
I like Irishman.
People talk shit. It's too long. Fuck it. I love it.
I love A Bronx Tale too. That one's really good.
Fight for New York.
I don't know if I've seen that one.
Ooh, that's great.
What you barking at, Dee Dee?
Hi, Dee Dee.
Is that one Scorsese as well?
Yep.
Oh wow. I gotta check that out.
Yes.
Love Raging Bull. One's really dope. Departed's amazing.
With Marky Mark.
Only thing that sucked for me about Departed was I worked at a movie theater when it came out, so I saw the ending like 50 times before I ever saw the movie.
Saw Marky Mark.
That's what makes me think working at a movie theater would actually be bad if you're a movie buff.
Yes.
Because you're just constantly getting spoiled and getting like a quarter of a movie.
Well,
10
if you're
minutes
an
of it.
usher, yeah.
Yeah,
So
as an usher.
if you work as like the cashier or something, then it sounds bad.
It's a decent first job.
It is pretty good first job, yeah.
Pretty decent first job. Shit. You lived. Oh, I jumped right through, dude. I jumped right through. You lived. Oh my god.
I am a god. Dude, I can't believe I perfectly jumped through that.
Dude, that was insane.
No PC tag. That one was for you, buddy boy. That guy, not so lucky.
Poof! Crushed my skull.
Oof. Yeah, they all look like they're dancing. He looks like he's doing a little TikTok dance, too.
So many bloodies.
Son of a Shepherd, thank you for the 41. Hugh Honey, Zebrex, Chief, Aldrezda, new Twitch Prime, thank you. Dino Genesis, Jay Wizzy, Moon, and T Money, welcome.
Well, movie theater still has ushers. That's just a nice way to say janitor.
I think custodial is a nicer way of saying janitor.
Yeah, but you know, I was one of them. I can say.
That's our word.
You had to double down on him after the whole chicken jockey thing. Winter Sin.
Her face is uprest.
I'm okay, damn it.
Hey, we're working together on this.
Yeah.
You got sloppy paid. You screwed up. It's unacceptable that she's dead. You could do better.
I played it as business as usual. But everything had changed the moment those elevator doors opened to reveal Viola. Annie Finn was a licensed
Is it
gun
faster to just click through these? You can still see it, right? How does this work?
Did you drop a hard J? Yeah, janitor. What do you do?